Chapter 861. Seeing that he actually covered her mouth, the woman was so angry that she directly bit his hand. Ouch, it hurts. The man let go of her hand and slapped her face angrily. Are you crazy? You dare to hit me. She was so angry that tears streamed down her face. You've never touched me in all these years, and now you're hitting me because of this woman. She didn't continue to hate him. Instead, she turned around and looked at Lin Che's face. You sly fox, it's all your fault. Seeing that she was about to pounce on Lin Che, the man was so frightened that he pulled her over gratefully. Don't pull me, let go of me. She was still going crazy. Sun Shinla scolded her sternly. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll divorce you. Get out of the Sun family, as far as you can. The woman was so scared that her face turned pale. Her tears stopped on her cheeks. It hadn't been easy for her to marry into the family. She couldn't be divorced. But why did he suddenly treat her like this? He had pursued her for a year before he succeeded, and he had always been good to her after they got married. He had never cared about her spending money or having fun. But now that she saw Lin Che, she was looking in Lin Che's direction resentfully when Sun Shinla hurriedly said to Lin Che, "It's our child who is immature. It's my wife who is immature. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to her level." This wasn't how he should treat a woman. He was so servile and humble that his face was about to fall to the ground. The woman was also stunned. She asked him, "What the hell is going on? Why are you treating such a bitch like this? Get lost. What nonsense are you talking about? This is Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu Jing's wife. Then this must be Mr. Gu's son," he said as he looked at Nian Yan. Gu Jing's wife? The woman was stunned. After a while, she finally understood what Gu Jing's wife meant. This woman was called Lin Che, but her child's surname was Gu. This meant that the child's father's surname was Gu. Sun Shinla didn't know that the child's surname was Gu, but he said that the child's father was Gu Jingza. It meant that he wasn't just guessing. He had evidence. The teachers were also stunned. Gu Jing's wife? Gu Jing's son? The child of the Gu family was in their kindergarten? Sun Shinla had a look of exasperation. After all, she was a model and wanted to marry into the Sun family on purpose. All she had was a pretty face, but no IQ. This is the emblem of the Gu family. Are you blind? She took a closer look and saw that there were 2 badges on the pockets of the 2 bodyguards. The teacher at the side heard the commotion and looked over. She had seen it a long time ago, but she didn't know what the Gu family's badge was. This was the first time she saw it, and she was still amazed. However, recalling the actions of the 2 bodyguards just now, it was indeed not something that an ordinary person would have. No wonder he was so powerful. He was the Gu family's bodyguard. Sun Shinla quickly grabbed his son and asked him to apologize. Tell me, what did you do to him? Hurry up and apologize. The child had always been a tyrant and was usually spoiled. Although he caused trouble when he went out to fight, he would be scolded at home. However, when he was scolded, his family would laugh and say that their child was too domineering. All smart children were like that. They liked to cause trouble. Even if he was taller than them, they couldn't beat him. In short, they were arrogant. Although he was young, he gradually realized that people didn't think much of him when he fought, so he became even more lawless. However, this was the first time his father had forced him to apologize to someone. He was really frightened. He was a child who would definitely listen to the adults. He quickly lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Lin Che said, "All right. I don't want to hear these empty apologies. Dongzi, pay him the medical fees. Let's go." No need. There's no need for the medical fees. The man didn't dare to take it. However, Lin Che had already given him the money. Then, he pulled Nian Yan and Yin Yan up. "Let's go." The man's face was gloomy. He was really worried. He hoped that Lin Che wouldn't tell Gu Jingza about this. Otherwise, it would be over. Lin Che hadn't told Gu Jingza yet. However, when he went out, he asked Gu Shinian to take care of Nian Yan while he went to the principal's office with his men. The principal had just received news of what had happened outside. When he saw Lin Che, he rushed to welcome him and said, "What happened today is really terrible. I'll definitely discipline the teachers properly and give them more training. As a teacher, you can't be like this." Although the child is young, He has to be taken good care of. Mr. Gu, it's our honor that you chose our kindergarten. The child will definitely not have any problems in the future. We'll replace all the teachers with the best ones and give your son the best education. Thank you, Principal. Nian Yin doesn't need any special treatment. I just hope that the teachers can be more upright and more responsible. That's all. I'll leave first. Yes, of course. When Lin Shay went outside, he saw that Nian Yin was still holding Yin Yin's hand. The two of them looked very loving. Lin Shay walked over and said to Nian Yin, "Hey, you're so nice to Yin Yin. You even beat her up for her. You're so young, and you already know how to protect another girl. Mommy is really jealous." Nian Yin blushed. "Mommy, Yin Yin isn't another girl." Lin Shay smiled. Okay, you're right. But little rascal, you're really so protective of Yin Yin. TSK, really? Children nowadays. Nian Yin was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Mommy, what do you mean by that?" I'm protecting her because... Okay. An explanation is just a cover-up. All right, I'm going back. You've caused such a big scene. I still have to explain it to your father. Lin Shay brought the child home, and Yin Yin stayed with them to comfort her. Then, Lin Shay informed Mu Firen to pick Yin Yin up. Lin Shay entered the house and said to Gu Jingze, "Your son knows how to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. He's much better at flirting than you." Gu Jingze asked, "What?" Lin Shay told him what happened, and Gu Jingze shook his head. However, he couldn't help but think that the child was He Ying's child. If something really happened in the future, would Lin Shay be able to accept it? However, even if he was He Ying's child, he was still Mu Firen's child. Lin Shay shouldn't be biased. He said, "Who was it that dared to be so domineering in kindergarten and bully my son?" "No, it was your son who bullied her." Chapter 862. Since Yin Yin is protected by Nian Yin, bullying Yin Yin is bullying Nian Yin. It's all the same. Luckily, he didn't disappoint me. He wasn't the one getting beaten up. If it was him, I would have told him to hurry up and fight back. Gu Jingze said, "All right, don't worry about him. He has his own reasons. You went to film for so long, but you didn't come to comfort me first." He pulled Lin Shay down and buried his head in her chest. "How do I comfort him? What do you think?" He looked at her chest and felt that her chest was bigger than before. It was soft and very comfortable to the touch. Just as he was about to reach out and touch his own benefits, he didn't expect the door was pushed open by Gu Xinian. "Dad." Lin Shay quickly pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze looked disappointed. He could only look at Gu Xinian, who had just walked in. Lin Shay said, "All right, continue lecturing Nian Yin. I still have to talk to Min Min." Lin Shay was embarrassed. It was the first time Nian Yin had seen them being intimate. She felt awkward and quickly found an excuse to leave. Gu Xinian swaggered into the room. Gu Jingze slowly picked up a book and looked at Gu Xinian. The boy who was fighting was 6 years old? Gu Xinian nodded. "Yes. You should study hard in kindergarten. You'll make your mother worry if you get into fights like this." Gu Xinian smiled. "I just learned a few new moves and wanted to practice them." Who knew he was so weak? Gu Jingze knew that he was learning some basic defense skills. Gu Jingze said, "If you want to practice, you can find a bodyguard outside. Even if you beat a 6-year-old, it's not something to be proud of." He was just unlucky. Gu Xinian thought that it was his fault for touching Yin Yin. Was that someone he could touch? He only beat him up because he was young and didn't hit him too hard. Gu Jingze watched Gu Xinian leave and sighed. He shook his head and thought of Yin Yin. He picked up his phone and called Mo Jinyan. "Your father. Your daughter is being bullied in kindergarten and you don't even care. You even need my son to help you." "What? Yin Yin? What happened to her?" Gu Jingze briefly mentioned it. Not long after, they could almost hear Mo Jinyan gritting his teeth on the other side of the line. Gu Jingze said, "All right, I'm just telling you." Mo Jinyan said directly, "This bastard doesn't want to live anymore." Gu Jingze said, "Don't make it too big. Pay attention to your influence. After all, what's her position? Oh, where's the deputy mayor?" Mo Jinyan could tell that something was wrong. Gu Jingze, "Did you want to deal with it yourself, but you were too lazy to do it yourself, so you told me on purpose?" Don't you want to deal with it? All right, I'm hanging up. Duh. Imogen listened to the beeping sound of the phone and thought to himself, what a sly old fox. He wanted to take revenge, but he didn't do it himself. Instead, he let him do it. But thinking of Yin, he knew that even if he knew Gu Jingzi did it on purpose, there was nothing he could do. He had to deal with it. Picking up the phone, he dialed a number. Help me investigate someone. There's a deputy mayor of B City, surnamed Sun, right? Ah, yes, CEO MO. Why are you looking for him? No, there's a grudge. Tell him to wait. The person on the other end of the line was the current mayor of B City. Hearing this simple sentence, he was stunned. What was wrong with old Sun? How dare he offend Black Eagle? However, those who offended Black Eagle were not to be scoffed at. Otherwise, they would become the target of Black Eagle's hatred. How could they live? At night, Lin Che had a sudden impulse and asked Gu Jingzi to let the dog out with him. They hadn't taken Prince out for a walk in a long time and had been busy ever since they came back. Since they were free, they decided to take Prince out for a walk. Prince was naturally very happy. Lin Che held onto his hand, and when they were outside, they let him run around. Lin Che said, if only raising a child was as easy as raising a dog. When she first raised Prince, she felt that raising a dog was a troublesome matter because she had to take responsibility for a small life. However, after giving birth to Nian, she felt that Nian was too difficult to manage. She didn't know if other people's children were as mischievous and troublesome as Nian. Moreover, they didn't listen to her at all. They could even reason with her for no reason. She was so angry that she wanted to roll her eyes. Gu Jingzi said, don't think too much. Nian naturally has his own thoughts. Moreover, it's a good thing for a child to have his own thoughts. He hasn't gone down the wrong path, and his thoughts are all very legitimate. Lin Che looked at him. Gu Jingzi, I feel that you really don't care about Nian at all. Tell me, do you actually not like children? Gu Jingzi held her hand and nodded. Yes, I don't like children, especially boys. Lin Che's heart sank. Just as she was about to get angry, Gu Jingzi held her hand and placed it by his lips. But is it because you're with me? The child we gave birth to is our flesh and blood, so of course I like him. However, it won't surpass the feelings I have for you. Lin Che was stunned. It was as if something was spreading in her heart. It was fermenting bit by bit. It was a beautiful feeling. Although he didn't like children that passionately, he said that he liked her more than the child. This made her feel as if she would always be his number one, and she wouldn't become his number two just because he had a child, that anyone who was placed first in someone's heart would feel very happy. She said, well, many fathers love their children more when they have children. But I met you first, and then he was the one I met. If we're talking about first come, first serve, shouldn't I love you more? Lin Che thought that he was talking nonsense with a straight face, but it sounded quite interesting. She said, how much love do you have for Nian? Gu Jingzi said, if we have to talk about it, I can give up the world for him because he's my child. He's our child. He pulled her. But for you, I can give up on him. Lin Che's heart calmed down. She suddenly felt that such a choice was too cruel. As a mother, her heart ached when she heard the word give up. However, Gu Jingzi continued, however, I know that if you give up on him, your world might collapse. So, no matter what happens, I won't give up on any of you. I will definitely protect you so that you won't be afraid of anything. Lin Che's heart warmed again. She felt that this man was simply a demon sent by the heavens to her. Otherwise, how could he be so charming? Even when he was saying sweet nothings, it was so irresistible. Chapter 863. Lin Che looked at him and said, so, in our family, I'm the eldest and Nian is the second. All right, I'll be third. Gu Jingzi said helplessly. Lin Che pulled the dog and said, Prince is third. Gu Jingzi said, all right, I'll be fourth, okay? Only then did Lin Che smile. Of course, he was only joking. Since they were a family, there was no need to differentiate between big and small. Everyone cared about each other and supported each other. In each other's hearts, they were all important. Gu Jingzi quickly received a call from the kindergarten saying that the Sun family had been investigated in one night. There were some illegal transactions that had led to some members of their family being brought to the Public Integrity Bureau for investigation. Meanwhile, the Sun family was in a terrible state. The deputy mayor came home and asked son Shinla what was going on. Son Shinla thought that both his father and his wife were deceiving him. He didn't know anything and had offended someone he shouldn't have. "Was it Gu Jingze?" he said with a sad face. "I heard that it wasn't him. It was said that. And Mo Jinyan. Black Eagle? How could it be? We didn't offend him. Or Gu Jingze from the Black Eagle gang. You offended Gu Jingze? You unfilial son, you bastard. Of all people, you offended Gu Jingze, you." The next day, the kindergarten already knew about this matter. The grandson of the Sun family finally didn't dare to bully others anymore. Although the children didn't know what happened, they knew that Gu Xinian taught the bully a lesson yesterday and beat him up. The bully was still a senior child, but he was still beaten up like this. Everyone felt that he was a hero. So, when he arrived at the kindergarten, he was immediately surrounded and praised. The teachers had naturally been replaced with new teachers, especially the best and most trustworthy teacher in the entire kindergarten to be the form teacher. The rest of the teachers were all internationally qualified preschool teachers. The management of the class was also immediately strengthened. Everyone was especially attentive towards Gu Xinian, along with all the other things that had been going on for years. On the other side, after Lin Che's resignation, she participated in an event for the first time. She went to attend the National Drama Awards ceremony, but because she didn't have any works, she attended as a guest. There were many people attending, and her company's Shui Yang also attended. Peng Yu walked down the red carpet with the male lead of the TV series. After walking over, she was directly asked by the reporters about Lin Che's resignation. Peng Yu didn't hold back and said directly, "It's not the first time Lin Che has quit, and it's not the first time I've helped him clean up his mess. I don't know how to explain this, but I don't know the reason. I just received a notice that he's quitting the cast. As for me, I'm only concerned with acting well, studying acting skills, and developing myself. There's no point in responding to these things. After all, everyone can see it." What she meant was that she didn't want to respond directly. The reason was that Lin Che's acting skills were not good enough. After playing the trailer, he found that he was suppressed by Peng Yu, so he quit. Just as Peng Yu finished speaking, someone reported that Lin Che had arrived. Peng Yu had learned her lesson from last time. She didn't want to compete with Lin Che in terms of popularity. She hurriedly said, "She's here, isn't she? You could just ask her." Just as the reporters were about to leave, they rushed away. At the entrance, because it was Lin Che's first appearance after quitting the cast, everyone was looking forward to seeing her. At this moment, she walked in with Shui Yang. She was dressed in a long, elegant dress and looked delicate and alluring. The custom-made dress seemed to be from a big brand and cost a lot of money. Because it was designed by a designer, it definitely wouldn't be the same outfit. People couldn't help but wonder how much her dress cost. As soon as Lin Che arrived, all the reporters started to aim at her. They kept snapping photos and setting up their cameras, as if everyone else was dispensable. Some of the celebrities backstage couldn't help but think of the past when they saw this scene. Basically, every time Lin Che appeared with a topic, she would become the highlight of the news, overshadowing everyone else for a while. They thought that after so many years, Lin Che would no longer have the halo of the past after her comeback. Unexpectedly, she still had a lot of topics to talk about and was surrounded by people the moment she appeared. How could they compare? The difference was so big. They didn't know what was so special about Lin Che that people liked, but she was always the center of attention. Everyone was waiting for Lin Che to say something, but Lin Che directly canceled the interview and followed Shui Yang in. The reporters were very disappointed. They didn't know what Lin Che was planning. After Lin Che went in, he found his seat and sat down. Peng Yu happened to be looking at Lin Che. Peng Yu sneered and said to her assistant, "Some people are just shameless. They don't have any works, but they still want to show their faces and join in the fun. When the time comes, they come here to be in the spotlight." Lin Che put his hands in front of him and slowly clasped them. "Dongzi," she ordered. Dongzi raised his hand and slapped Peng Yu's face. Peng Yu's face was slapped hard by Dongzi, and it became red and swollen at a visible speed. You, Lin Che, how dare you hit me? There are so many reporters outside, and there are so many people here. How dare you hit me? Peng Yu stood up at once. Her face was burning with pain, but it was more painful than any of the hits she had received in the past. Now, she could feel that her cheeks were swollen. It seemed that the swelling was not small at all. Of course, the one who hit her was a professional bodyguard. He didn't hold back his strength at all. This hit was steady and accurate. It was no wonder that it hurt. Lin Che turned around slowly. Oh, I'm really sorry. I just called Dongzi's name. Maybe he misunderstood me. You did it on purpose. Don't make excuses. It's useless. I'll tell the reporters now. Okay, go ahead. Lin Che immediately stood up and looked at Peng Yu. You stole a role in the name of Gu Jingze and cheated a member of the crew. I also want to tell the reporters about this. I don't know whether they will believe you or not. In fact, it doesn't matter if they don't believe you. Anyway, Gu Jingze will believe you. Peng Yu's face darkened. She knew that Lin Che was threatening her to use Gu Jingze to suppress her. However, the point was that Lin Che really had a relationship with Gu Jingze. Thinking of Gu Jingze, Peng Yu didn't dare to find fault with Gu Jingze, especially since she had just used Gu Jingze. If Gu Jingze knew it, she would be finished. Chapter 864. How could the dignified Gu Jingze tolerate others taking advantage of her? She felt guilty, so she could only stare at Lin Che, watching him standing there with a high and mighty posture, but she couldn't do anything. Lin Che continued to sit down peacefully, as if he was saying to Peng Yu, I like it when you can't stand me and can't beat me. Peng Yu was really mad. She covered her face, but didn't know what to do. She could only stamp her feet hard and quickly go backstage to touch up her makeup to cover the red and swollen face. Lin Che sat there calmly. After a while, the empty place was now filled with people. All the artists who were supposed to come had come. The National Drama Festival had been doing well in the past 2 years, and most popular artists would come to participate. Shuiyang looked at Lin Che and introduced them to him. That's from the same company as Qin Wanwan. His TV series is quite popular recently. His name is Cheng Wei, and the girl over here is called Zhou Junjun. She's been playing some very silly and sweet roles recently. Lin Che nodded and said to Shuiyang, It seems that there will be an award for you today. Shuiyang scratched his head. I hope so. Lin Che said, Why did not I come with you today? Her father asked her to go back, and she hasn't come back from America yet. Just when Lin Che understood, he saw Peng Yu go up to receive the award. Although her face didn't look swollen anymore, it looked very thick with makeup. The reporter smiled and asked her what she wanted to say after winning the award. She chuckled and said, Thank you for your recognition of my acting skills. I think my acting skills can get better and better after practice, especially recently. I hope that everyone will pay more attention to my new role. The host heard this and quickly said, That's right. Recently, everyone has felt that this role doesn't look like the first female lead, but it's very bright in the end, and it left a deep impression on everyone. Why did you choose this role? Because I like to challenge myself. In my heart, the leading role isn't the first priority. The most important thing is to improve my acting skills. She was directly mocking Lin Che. It didn't seem right for her to quit because of a leading role. The host didn't avoid this topic and continued to ask about her acting skills. It was obvious that the host had contacted Peng Yu in advance to deliberately mention this matter. Isn't she directly provoking Lin Che? But her acting skills are really good. The artiste below started discussing. Peng Yu is not a good person, but she's really good at acting. All right, even Lin Che was pushed away by her. You can imagine how powerful she is. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't know that everyone was talking about her. She looked up calmly. Not long after, the MC began to introduce everyone. The next guest who will be presenting the award is someone that everyone must be very familiar with. Lin Che, welcome. Lin Che stood up with a smile, lifted her skirt, and walked up step by step. Everyone looked at Lin Che. Because of Peng Yu's words, everyone was looking forward to Lin Che's performance. However, Lin Che walked to the front in a relaxed manner. The host said, In the past, you've always come to receive the award yourself. Today is your first time presenting an award. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Che said, "Nothing much." The host said, "All right, what you said makes sense. This doesn't require much thinking. So, do you have anything to say to the new generation of actors?" "I don't have anything to say." Lin Che looked confused. Everyone burst into laughter. The MC had obviously colluded with Peng Yu. Lin Che was deliberately making things difficult for the MC, so the MC couldn't continue. Seeing this, the MC's expression darkened. She was considered a famous MC, but she had never been played like this before. What did Lin Che count for? He was just someone who was about to pass his prime. Many people who made a comeback, even if they had some attention when they first came back, would not follow up later on. Did she think that she would continue to be popular just because she was a little popular? The MC felt that Lin Che still dared to fight with her, since she had accepted many big names. So the MC said, "Peng, you should be the new best actress after you left. As a senior, do you have any comments on her acting?" Saying that Lin Che was a senior, everyone looked at Lin Che as if they were watching a good show. Lin Che smiled. "I'm old. I have to admit that I'm old. I just came back from abroad and didn't pay much attention to domestic entertainment news. This is the first time I've heard of Peng Yu. She's actually not bad. She's only 2 years younger than me and has good acting skills. It's good that she became famous." Saying that Lin Che was old, as if Peng Yu was young. The MC smiled awkwardly. "Haha, what are your plans?" "I'm still preparing for filming, but I'm still trying to get a feel for it." The MC snorted and deliberately said, "Then, why don't we test it here and try to get a feel for it? There are so many people in the same industry here, so we can communicate with each other, right? We have so many editors here. We can find a script for you now. So many screenwriters. Hey, I see that the screenwriter of the previous TV series is also here, so I don't have to find a script anymore. Actually, I'm very familiar with the script for the TV series just now. Although I forgot part of it, I definitely didn't forget everything." The MC could only say, "Really? That's great. We're lucky." Lin Che's gaze was sharp as he looked down. Peng Yu was still sitting there. She touched her face and snorted. She thought to herself, "Let's see what you can do." On the stage, Lin Che's expression suddenly changed. He looked down at the audience as if he was looking at his enemy. The fierceness in his eyes was very different from her usual character. Needless to say, there was a raging storm in his eyes. However, all of this was only reflected in her bright eyes. Her pure white face was still calm, and her expression was the same as usual. However, the corners of her lips were slightly curled up. Her smile was so cold that it seemed to spread a touch of coldness from the corners of her lips. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They could feel Lin Che walking forward step by step as he said, "It's all right. I will never directly confront someone who offends me. However, I have my ways. I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. In the end, she will crawl in front of me, beg me, kneel before me, and ask me to spare her." Her eyes turned and the smile on her lips suddenly became as bright as spring, like the innocence of a young girl. Her words also changed accordingly. "Moreover, she is not someone else. She is my sister. I have to be more considerate and special to her. If I don't give her an unforgettable death, I will be letting down our blood relatives, right?" A mysterious aura spread on the stage. Everyone was shocked at once. They felt that her changing emotions and facial expressions so casually was really not something an ordinary person could do. Chapter 865. That viciousness was not expressed by the muscles on her face. Instead, it gave off a strange feeling. It was as if her viciousness came from her bones and was not deliberately padded up on the surface. The effect was very obvious. It made people feel cold all the way to their bones. Just looking at her made them feel scared. Lin Che narrowed his eyes. Then he came back to his senses. His eyes immediately regained their clarity. He turned around and looked at the host. "I've embarrassed myself. I didn't prepare anything. I was just casually performing. Don't keep quiet. Did I embarrass you?" Then there was a sudden round of applause. The director, the screenwriter, and the audience all applauded Lin Che. The host stood up and watched from behind. In the end, He could only stand up with them. Lin Shaye only took 3 minutes, but the effect was more effective than saying 100 words. The part he used was the part of Peng Yu's character, but the effect was many times better than Peng Yu's. The effect was really amazing. People began to privately say that Peng Yu was acting with her body, while Lin Shaye was acting with his soul. One was acting as a bad guy, while the other was turning himself into a bad guy. The effect was certainly different. Peng Yu had obviously run away again and didn't dare to say anything. The omnipotent netizens soon began to discuss on the internet. Talking about Lin Shaye's conversation with the host, they couldn't help but feel amused because Lin Shaye's conversation was really different from other interviewees who didn't speak the same official language when they were asked these things. The host's face turned purple when he said that he had nothing to say. However, the audience was very happy and felt it was very interesting. Some netizens had already noticed that the host deliberately made things difficult for Lin Shaye. She even specially compared Lin Shaye with Peng Yu and looked down on Lin Shaye, which made people think that Lin Shaye was definitely fighting back. Obviously, her counterattack was very beautiful. Compared with the part Peng Yu had performed, the difference between her performance and Peng Yu's was really obvious. Those who had praised Peng Yu's acting skills were directly slapped in the face. Lin Shaye had directly let everyone see what acting skills were. Some of Lin Shaye's fans finally began to fight back against Peng Yu on the internet. They could finally vent their anger after being snubbed for the past few days. They said that nowadays, there were fewer and fewer actors who were willing to act well. If they could just act well, they would be considered to have acting skills. Just as Lin Shaye was about to leave, someone suddenly walked out from inside and called out to him, "Miss Lin." She turned around and saw the person behind her. It was the famous online celebrity director, Nan Gongyu. He didn't act in many movies, probably only one every year. He had been doing strange side jobs, but every year, he would make a movie that was very successful. First of all, the box office was very good, and the word of mouth was also very good. Because he started out as an actor, he moved behind the scenes, so he had a lot of fans. Although he didn't act anymore, he would occasionally act in commercials and reality shows, and he was still very popular. Lin Shaye naturally knew about him. Before she left Country C, he was already quite popular. Recently, he became popular again because of a reality show that was aired in different seasons. Lin Shaye smiled. He had never interacted with him before, not even meeting him once. So she didn't know why he suddenly called out to her. Although the entertainment circle didn't seem big, it was actually because they were all in the same circle and everyone's friends are basically the same as other circles. Some of them were fixed, and they also liked to interact with fixed people. So she had never been in the same circle as this Nan Gongyu. They were too far apart, and they didn't have any common friends, so it was very difficult for them to interact. At this moment, he suddenly stood in front of her. He was a rare handsome director, so he was naturally very highly praised. However, he was also a young man of art, and had deep thoughts, so he didn't seem to care much about fame. His entire person seemed to be much more high-end than the other celebrities in the entertainment circle. He looked at Lin Shaye and said, "I saw that your counterattack just now was very good." Lin Shaye smiled, but still looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what his motive was. "Really? Thank you for the compliment. We have a movie that is about to start filming, and I am interested in working with you. I wonder if you have any free time in the near future." Lin Shaye was stunned. Nan Gongyu smiled at her, his face full of sincerity. So Nan Gongyu wanted to work with her in this year's movie. Lin Shaye couldn't decide these things on her own. It was better for her to discuss it with Yu Minmin. Hence, she didn't immediately agree to it. She only said that she would think about it. After exchanging contact details, they went their separate ways. Shuiyong was waiting for Lin Shaye outside. When he saw Lin Shaye come out, he walked over and said, "Sister Shaye, your performance just now was really amazing. The internet is talking about how amazing you were just now." Lin Shaye said, "It's nothing much. It was just a cheap trick. Actually, this kind of movie is very good at showing off one's acting skills, especially when it's easy to fool people. Those who don't understand might think that it's good acting skills, but it's actually nothing much. Acting skills aren't that simple." Shuiyong said, "But Sister Che's performance just now, Peng Yu is indeed not just a little lower than you. She doesn't look that high-end, and compared to you, she looks especially childish. Lin Che said, I really have to thank everyone for their support. Let me see what the internet is saying first. Lin Che dialed Yu Minmin's number, but no one picked up after a few rings. She felt that it was strange. Seeing that it was already late, she wondered if she had delayed his sex time at night. However, on the other side, that when Yu Minmin woke up in a daze, all she felt was darkness. Where am I? Why is it so dark? She reached out and pushed. She felt her whole body swaying, as if she was walking somewhere. A minute later, she woke up completely. She was in the car, in a sack. It was completely dark because she was completely sealed inside. What happened to her? Was she tied up? When Gu Jingming returned home, he felt that the room was completely dark. He turned on the lights, but there was no one inside. In the past, Yu Minmin would always wait for him to come back in bed. When he came back late, she might have fallen asleep, and he would carefully walk in and hug her to sleep. But it was already so late today. Why was there no one? Gu Jingming walked out of the room and called Yu Minmin, but no one answered his call. Chapter 866. His heart sank, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. He picked up his phone and turned on the GPS. He had secretly added it to Yu Minmin's phone, just in case he couldn't find her one day. It was fixed on a place. It was a street. Looking at it in detail, it was a main road. It was in the middle of the road, but it didn't move. This was because that the phone was thrown on the ground, and it wasn't with Yu Minmin. That was why it was located there, and it didn't move. Someone, go and find out where Madam went. Why is she missing? The people outside saw Gu Jingming's furious face. It looked like he was bathed in a sea of fire, and his eyes were red from the heat. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated. Gu Jingming picked up the phone, looked at the number, and frowned. It was Fang Zhoumo. Where is Minmin? Zhoumo? He lowered his voice, and it sounded scary. He was trying his best to control himself so that he wouldn't explode. The servants were all shocked. Did you kill my father? Fang Zhoumo's voice was cold on the phone. Zhoumo, we'll deal with the grudge between us. How can you take a woman away? It's all because of this woman. I'm taking her away because she's definitely not innocent. If you want her to live, then kill yourself right in front of me. Otherwise, just like how you kill my father, just like how you turn the Fang clan into ashes overnight, I'll turn her into ashes. Fang Zhoumo hung up. There was dead silence on the phone, and there was no sound at all. There was no beeping sound on the phone, which was something Fang Zhoumo, who was familiar with spy techniques, would do. Gu Jingming sat there, trying hard to calm himself down. Otherwise, he might lose his mind because of his anger. But now, he needed to think carefully and plan carefully to ensure Yu Minmin's safety. Gu Jingming looked up and ordered the guard in front of him, informed the Special Service Department, the President's Guards, and the National Security Bureau to gather. Yes, sir. In the room, Lin Che returned home and went to check on Yin Yin. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, she kissed him on the forehead. She looked at Yin Yin and wondered if it was because he went to kindergarten. His skin was a little tanned, but he looked much healthier than before. As he sat there watching, he suddenly heard a burst of footsteps outside. Lin Che felt that the voice didn't sound like that of the professional and responsible servants in the house. He felt that something was wrong, and as soon as he got up, he heard the conversation outside. Sir, Mr. President has just given the order to lock down the entire city. However, based on the estimation of the missing people, it has already been more than 3 hours. We suggest expanding the search area. Missing? Who's missing? Gu Jingzi then said, keep your voice down. Don't let Madam hear you. Yes, sir. Don't let me hear what? However, at this moment, Lin Che suddenly pushed open the door. Gu Jingzi didn't expect Lin Che to be here, so he immediately turned around. The family security guards stood there in shock and didn't know what to do. Gu Jingzi paused for a moment, then waved his hand to signal for the others to leave first. He then walked up to Lin Che in a few steps. He held Lin Che's hand and said in a softer voice, "Why are you here?" Lin Che looked at him and said, "What did you say just now? You don't want me to hear it." Gu Jingzi, tell me, did something happen? Gu Jingzi's eyes flickered. Looking at Lin Che's worried face, he didn't want to tell her. If she knew, she would be very anxious. And if something really happened, she would be very sad. He didn't want her to be anxious or sad. So, he would do his best to help, so that Min could come back safely. But now he hesitated to tell her. But Lin Che angrily flung his hand away and turned around. If you don't tell me, I'll go and see for myself. Oomph. She opened the door and entered their bedroom, then closed the door. Gu Jingzi took a deep breath and walked over. He pushed the door open and saw Lin Che sitting on the bed with her back facing him. He couldn't do anything to her. He couldn't be rough with her, but he couldn't ignore her either. He sighed and felt that he had to compromise with her. Lin Che, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me that you can't be anxious or afraid. He put his hand on her shoulder and his voice became softer, afraid that he would scare her. Lin Che nodded. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll be anxious now. Min was taken away by Fang Zhongmo, Gu Jingzi said. What? Lin Che almost jumped up, but Gu Jingzi held her down. I told you not to be anxious. Gu Jingzi held her down, not letting her move. Lin Che said Fang Zhongmo, the criminal who killed his father and escaped. She was so anxious that she had seen the news on TV. Gu Jingzi lowered his head and looked ahead. He took a deep breath and said, Actually, he didn't kill his father. Huh? It was me. What? Lin Che was even more shocked. Gu Jingzi slowly raised his eyes and looked at her deeply. Last time, when the fight between the Fang family and the Gu family reached a climax, I trapped Fang Jimin in the Fang family and killed the main force of the Fang family. Then, I framed Fang Zhongmo. Lin Che couldn't believe it. Why did the rumors that were spreading outside become so different when they reached here? Gu Jingzi said, the outside world doesn't know about this. Sometimes, they only see the results, but they will never see the truth because the truth is in the hands of a few people. You did it, so? Are you in danger now? Lin Che looked at him and asked. Gu Jingzi shook his head and looked at Lin Che. He reached out to touch her forehead and her hair. Don't you think I'm scary? Don't you think I'm evil? Lin Che paused and looked at his familiar face. You're my husband. How can you be scary? But what if I'm not as good as you think, and I have a dark side? Lin Che pursed his lips, looked at him, and shook his head calmly. No matter how you look on the outside, you're my husband in front of me. I only know that you are a man who treats me well, a man who cares about me, and a man who likes me. There are so many complicated things outside. Managing the Gu family well is definitely not as easy as I think it is. For you to be able to sit in your current position, I'm sure that you can't just sit in the office and review documents. Gu Jingzi's heart softened. He was also very surprised. Because of a woman's words and affirmation, he felt as if his heart was filled up and filled with confidence. Lin Che was such a magical woman. He never cared about other people's feelings. But if it was Lin Che, he didn't want to see Lin Che afraid of him. Chapter 867. You're not bluffing, are you? Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che suddenly felt sorry for him. She felt sorry for him for being so careful and not daring to show his true self. She leaned on his shoulder and buried her face in his neck. How could that be, Gu Jingzi? No matter what you look like, I only know that. I can accept any side of you. In my eyes, you won't have a bad side because every side of you is good and I like it. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt his body stiffen. Then, he slowly caressed her shoulders and her back, moving down bit by bit. Feeling the warmth and comfort of his large palm, Lin Che leaned against his body even more affectionately. She really wasn't lying to him, and she wasn't lying to herself. She thought that this was the case, knowing that he needed to be ruthless and fierce outside, that he needed to fight with others, and that he couldn't be sunny all the time. Did that mean that she didn't love him anymore? No, she just felt sorry for him. She felt sorry for him. He was such an upright and good person, but he had to fight for it. She felt that he had given her all the sunshine, and that was why he had left so much darkness for himself. She didn't want him to leave only darkness for her. She wanted to be able to share the joys and risks with him because they were husband and wife. And he was the man she loved. She looked at Gu Jingzi. Also, this is an era where looks matter. As long as you're good-looking, Everything else doesn't matter. Gu Jingze looked at her. He really wanted to bite her. I feel like you're saying that I'm selling my body, Gu Jingze said. Lin Shay nodded hard. Yes, yes. Did he just understand? She was infatuated with his body first, and that was why she couldn't help herself from him. Duh. Gu Jingze really wanted to bite her without holding back. Lin Shay said, Then can you tell me what exactly happened now? Gu Jingze said, There are rumors that Fang Zhongmo murdered his father, but it was actually us who did it. To prevent his father from revolting with the army because of him, it was better to strike first. Now that the military has been handed over to someone else, it's definitely a different system from the Fangs. This way, the Fangs won't have a chance to start a large-scale war. However, we framed Fang Zhongmo, who was overseas. Now that Fang Zhongmo is back, he came to find you Min Min. Then, is Min Min in danger? Gu Jingze nodded. Not yet. His target is Big Brother, and Min Min is his hostage. People outside don't know about this yet. Min Min is the president's wife, and if word gets out, it will cause a commotion. Don't tell anyone. Lin Shay nodded. Of course not. She was naturally very worried, but she also knew that it was not the right time to be worried. These are the most important secrets, and outsiders would never know about them. Since she knew about them, she would never reveal them to anyone. Mr. President is so kind to Min Min. He must be more worried about Min Min's safety than me. Of course, I believe that you will have more ways to help Min Min. I won't make trouble. Gu Jingze kissed her. You Min Min is my sister-in-law after all. I won't let anything happen to her. I won't let Fang Zhongmo have a good ending if he dares to harm the Gu family. A murderous look flashed across Gu Jingze's eyes. It was fleeting, but in Lin Shay's eyes, it was still very shocking. At this moment, he was overflowing with dominance. Although it was scary to look at, it also made her feel a lot more at ease. It was as if once he had decided on something, there would never be a problem. He would definitely do what he said, no matter what methods he used. At night, the television was broadcasting the publicity of Gu Jingming's 2 previous visits to the United States. It was broadcasting the latest laws, the latest developments in the real estate market, and the military exercise at the Bay. However, there was no mention of Yu Min Min being kidnapped and taken away. It was a scene of singing and dancing. No one realized that there was a turbulent undercurrent, and many people at the top were fighting for their lives. It was actually Lin Shay's first time learning about these secrets that involved the regime of Country C. She felt that it was very strange. She sighed in her heart. She felt that the world was really very complicated. Politics was also very complicated. Life was also very complicated. Fortunately, she still had Gu Jingze. Gu Jingming had sent someone to investigate Fang Zhongmo. He had also sent someone to ask Yin Suya. Yin Suya was in Paris and was being protected. It seemed that Fang Zhongmo also had his own forces overseas, which he didn't let Gu Jingming know. This time, he thought that Gu Jingming might have designs on Yin Suya, so he quickly sent someone to protect Yin Suya. Yin Suya was temporarily staying in an embassy. Gu Jingming couldn't do anything to her, in case these problems were exposed internationally, and it might cause another argument. On the other side, Fang Zhongmo threw Yu Min Min into the room. Yu Min Min was tightly tied up. She was resting in the car. When she woke up, she was suddenly tied up. Without asking, it was obvious that she had drunk something dangerous in the car. Because it was a car sent by Glass Palace, she was unprepared and fell into a trap. She remembered that when Lin Shay was taken away by Li Mingyu, she had been eating and drinking well and bought a lot of luxury goods. Although she was imprisoned, she didn't suffer at all. But she wasn't so lucky, because Fang Zhongmo hated her to begin with. At this moment, he didn't have any good feelings for her, only hatred. He threw Yu Min Min into the room and casually picked up a bottle of beer to drink. Looking at Yu Min Min, his hatred reached the bottom of his heart. It was because of this woman. It was because of her that his family was ruined and he had to wander overseas. He couldn't wait to tear her into pieces. But he hated the person who did this, Gu Jingming, even more. He snorted and looked at Yu Min Min. What are you looking at? Do you think it's unfair? Do you think you're innocent? No one is innocent. You're not innocent, so you don't have to look at me like this. Yu Min Min stared at him. You were good friends with Gu Jingming. Why do you have to kill each other now? Fang Zhoumo laughed and walked over. He reeked of alcohol. He was completely different from the gentleman he used to be. Do you think Gu Jingming is a good person? Let me tell you, there's no good person in the Gu family. Kill each other? He killed my father first. He killed the servants of the Gu family first. Do you know how many people they killed? More than 20 of them were shot by the snipers from a distance in a planned way. Then, they rushed into my house and checked everyone one by one. Anyone who wasn't dead would be shot again. They were the ones who were being ruthless. Yu Minmin naturally didn't know about this. Gu Jingming only said that her problem had been solved. But she didn't know how it was solved, and she wouldn't ask. These national affairs were too complicated. She wouldn't understand them. Chapter 868. Fang Zhoumo had a strange, cold smile on his face. You have no idea how many fights Gu Jingming had to go through when he was running for president for the first time. He got the position and kicked out the previous president, Wu Zexu, who had served 3 consecutive terms. Why is the Gu family so well protected? Do you think it's because everyone is after the Gu family and is afraid of being ambushed? No, it's because the Gu family has too many enemies who want their lives. Why? Because the Gu family has done too many unscrupulous things that outsiders don't know about. The 2 brothers of the Gu family, one in charge of politics and the other in charge of the economy, have done so many despicable things to get to where they are today. Do you think they are innocent? They deserve to die. Yu Minmin shook her head. She shook her head sadly. Who hasn't been through this? When you were friends with them, you could forgive them. Now that you are their enemy, you are belittling them. You make it sound like you are very clean. You should know this better than me, but now you're trying to brainwash me. I won't listen to your nonsense. I believe in Gu Jingming. When he was in power, the people could see how many achievements he had. People don't love him because he is handsome, but because he has really done something. Gu Jingming said with a smile, You're right. You're right. You should know this better than me, but now you're trying to brainwash me. Yu Minmin lowered her head. I believe that even if he had really done some despicable things, it was for the benefit of the majority. Even if he is scary, he is still a good president. Huh. Ha ha. You really love him. Or is it that a lowly person like you, who finally became the president's wife, wouldn't care how he became the president? He walked over and grabbed Yu Minmin's hair. Yu Minmin was in pain. She closed her eyes. Fang Zhoumo snorted and pushed her back. Yu Minmin rolled on the ground. She felt pain, but she didn't make a sound. She was the president's wife. She wouldn't embarrass Gu Jingming. She wouldn't admit defeat to this enemy. At this moment, Fang Zhoumo's phone rang. Fang Zhoumo picked up the phone. When he saw the number, his gaze softened. Fang Zhoumo picked up the phone. Suya, how are you? In Suya's voice was very weak. Zhoumo, how are you? I'll give you an explanation. This time, Gu Jingming will die. Yu Minmin will die too. I'll make you pay for everything you've suffered. What? Gu Jingming. Zhoumo, don't do anything stupid. If you fight with Jingming, my heart will ache. Fang Zhoumo frowned. Are you still dreaming that Gu Jingming will do something to you? His heart is with Yu Minmin. No. Suya, stop lying to yourself. What's so good about Yu Minmin? Why does he treat her so well? Yu Minmin is better than you in everything, but Gu Jingming likes her. Now, I'll let them die together. You don't have to think about anyone else. Zhoumo, don't kill Jingming. You still don't want him to die? Fang Zhoumo's face turned malevolent, filled with resentment, grief, and grief. It made people feel pity for him. Unfortunately, a pitiful person must have something hateful about him. Zhoumo, I don't want to, but I've loved him for so many years, and I'm worried about you. I'm worried that if you fight with him, you'll get hurt more. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. For you, I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Even if I die now, I'll take him down with me. You, Fang Zhoumo, put down the phone and looked at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin had heard everything. He didn't want to hide it because he had already thought about it. He wanted her dead. He didn't need to worry about her hearing anything when she was about to die. Yu Minmin said sorrowfully, You said that I'm domineering over Gu Jingming because of his status. What about In Suya? Isn't she the same? Shut up. I won't allow you to speak ill of Suya. I despise Suya's name when it comes out of your mouth. Yu Minmin laughed. Since he wanted her dead anyway, no matter what she said, he wanted her dead, so she wasn't afraid of anything. How can you be so stupid? Why are you so stupid? Fang Zhongmo. She's just using you. She doesn't love you at all, because you can't compare with Gu Jingming in any way. You're not as handsome as him, tall as him, domineering as him, and not as prestigious as him. Now, in your confrontation, you are already at a disadvantage. He is still the president, but you are already a wanted criminal. You have already lost half of the battle. Your ability and influence are not as good as Gu Jingming's. Of course, she loves Gu Jingming more. She won't even look at you until she dies. You are so stupid that you are willing to be used by her. However, in the end, she will only feel sorry for Gu Jingming. She won't even look at you. Shut up. Fang Zhongmo was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He took a step to Yu Minmin and kicked her. However, it wasn't enough, so he kicked her hard to the ground. Yu Minmin sneered and lay there without saying a word. You're standing with Gu Jingming. Any woman would choose Gu Jingming, not you. Do you think she'll love you if you kill Gu Jingming? No, she'll hate you because you're not as good as Gu Jingming in any way. Yu Minmin, you're courting death. Yes, I want to die. Kill me. In Suya will be happy to be with Gu Jingming. You'll be killed by Gu Jingming too. Only the two of them will be left. Do you think In Suya will thank you a little? Maybe she will. She'll pray for you on New Year's Day and never think of you again. Fang Zhongmo was full of anger. However, when he saw Yu Minmin's fearless look, he didn't want to hit her again. No matter how hard he hit her, she didn't seem to be afraid. She just wanted to die. So what was the point of hitting her? He could only throw the beer bottle on the ground. Then, he turned around and left the room, slamming the door. Yu Minmin watched him leave. She leaned against the wall and strenuously looked at the beer bottle on the ground. She crawled over step by step and finally got a piece of it. She held it in her hand and cut the rope with great effort. The rope was very thick and it hurt a lot when she cut it. However, she still wanted to live. If there was a chance, of course, she wanted to live. She wanted to live with Gu Jingming. She loved Gu Jingming. She didn't want Gu Jingming to be with another woman and forget her after she died. Chapter 869. Meanwhile, in the Glaze Palace, amidst the haze, the skies seemed to have become increasingly gloomy because of this incident. No one dared to look at Gu Jingming's face. They were afraid that his Yama face would come true and they would really become the sacrifice of Yama. There were many people going in and out. Gu Jingming was trying to control Fang Zhongmo so that he wouldn't hurt Yu Minmin. However, there was no better way. He could only use himself to control Fang Zhongmo. Before he got her, Fang Zhongmo wouldn't kill Yu Minmin. When he still needed her as a hostage, he had to keep her alive. However, would she suffer there? Would she be beaten? Would she die? Gu Jingming couldn't think about these details. Once he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel his heart churning. He almost had the urge to kill someone. If Fang Zhongmo really dared to do anything to Yu Minmin, he felt that even if he had to face Fang Zhongmo, he would definitely be able to kill him. All the important military officials, including the Fang family's confidants and those who were familiar with the Fang family's behavior and influence, came over to discuss how to deal with Fang Zhongmo. Because this matter concerned the whole of Country C, everyone was naturally very cautious. They didn't dare to be negligent or have their own thoughts. Otherwise, if something really happened to the president's wife, the whole of Country C would be in an uproar. Now that everything was peaceful, they naturally didn't like the uproar. If there was an uproar, they would have to go out and do something, which was a waste of time and energy. They thought of a countermeasure. They felt that if they went to find Fang Zhongmo now, it would take too long, and it wouldn't be good for the president's wife. They might as well lure Fang Zhongmo out and think of a way to force him to do something else. As long as Fang Zhongmo made a move, they would have a chance to find him. At night, Gu Jingming suddenly revealed that Gu Jingming was under house arrest. The Gu family didn't allow Gu Jingming to save Yu Minmin. The Gu family was going to send someone to kill Fang Zhongmo and Yu Minmin together, so that Gu Jingming wouldn't risk his life to find Yu Minmin and put himself in danger. Fang Zhongmo was in a drunken bar. He had disguised himself. No one could tell whether he was Fang Zhongmo or not. He was a wanted criminal. This was a club bar, and the people who came here were either rich or powerful. Although he was wanted and country, C was no longer the Fang family's world. He had money. It was completely possible for him to reserve a booth here. This was a place where as long as you were willing to spend money, you could get a booth here. Fang Zhongmo was used to a good life since he was young. It was impossible for him to go to those ordinary bars. If he wanted to come, he would come to this kind of place. While he was sitting there, he heard someone chatting on the side. Have you heard that the Gu family put Gu Jingming under house arrest? Fang Zhongmo's hand that was holding the wine glass was still. He looked forward, but his ears were already perked up. He looked at the side and saw that there were also a few rich playboys. They seemed to be quite rich, but they were not from aristocratic families. They were just ordinary second-rate rich people. Otherwise, he would have seen them before. The Gu family is so powerful that they can even put the president under house arrest. It's said that the Gu family doesn't want Gu Jingming to take risks for a woman, so they put him under house arrest. It's said that the president's wife was kidnapped. The kidnapper is the Fang family who just broke up with Gu Jingming. Now, the Gu family has sent out a surveillance plane to find the Fang family. No matter whether the president's wife is in there or not, they're going to directly blow up the Fang family and the president's wife to prevent Gu Jingming from getting into trouble again. So overbearing. The Gu family? They can do whatever they want. They don't dare to do anything. It's just the president's wife. They could just find an excuse to say that she died of illness. But this Gu Jingming is really infatuated. He wants to die for his wife. It's a pity that the Gu family won't let him die so easily. They're such a rich and powerful family. How can they let Gu Jingza die so easily? Outsiders can't. It doesn't matter who the president's wife is. This news is newly released. No one else knows about it. The news didn't say anything. Is it true? Was the president's wife really kidnapped? How can the news say that? This is highly confidential information. Ordinary people won't know about it. Ordinary people really think that the modern world is peaceful and stable. In fact, it's not. The world has been turned upside down. Then how do you know about these things? These are all spread by the rich and powerful families. Only the top rich and powerful families will know about these news. What do you know? I know it because I have people above me. Do you think ordinary people can know about this? At this time, Fang Zhongmo had already stood up from his seat. He walked out quickly with a gloomy expression on his face. When they arrived at their temporary residence, he asked someone to quickly investigate whether the Gu family had really put Gu Jingming under house arrest. Then, he went to investigate whether their residence was safe and whether they would be discovered. He was suspicious. Was the Gu family really so cruel that they didn't care about Yuminmin's safety? However, Gu Jingza had brought people to kill his father. What else couldn't the Gu family do? He was so angry that he wanted to kill Yuminmin too. However, he remembered that although Gu Jingming was under house arrest, he was under house arrest because he wanted to sacrifice himself to save Yuminmin. So, Yuminmin was still useful. If Yuminmin died, the Gu family wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Even Gu Jingming wouldn't be afraid of anything and would come a deal with him directly. However, if he kept Yuminmin, since Gu Jingming cared about her so much, there was a high chance that he would break the house arrest and come to him for Yuminmin. So, he had to keep Yuminmin. Fang Zhongmo's plan was a little messed up. He asked people to investigate and also asked people to reinforce his plan. These actions exposed him. Because he was too impatient, Fang Zhongmo's whereabouts became more suspicious. Glass Palace. Sir, we have found out that Fang Zhongmo seems to be staying with Madame at a farm in the suburbs. This is the topographic map, Linda said to Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming took the topographic map and looked at it. Gu Jingming moved his eyes and said, "What are you waiting for? Search the area thoroughly." He thought for a while and stood up. "No, I will go myself." "Sir, you can't. It's too dangerous." "Let's go." "No, you go. He will hurt Minmin." "I have to go." Gu Jingming directly put on his clothes. Without looking back, he strode out with great determination. Linda was really worried, but she could only follow him quickly. She tried to persuade Gu Jingming to give up the idea, but Gu Jingming didn't listen to her. Chapter 870. In the room, Yu Minmin was looking outside. When she heard someone coming, she quickly hid the rope behind her. The rope had already been cut, and there was only one rope left. If there was a chance, she could pull it off and run away. But if there was no chance, she wouldn't let anyone see that the rope had been cut. The person who came in was Fang Zhongmo. He kicked the door open angrily and walked in. When he saw Yu Minmin, he sneered and said, "This is how the Gu family treats their daughter-in-law. You're doomed. Yu Minmin, the Gu family has imprisoned Gu Jingming. They won't let him save you. What do you think you're going to do? Are you going to die?" Yu Minmin's heart sank. Was it really like that? Was she really going to die? But if she died like that, Fang Zhongmo wouldn't be able to threaten Gu Jingming anymore. Although she didn't want to die, she would rather die than let Gu Jingming take the risk if there was no other way. She closed her eyes and laughed crazily. All right. Let's see what you can do. Kill me. Kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to threaten Gu Jingming or the Gu family. The Gu family will be able to destroy you. Anyway, the Gu family doesn't have to worry about me anymore. I'm very happy. It's a wise decision for them to give up on me. You're so arrogant, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. The Gu family will come and destroy you soon. Fang Zhongmo glared at Yu Minmin. I'm really curious. You're willing to die for Gu Jingming? Yu Minmin's eyes twinkled. I was just a commoner. I had no identity and no future. My current life is something that I could never have imagined. I thought that I would live a mediocre life hiding from debts. But now, I've become the president's wife. I've been the president's wife for a few years, and I've enjoyed everything. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. What am I afraid of? This was indeed what she thought from the bottom of her heart. As she thought about it, she smiled brightly. She wasn't afraid at all. She was already very shocked to be able to fall in love with Gu Jingming. She was so lucky to be able to fall in love with him. It was just that it was too short. She looked at him and continued to provoke him. Besides, isn't the woman you love deeply in love with Gu Jingming? He is such a man that people would rather give up their lives for. Tell me, is it useful for you to do these things for Insuya? If you touch even a hair on Gu Jingming's head, Insuya will hate you. You, Fang Zhongmo, was in a fit of rage, and when he heard what she said, it was as if he really wanted to rush over and kill her. But at this moment, the sound of a helicopter came from outside. Fang Zhongmo's expression changed, and he raised his head to look outside. Thinking back to what those good-for-nothings had said, as well as what he had found out, he immediately thought that the Gu clan was really going to bombard him and kill him along with Yu Minmin. He could not die here, nor could he let the Gu family kill Yu Minmin easily. Otherwise, how could he threaten Gu Jingming? Therefore, he pulled Yu Minmin up and walked out with her. What are you doing? Let go of me. Yu Minmin shouted as he was brought out. When he raised his head, he saw a helicopter approaching. Fang Zhongmo's eyes sharpened, and he quickened his pace. He said to the servant next to him, "Protect her. Don't let her be killed now." Yes, he could not let the Gu clan have their way. Before Gu Jingming came, he would not let Yu Minmin die. The people who got out of the helicopter could not be identified. They were from the Gu clan, the guards, or the National Defense Department. Fang Zhongmo protected Yu Minmin along the way and turned around to shoot the people who followed him. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Yu Minmin was shielded by someone, so she was not hurt at all, but someone on the other side was already shot and fell. Fang Zhongmo pulled Yu Minmin to the back and found cover. As he listened to the gunshots, a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. With anger, he switched the bullets in his hands. He glanced at Yu Minmin, then fired another shot. A person fell. Just then, Yu Minmin seized the opportunity. She suddenly broke free from the rope, ran to the soldier who had just fallen, and grabbed the gun. As soon as Fang Zhongmo turned around, he saw that Yu Minmin had already picked up the gun and aimed it at him. Fang Zhongmo's eyes were fierce. "Yu Minmin, you're asking for it." Yu Minmin said, "I'm asking for it. Kill me if you dare. I'm not going to live today anyway. But if I die, you'll die with me." Fang Zhongmo sneered. "Do you want to die? That's impossible. Don't even think about dying when I don't let you. If you die, what will happen to Gu Jingming? Gu Jingming is not here yet. You can't die even if you want to." Fang Zhongmo fired a shot at the sole of her foot. Yu Minmin instinctively stepped back. Fang Zhongmo took the opportunity to step forward and grab Yu Minmin's hand. At this time, Gu Jingming just got off the plane. He saw the fight between Yu Minmin and Fang Zhongmo, so he immediately jumped off the plane. He held the gun in his hand and shot Fang Zhongmo's arm. He didn't dare to shoot his chest because Yu Minmin was still there. If he shot Yu Minmin, he might hurt Yu Minmin, so he could only shoot from the side. Fang Zhongmo felt the pain and let go of Yu Minmin. However, the moment he turned around, he saw Gu Jingming. He endured the pain and pulled Yu Minmin over. He pointed the gun at Yu Minmin's temple. Gu Jingming, you're finally here. Gu Jingming looked at him and said, let Minmin go. Fang Zhongmo narrowed his eyes. Aren't you under house arrest? He wasn't an idiot. Seeing Gu Jingming walk over, dressed in camouflage and wearing a bulletproof vest, he knew that Gu Jingming had come prepared. He didn't look like someone who had escaped. He had fallen into a trap. Gu Jingming wasn't under house arrest, and they didn't want to kill Yu Minmin. The funny thing was that he had asked his men to protect Yu Minmin, which had slowed down the team. Up until now, almost all of his men had died, and they still hadn't escaped. Fang Zhongmo laughed heartily. Gu Jingming, I have to admire you. You're very cunning, but it's a pity that Yu Minmin is still in my hands. You can't be cold-blooded and heartless. Otherwise, I would have died today. But she's still here. Think about it. Do you want to die? Or do you want her dead? If you take another step forward, my gun won't have eyes. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin and slowly put down the gun in his hand. Let Minmin go. Fang Zhongmo laughed maniacally. He had won. He had won after all. Fang Zhongmo moved the gun away and pointed it at Gu Jingming's heart. Even if you die today, you deserve it. Gu Jingming, dying once isn't enough. No matter how many times you die, you won't be able to save the lives of the Fang family in Suya's heart. Chapter 871. Yu Minmin's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Gu Jingming with her mouth agape. No, don't shoot. Just kill me if you want to. Yu Minmin tried to grab the gun. Gu Jingming calmed himself down and shouted at Yu Minmin. Minmin, don't move. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming, her tears falling uncontrollably. Gu Jingming, you can't come here. You're the president. Many people's lives depend on you. But my life depends on you. Gu Jingming looked at her and said in a hoarse voice. Yu Minmin was stunned, and his body froze in that instant. Fang Zhongmo gritted his teeth and snorted. Don't worry. You two, one in front and one behind. Neither of you can escape. He pulled the trigger and was about to shoot. But at this moment, Zhongmo don't. A shrill voice came from behind. Fang Zhongmo was stunned. He turned around with his eyes wide open. It was In Suya. She had rushed back from Paris. Suyayu. Fang Zhongmo looked at In Suya and said in disbelief, Why are you here? In Suya shook her head. Don't shoot. Please don't kill him. I beg him. Fang Zhongmo loosened his grip and looked at her. He betrayed you and let you down. How can you ask me to let him go? Suya, don't be silly. He has come here for another woman. In Suya sat on the ground and shook her head in tears. But I can't forget him. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't accept it if you kill him. In Fang Zhongmo's eyes, there was more of a sigh, a tactful sorrow, and self-mockery. Then why did he do all this? Is it because he is the president and has nothing? Suya, tell me. Is it because he has everything and I have nothing? No. It's because he is Gu Jingming. It's because he is him. So I can't forget him. I'm sorry. I want to love you too, but I can't. Fang Zhongmo sighed. At this moment, the bodyguards behind him were ready. Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Fang Zhongmo's chest burst open and some blood splashed onto In Suya's face. In Suya looked at him in shock, her eyes filled with fear. Zhongmo, Zhongmo, don't die. In Suya threw herself on Fang Zhongmo and cried. After a while, she raised her head and turned around to look at Gu Jingming. Jingming, I really love you. I don't want to see this happen, but I can't stop it. I can only stop him from killing you because I really can't watch you die. Gu Jingming just looked at her indifferently and didn't say anything. In silence, he slowly walked to Yu Minmin's side. Yu Minmin suddenly felt very tired. She leaned on Gu Jingming's body and collapsed. Only then did Gu Jingming see that her hand were covered with bloody wounds. The wounds were of different depths and looked terrible. Gu Jingming held her hand and looked at her anxiously. What happened? Were you abused? Yu Minmin just shook her head weakly and lowered her head to look at Yin Suya. Miss Yin, he died because of you, and he died because of you. Even until his death, he believed that he was doing a good deed for you. But it was all a tragedy. He was a tragedy. I really feel sad for him, because before his body turned cold, you were already expressing your love for another man. And this man was a married man. She had told Fang Zhoumo that even if he died, Yin Suya wouldn't remember him. She didn't expect it to happen so soon. Yin Suya raised her eyebrows and looked at her. She said sadly, "It's all your fault, Yu Minmin." Yin Suya really couldn't do it. She looked at Fang Zhoumo and couldn't feel any passion, unlike when she was facing Gu Jingming. Her desire for this man was so obvious that she couldn't hide it. After all, there was only one Gu Jingming in the world. She really couldn't bear to see Gu Jingming with another woman and let another woman enjoy his glory. In the end, no matter how good Fang Zhoumo was, he was still not as good as Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming looked at Yin Suya coldly and didn't say a word. He just carried Yu Minmin and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital." Yu Minmin nodded and leaned against his chest. She quietly closed her eyes. At that moment, she felt that it was a blessing to be able to smell his scent. It was a blessing that she had lost and found again. In a national special hospital, Yu Minmin was in the ward doing a full examination. There were only some minor injuries on her body. They seemed to be superficial wounds, and the injury on her hand was the most serious. But luckily, there didn't seem to be any other serious injuries. Gu Jingming kept looking at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin felt guilty, so she raised her head and said, "I'm fine now. I'm scared when you keep staring at me." Gu Jingming said, "I'm going to keep my eyes on you. I'll keep my eyes on you at all times, so that you won't disappear in front of me again." Yu Minmin's heart was beating wildly. At the side, the nurse who was still cleaning her wounds was intoxicated by the story. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingming in surprise. It was hard for her to imagine that such a cold man like Mr. President would be so nice to his wife. Moreover, the special class hospital was definitely a secret hospital. Gu Jingming didn't need to show off his love in front of others. He could totally show his true self, because the people here would never leak anything that happened in the hospital. However, Gu Jingming still said so. Maybe this was the real him. The nurse looked at Yu Minmin enviously and quickly left. At that moment, the doctor walked in with a solemn face. "Mr. President." He was still holding Yu Minmin's examination report in his hand. He walked in quickly as if something had happened. Gu Jingming's expression turned serious. "What's wrong?" Seeing Gu Jingming's expression change, the doctor said hurriedly, "Sir, Madam, congratulations. Madam is pregnant for only 2 months." Both husband and wife froze in place. It was a little unbelievable. Yu Minmin had never thought about it. She raised her head and looked at the doctor, dumbfounded. Pregnant? She was pregnant? Gu Jingming was so shocked that the expression on his face froze. After a while, he suddenly walked to Yu Minmin's side and held her hand. "You're pregnant. Minmin, you're pregnant." Yu Minmin came back to her senses. But the next moment, she remembered her previous pregnancy. She touched her belly, not daring to be too happy. This child won't." Gu Jingming's face darkened. He raised his head and said, "Can we do an ultrasound to see if the child is normal?" The previous pregnancy was because they had only done a blood test, but they didn't do an ultrasound, which led to the child's ectopic pregnancy. They only found out when there was bleeding. Chapter 872. The doctor said hurriedly, "Yes. Although we can't see anything else, we should be able to see if it's in or out of the uterus." "Okay, let's go check it out now," Gu Jingming said. Yu Minmin was lying on the machine, feeling very nervous. Gu Jingming was beside her. The machine was facing the two of them. They could see some shadows on the screen, but those that didn't know would not be able to understand these professional things. The doctor was searching there. Yu Minmin felt that she had been waiting for a while, but she still couldn't find it. She was very anxious. Gu Jingming seemed to feel Yu Minmin's nervousness, and he quickly held her hand. She looked up at Gu Jingming. She wanted to smile, but she couldn't. Gu Jingming's hand tightened. He looked at her and said, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Yu Minmin seemed to have received his energy, and she felt a lot more comforted. Then, the doctor finally said, "It's here. I found it." The doctor felt even more nervous than the two of them, because this was Mr. President's child. Even if there was a problem with the child, it had nothing to do with him. But perhaps because Gu Jingming was standing there and looking at it, his strong aura made people feel nervous. It was as if there was a problem, and they felt that they were going to die. So the doctor was really scared to death. The doctor said, "Mr. President, Madam, look, this is the embryo. You can see the heartbeat. It's in the uterus. It looks very normal, but it's still small, so it's hard to find." Yu Minmin looked at the small dot carefully. Was that her child? Indeed, she couldn't see anything at this moment. If the doctor hadn't said that it was a child, she wouldn't have thought that such a small thing was a child. However, when she heard the doctor say that everything was normal, her heart really jumped for joy. She looked up at Gu Jingming with a gentle smile on his face. The smile lines at the corner of his eyes spread. Yu Minmin felt warmth in her heart. It was the first time she felt so satisfied. In the past, she didn't like children at all. But now, she seemed to see a family of 3 with a child. That perfect appearance made her full of expectations. She really hoped that this child would come soon. Gu Jingming sat down and held Yu Minmin's hand. Yu Minmin wanted to get up, but Gu Jingming reached out and pressed her down. He put one hand on the back of her head and gently leaned his forehead against hers. Their breaths were in contact. It was a very romantic feeling. Yu Minmin's face turned red. "I told you it was all right, didn't I?" he said. Yu Minmin nodded. "I'm really lucky to be pregnant at this time. If anything happens in the next 2 days, then chill. Nothing will happen to him. He who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. He'll be fine in the future." Yu Minmin lowered her head and smiled. Holding his hand, a feeling of happiness spread in her heart. The doctor was still there. He didn't know whether he should get up or pretend that he didn't see anything. After a long time, Gu Jingming finally got up and carried Yu Minmin out. Yu Minmin had to recuperate for the next few days. Because she was pregnant, some medicines were classified and couldn't be given to her. After Gu Jingming examined her, he brought her back to Lapis Lazuli Palace to recuperate. Yu Minmin suddenly felt that this world was quite a fantasy. Yesterday, she felt that she was in a precarious situation. Today, she found out that she was pregnant. The sky seemed to be much clearer today. When they reached home, the servants started to busy themselves inside and outside. Gu Jingming brewed something for Yu Minmin to drink and brought it in personally for her. Yu Minmin leaned against the pillow and looked at Gu Jingming. "Why? Now that I'm pregnant, my treatment has improved too?" Gu Jingming put down the things in his hands. "Don't I usually treat you so well?" Yu Minmin knew that he used to treat her like this in the past. He was careful and considerate. Mr. President, who was so radiant outside, when he came back to the room, he took good care of his wife like an ordinary man. He was even more meticulous than an ordinary man. She said, "I was just joking. You usually treat me very well." "I know." He sat down. "At least you still have a conscience. I thought you didn't know." Yu Minmin laughed even more. Seeing him pick up the spoon and feed her mouthful by mouthful, she said, "Tell me, do you like boys or girls?" Gu Jingming looked at her. "As long as it's your child, I like it." Yu Minmin knew that this man was good at sweet talking. He was an old fox. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do so well in politics. She said, "You can't be so perfunctory. You have to say something." Gu Jingming shook his head. He thought about it seriously and said, "Okay, then I think it's still a boy." "Why?" Yu Minmin thought that he shouldn't have a preference for boys. He said, "Because if it's a boy, we don't have to care so much about him. We don't have to worry about him being bullied. There are no good men. I don't want to give birth to a girl and be cheated by men in the future." Yu Minmin was amused. She looked at him and said, "There are no good men. Then you're a man too. Do you have a lot of things?" "Of course." Gu Jingming tapped her head. "If I were a good man, how would I get you pregnant?" Yu Minmin blushed when she heard that. This president was too frivolous. Just then, a servant knocked on the door. The servant didn't have the heart to disturb the warm couple. but she knew that the people outside had been waiting for a long time. She didn't dare to be negligent, so she knocked on the door and said, "Sir, Madam, second young master and young mistress are here." It was Gu Jingze and Lin Che. Yu Minmin said, "Ah, they're here. Have they been worried about you these past 2 days?" Gu Jingming said, "Jingze is basically helping you this time. Lin Che is probably worried about you too." He asked the servant to invite the two of them in. Yu Minmin wanted to come down, but Gu Jingming stopped her. "They're not outsiders anyway. You could just wait for them." Yu Minmin thought that it was reasonable, so she didn't come down. Gu Jingze came in with Lin Che. Seeing that Yu Minmin was fine, Lin Che's pale face became a little rosier. "Minmin, you worried me to death," she said as she walked in. Gu Jingming looked at her and said to Gu Jingze, "Okay, let's talk outside." Gu Jingze also had important matters to discuss with him, so he nodded his head and left Lin Che and Yu Minmin alone. Lin Che said, "What did the servant say just now?" "She said that you're pregnant. Is that true?" Yu Minmin blushed and was a little shy. "They're too talkative." Lin Che smiled and said, "Why? Are you still hiding it from me?" Chapter 873. Yu Minmin said, "Of course not. It's just that I wanted to tell you myself, but they talked too much first." Lin Che sighed and said, "I was really worried about you yesterday. Fortunately, you're fine and the results were good. However, you've suffered this time." She looked at the wound on Yu Minmin's palm and felt that she must be in pain. "Let me see what happened to you. How did your hand get hurt like this?" Yu Minmin waved her hand. "It's okay. It's just a superficial wound." Lin Che frowned. "It must be very painful." Yu Minmin shook her head. "At that time, my adrenaline probably surged, so I didn't feel any pain at all. It looks quite scary now, but it's actually fine. It's already starting to heal. It's just a little itchy." "All right. Seriously, those stinky men always involve women." Lin Che pulled her. "Fortunately, you're fine." Yu Minmin sighed. Thinking of Fang Zhongmo, she still felt very regretful. He had done something crazy for a woman, but in the end, that woman wasn't touched at all. What a pity. Yu Minmin really felt that he was very pitiful. However, it was all over and it had nothing to do with her. She came back to her senses. "Oh yeah, I haven't been able to go to the company these few days. I wonder how it's going." "All right, I'll take care of the company. Rest well and take care of the baby. I'll take care of it when you're better." Yu Minmin said, "All right, I'll be counting on you these days. Don't worry." Although Yu Minmin was a person who couldn't stay idle, she really didn't dare to do anything rashly this time after a previous experience. She also felt that it was better to wait for the child to stabilize before continuing to deal with the matters that needed to be dealt with. Anyway, Bai was mature now, and Lin Che didn't need her to worry about him. Naturally, he would be able to deal with those matters. Outside, Gu Jingze said, "The Fong family's matter has been settled. This time, we won in a dangerous situation. However, brother, you were really impulsive at that time. Fortunately, In Suya." Gu Jingming shook his head. "If it were you, would you have been able to resist going out at that time?" "I couldn't resist, but I don't regret it." Gu Jingze patted his shoulder. "Anyway, it's all in the past. It's better to be careful in the future." Gu Jingming nodded. "Did Black Eagle participate in this matter?" "No." Gu Jingze said, "I haven't seen him since the last time we met. I don't know what he's busy with. This time, I think it's related to a lot of secrets, so I didn't call him." Gu Jingming said, "By the way, did father ask you to investigate something when he came back?" "Oh, you mean something about a child? Did he ask you to investigate as well?" "That's right. He asked me to do him a favor and investigate in Country C. But who is this kid?" "I took a look, and, judging from his birth year, he's about the same age as you." Gu Jingze shook his head. "I don't know who it is either." Gu Jingming said, "But it's not easy to find. I've asked someone to check all the records of the babies that year. There's no information about the orphanage, immigration, or adoption. It's been too long. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I don't think it's easy to find. If we want to know who he is, there are two ways. One is to ask father directly, and the other is to find clues about him ourselves. In my opinion, if we ask father directly, he might not tell us. Then we can only look into it, Gu Jing said. Okay. While the two brothers were discussing what was going to happen next, the entire upper class was still discussing the shocking incident that had just happened. After Fong Zhongmo's death, the only bloodline of the Fong family was gone. The Fong family, which had dominated the military and political power for a while, was easily destroyed by the Gu family. All the wealthy families instantly sighed. However, they were even more fearful of the Gu family. While Yu Minmin was resting at home, Lin Che discussed the script with Nan Gongyu twice in private. After reading the script, Lin Che really felt that it was a good script. She looked at Nan Gongyu and was still a little hesitant. Why did you choose me? I'm a has-been star now. I haven't acted in any movies since I came back. Nan Gongyu said, the scene that you performed at the National Drama Ceremony that day was very good. I think you're very suitable for this role, so I want you to act in it. This character was a bad woman who had been deceiving the male lead. Her acting skills were excellent, vicious, and bad. However, this movie was a comedy. It used elements of black comedy to satirize society. It was a good comedy movie. It was very refreshing. Lin Che said, because of that performance, I only did it to provoke Peng Yu. Don't regret it when the time comes. Of course not. I have a good eye for people. Don't worry. This role is very suitable for you, and you're very suitable for our production team. You won't regret it, even if you participate in the performance. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. She felt that she could give it a try. Indeed, she had never acted in such a role before. I've never met you before. I didn't expect that we would be so fated to meet because of the National Drama Ceremony. Sigh, it seems that I'm really lucky this time. All right, you're not a blind cat, and I'm not a dead mouse. I'll take it that you agree. Let's find a time to discuss the contract. After signing the contract, we'll start filming next month. All right then, let's work together happily. Lin Che was chosen by Nan Gongyu. After leaving the production team of the TV series, she immediately started filming Nan Gongyu's movie. This news immediately caused a commotion in the entertainment industry. On the day of the contract signing, Nan Gongyu directly posted a photo of Lin Che on Weibo and said that he welcomed her to join. Everyone was very surprised. The two of them used to be completely unrelated to each other, but now they were suddenly going to film together. The fans felt that it was strange at first, but then they started to look forward to it. Nan Gongyu was a very interesting person, and Lin Che was also a very interesting person. They felt that it would be very interesting for the two of them to film together. Nan Gongyu's reputation in the industry and the fan circle was very good. Everyone felt that Lin Che was really lucky to be able to act in his movie. After leaving the previous production team, she directly entered the movie production team, which was much better than the previous production team. In the company, Abai looked at Lin Che and said, let's let Peng Yu and the others have a look. We really don't care about their TV series, but I don't know if this refreshing movie will sell well. Nan Gongyu's reputation is good, but his movies haven't sold to the limit. In other words, although they're very popular, none of them are very popular. I don't know how this one will do. Right now, I'm the only one who's going to play the role. I don't know who the male lead will be, but I think the script is good. Right now, comedies are also very popular. I don't want to be popular or lose money. I just want to be popular. After all, I've just made a comeback, so I can only take it slow. I don't want to become popular all of a sudden. Lin Che said, oh right, Min Min hasn't had time to deal with business recently, so we'll have to do it ourselves these days. Chapter 874. Abai said, of course that's not a problem. I've been learning for so long. I have to have a chance to train alone. Just then, someone outside suddenly said, Sister Che, there's an old man outside who wants to see you. Old man? Lin Che asked suspiciously. Yeah, I don't know who it is, but he's just hanging around the door. We've been rushing here for a long time, but he still won't leave. Lin Che said, forget it, I'll go take a look. Lin Che got up and went out. She was shocked to see Gucci Gong at the door. She opened her mouth for a long time before calling out, Dad. She walked over. Why are you here? The people behind asked in surprise. This old man is Sister Che's father? They naturally felt that something was wrong, because Lin Che's father was the mayor. This was something that had been exposed before. Of course, They didn't know that this wasn't Lin Che's father, but Gu Jing's father. His sons were shining in various fields, but he seemed to be an unknown old man. No one would be able to associate him with Gu Jingze or Gu Jingming if they saw him like this. "Dad, why are you here?" she asked. Gu Qigong chuckled. "It's nothing. I just came out for a walk and thought of coming over to take a look. Also, you guys have been busy these few days because of Jingming's matter, so I didn't want to disturb you guys. I want to see my grandson now. Is that okay?" Lin Che understood. She hadn't brought him to see Nian Yin yet. Indeed, she had been too busy these few days and had forgotten about these things. There were too many noisy things. She would forget many things if she didn't have the opportunity to remind her. She said, "How about this? I think it's about time. I reckon that Nian Yin will be brought home soon. I'll bring you to see him now. Okay?" "Sure, of course. Jingze is often busy, so I don't want to disturb him." "Why would I? You can go whenever you want." He was smiling, and he looked very kind. Lin Che gave some instructions and got someone to drive the two back. They arrived at the Gu residence. Some of the servants were newly trained, so most of them didn't know who this old man was. However, since Lin Che had brought them here, they naturally let them in. When they entered, the servants looked at them curiously. Lin Che then said, "What are you all looking at?" "Grandpa Nian is here to see Nian Yin. Hurry up and get someone to call Nian Yin out." When everyone heard this, they looked at him in surprise. She had known that old Master Gu had finally returned after so many years, but she had yet to see him. Today was the first time she saw him, so she was naturally surprised. When everyone heard that it was their grandfather, they hurriedly went to prepare tea and snacks. Lin Che said, "What about Nian Yin?" The servant said, "Madam, sir is talking with Mr. Mo in the room. Young master will be home soon. Should I inform sir?" "Oh, Mo Jinyan? All right, let them talk. We'll just sit here and wait." In the room, Mo Jinyan sat there and looked at Gu Jingze's perfunctory expression. Gu Jingze said, "Many of the Fong family's things are being taken back now. Some of the female family members are abroad and will never return to C Nation in this life. The Fong family still has a few powers under their control. I was thinking that if you're interested, I can give you some powers in the military and government." Mo Jinyan raised his brows and looked at him. "You trust me that much? Have you forgotten that I also have a grudge with your family? This isn't a matter of trust. It's a matter of mutual restraint. Do you think that I'll give you everything just because I give it to you? There will definitely be other forces that will mutually restrain you. I'm not afraid of you unless you want to give up such a large business territory in C Nation. Give up your identity that you have painstakingly cleared and continue to be a black eagle in the dark. Also, give up your daughter." "Hey," Mo Jinyan was about to jump up. "I knew it. You didn't have good intentions when you asked me to acknowledge my daughter." Gu Jingze said, "I'm the only one who knows about this. If I didn't say it, you would never know about it in this life. So, even if I have an ulterior motive, it will definitely be beneficial to you. Moreover, as long as we are on the same side, I will help you protect your daughter and your woman. Isn't that great?" Mo Jinyan was a little absent-minded as he looked ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Mo Jinyan said, "All right, I'll take it if you give it to me. It'll be a waste if I don't take it, right?" Gu Jingze only smiled faintly. Mo Jinyan raised his brows and looked at him, purposely making things difficult for him. "However, I have to remind you that even though the Fangs and their father are dead, there are still many subordinates in the Fangs. Even though they appear to be loyal on the surface, they might not think so in their hearts. Don't stab you in the back when the time comes. If that happens, you won't be so happy anymore. Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll be the one who killed Fong Jimin with me. If I die, don't even think about escaping. You." Mo Jinyan harumphed. Mo Jinyan didn't say anything else and got up to leave. The two of them walked out as they spoke. Voices came from outside. It was Lin Che and Gu Qigong. Gu Jingze asked the helper, "Is Madam back?" "Yes, she came with old Master Gu." Gu Jingze was stunned. He lifted his feet and walked out, but he didn't notice that Mo Jinyan had also stopped and was standing there looking outside. He narrowed his eyes. After a while, he clenched his fists and walked out. When Lin Che heard the sound, he looked up and smiled at Gu Jingze. Are you done with your work? Dad wants to come and see Nian Yin. Gu Qigong sat there and turned around with a smile. Gu Jingze said, Oh, I asked someone to bring Nian Yin back. Lin Che said in surprise, Nian Yin comes back so late every day? Why isn't he here yet? Gu Jingze's eyes flashed, and he looked at Gu Qigong, who was standing at the side. Gu Qigong raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that he knew something, but he still maintained his smile and didn't say anything. Gu Jingze didn't care about him anymore and said to Lin Che, Nian Yin likes to play outside for a while before coming back. Oh! Lin Che didn't suspect anything. He saw Mo Jinyin walk out silently from behind. Gu Qigong also noticed the person behind. He looked over and squinted at Mo Jinyin. It was a stranger he had never seen before, but he was suddenly shocked by the expression on his face. He felt that there was a deep resentment in that indifferent gaze. Gu Qigong was also stunned. He didn't know who he was, but he felt that it was weird to see such an expression on his face. But at this moment, Gu Jingze heard a sound from outside. Nian Yin had been brought back. Lin Che immediately said, Aya, Nian Yin is here. Gu Jingze said, Father, go and take a look. Gu Qigong turned around again to look at Mo Jinyin, who was behind him, before he went to look for Nian Yin with a smile. Chapter 875. Mo Jinyin had already left silently. By the time the few of them looked for him, he had already disappeared. Gu Qigong was naturally very happy to see Nian Yin. Nian Yin also raised her head obediently. After hearing Lin Che's words, she immediately greeted him politely. Gu Qigong looked at Nian Yin and sighed. Sigh, it's tough being a child of the Gu family, but you'll be grateful for the hardships you're facing now one day. Come, let Grandpa see if Nian Yin is in good health. He wanted to lift Nian Yin up, but his old waist really couldn't take it anymore. As soon as he lifted Nian Yin up, he let out a yelp. Lin Che was shocked and quickly reached out to take Nian Yin. Dad, what's wrong? Gu Jingze said, Are you hurt? It's very heavy every year. If you can't handle it, don't try to show off. I'll call someone over to take a look. Gu Qigong clutched his waist and smiled awkwardly. I really can't accept my old age. Gu Jingze asked someone to take a look at Gu Qigong. Fortunately, it was just a sprained waist and nothing serious. He lay down and felt that it was better to go back to the Gu family's old residence. Gu Jingze said he would find someone to send him back. Gu Qigong said, Why don't you guys stay over for a night too? My waist is a hindrance. I haven't even seen Yin Yin yet. Lin Che looked at Gu Qigong's reluctant face. It seemed that he was unwilling to go back now. Seeing that Gu Jingze dared to refuse, Lin Che said directly, All right, let's send Dad back. Dad will be worried if he goes back alone. Gu Jingze raised his eyes and looked towards Lin Che. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, he didn't say anything in the end. Gu Qigong looked on and smiled. This stubborn brat would change his mind just because of someone else's words. Lin Che, Gu Jingze, and Nian Yin walked Gu Qigong back. Lin Che even asked Nian Yin to sit in the same car as old Master Gu, so that his grandfather could get closer to his grandson. Gu Jingze and Lin Che sat in the same car. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, You're really cold to your father. Gu Jingze looked at her. Really? I don't think so. Lin Che tilted his head. Is it because he abandoned you for more than 10 years, so you don't like him? Gu Jingze took a breath and said, Not really. The children of the Gu family are very independent since they were young. Lin Che shook his head. A child of the Gu family is still a child. I know that he left for more than 10 years, and he didn't care much about you when you were young, so you might feel that he's not close to you. But that's because he has his own things to do, and he doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Even if he's not very close to you, he's still your father. Lin Che lowered his head and thought of his father, who couldn't even be called a father. He shook his head and said, At least you still have a father. Hearing this, Gu Jingze turned to look at Lin Che. Gu Jingze felt sad when he recalled that she had never had a real family in the past. He looked at Lin Che and pulled her into his embrace. Kissing her hair, he said, It's okay. You still have me. Lin Che smiled and raised her head. Yeah, I still have you. She looked at his face and smiled. Having you is enough. Sometimes I wonder if it's because I'm destined to meet you that the heavens gave me so many wounds. Because when I meet you, everything will be compensated for. Gu Jingzi said, You make me feel so pressured. It's as if I'm sorry for not treating you well. Lin Che raised her head. Why? Are you going to treat me badly? I'll treat you well. I'll treat you well. Only then did she smile in satisfaction, a proud look on her face. He shook his head. If I don't treat you well, how are you going to take revenge on me? Me? Of course I can't take revenge on you. You're the dignified CEO of the Gu family. But, Humph, don't come into my room at night. She pushed him in the chest with her hand. Gu Jingzi's face darkened. This revenge is very serious. He said, You're the first woman who dares to threaten me. Aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge on you? Lin Che looked at him. How are you going to take revenge? Gu Jingzi pinched her. If you don't let me into the room, I'll force my way in and take revenge on you in bed. Damn it. This is how the dignified CEO, Gu, takes revenge. Huh. It seems that you don't think it's enough. Let's try it tonight. Get lost. Gu Jingzi lifted her chin, kissed her lips, and plundered her. Lin Che's mouth was numb from his sucking. He kissed her lips bit by bit, tasting her delicious taste. His hands groped her long legs under the car. However, they were in a car. Panting, Lin Che didn't forget that there was a chauffeur in front. She quickly grabbed his disobedient hands and made him let go of her. In front, the chauffeur finally heaved a sigh of relief. His palms were sweaty when he saw that they had finally arrived at their destination. He only prayed that the next time Sir and Madam were in the same car, they wouldn't ask him to drive. He really couldn't bear it. He didn't dare to look back, but he could still feel the heat waves attacking him. He felt that the two of them could flirt at any time. He really didn't want to watch a reality show. But if Gu Jingzi really did do it with Lin Che, as the chauffeur of the Gu family, he really didn't dare to make sound. Fortunately, they pulled it back in time. Actually, it was obvious that Sir and Madam weren't such unreasonable people. However, when they were together, they were no different from people who had lost their minds and were in love. Lin Che was very thin-skinned. At this moment, she was already burning. She glared at Gu Jingzi and quickly got out of the car. Then she ignored him. Seriously, he was so shy to be so touchy-feely with her in the car. It would be so awkward for her to see this chauffeur in the future. Gu Jingzi watched her run away and felt very depressed. He turned back to look at the flushed chauffeur and then at the car. Looking around, he felt that it was necessary to install a privacy device. Gu Jingzi quickly got out of the car and chased after her. Hey, Lin Che, wait for me. Lin Che turned back and glared at him. Then he ignored him and walked into the old house. The people inside watched in surprise as Gu Jingzi chased after Lin Che and called out Lin Che's name. They couldn't help but be surprised. How did their husband offend Madam this time? Seeing Mu Wanqing, Lin Che hurried over. Mom. Mu Wanqing looked worried. What happened? On the way here, I heard that your father. It's just a sprain. The doctor said that he'll be fine after some rest. At this time, Gu Jingzi had also caught up and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che quickly hid behind Mu Wanqing and made a face at Gu Jingzi, who was chasing after him. Mu Wanqing looked at the two of them strangely. She still didn't understand what they were doing. Chapter 876. Gu Jingzi looked at Mu Wanqing and put away his expression. He said to her, Mother, don't worry. I've already asked someone to take a look. He said to Lin Che, Come here. Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly hugged Mu Wanqing's arm. Mom, look, he's going to bully me again. Mu Wanqing said, Why do I feel like you're the one bullying him? Lin Che pouted with an innocent expression, as if he was more wrong than he. How could that be? He's so powerful and fierce. How could I bully him? Mu Wanqing tapped her forehead. No matter how fierce he is, he'll become soft in front of you. No one else can bully him, but it's definitely possible for you. Mom, look at you. You're starting to side with him. Lin Che stomped his feet and acted coquettishly. Mu Wanqing softened. Okay. I'm on your side. I won't let him bully you, okay? Mom, you're the best. Lin Che leaned on her shoulder and rubbed against it. Mu Wanqing looked at him. She's a girl. You have to give in to her. How can you bully her? Gu Jing's face darkened. He had never seen a woman who could distort black and white better than her, and she was so good at acting coquettishly. The key was that when other women acted coquettishly, it was especially annoying to watch, but she wasn't like that. Her coquettish look was so natural and not pretentious at all. Gu Jingzi knew that this was definitely not because she was in the eye of the beholder. She had this kind of ability. Even though everyone knew that she was lying through her teeth, they could only be helpless against her. Gu Jingzi could only look at her threateningly. His eyes seemed to be saying, "When I catch you, see how I'll deal with you." However, Lin Che fearlessly made faces at him, as if he didn't care at all. Mu Wanqing laughed out loud when she saw this. Seeing that Gu Qigong was also coming in, with little Nian Nian beside him, the family seemed to be complete, making Mu Wanqing feel especially satisfied. What did she want in her life? Wasn't it just a family reunion and happiness? Everyone had thought that the two of them were fighting when they saw Gu Jingzi chasing after Lin Che with a dark expression. Now that he looked again, he realized that the two of them were just fooling around. When second young master was still second young master, everyone knew that he doted on Lin Che, so they didn't mind. Now that the second young master was the master of the family, everyone's eyes were focused on him. They paid more attention to his every move. Seeing him quarreling with Lin Che, everyone felt that the two of them didn't seem to have any intention of relaxing after being together for so long. On the contrary, they were like a couple who had just fallen in love. Even though they were quarreling, they were still the same as before. It made people feel that Gu Jingzi definitely wouldn't relax in a short time. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them would continue. For the time being, no one could threaten Madam's position. Thus, everyone spontaneously became even more respectful towards Lin Che. Gu Qigong took Gu Shinian out to play, while Lin Che and Gu Jingzi went back to their room. Gu Qigong looked at Gu Shinian and sighed. "Nian Nian, are you tired?" Nian Nian shook his head. "I'm not tired." Gu Qigong said, "Sigh. Grandpa knows that you're not just in kindergarten now. You must have learned a lot. If you're tired, you can tell your father. It's not necessary to learn these things." Nian Nian shook his head. "I'm really not tired. The more I learn, the better I can protect Mama." Gu Qigong sighed. This child looked really different. He could be compared to Gu Jingzi when he was young. He said to Nian Nian, Good child. Seeing that you've worked so hard, Grandpa will give you a present." Nian Nian said, "What good thing does Grandpa have for me?" "Hey, how do you know it's good?" Gu Qigong looked at this clever little guy. Although he looked calm and collected, this young man's eyes were sharp. Nian Nian said, "Grandpa's been watching me for a long time. Isn't it because you have something important to give me?" Gu Qigong said, Good. Looks like I didn't misjudge you." "Yes, all these years, although Grandpa has been playing outside and hasn't done anything serious, I have a small team that I specially trained. Now that I'm back, these people aren't that useful to me anymore. Grandpa, I'll give them to you." When Nian Nian heard this, he raised his head. "Are they people? Where are they?" Gu Qigong took out a chip from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is a chip with their information. Take it. They'll be yours in the future. You can't see them now, but when there's a chance, I'll get them to look for you. This team of secret guards is very good at tracking and searching. They're also very good at protecting you in secret. As for their other functions, it'll depend on how you plan to use them in the future." Nian Nian looked at the chip in his hand and said to Gu Qigong, "Such amazing people. Why didn't Grandpa give them to Papa?" Gu Qigong said, "Your Papa has his own men. He doesn't need me anymore." Sigh. Gu Shinian was naturally very happy to accept it. He raised his head and said to Gu Qigong with a smile, "Thank you, Grandpa." Gu Qigong said, "Hey, you little snob. You only looked at me properly after I gave you something." Gu Shinian said, "Grandpa, do you have to give me some time to get used to it? I haven't gotten used to having so many parents looking after me all of a sudden." Gu Qigong shook his head helplessly. However, he was his grandson after all, and he was so smart. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. When he came back, he had been thinking about how to settle these people down. They were originally used to find that child, but after searching for so many years, they still couldn't find him. It could be seen that it was really useless for him to search aimlessly. It was better to let his two sons mobilize public and private forces throughout the country to search together. Since they were useless to him, he might as well hand them over to someone who could use them. Although Nian Yin was young, he looked very powerful. He would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. He felt that handing these people over to him was the best choice. On the other side, Gu Jingze finally found an opportunity to trap Lin Shay in the room. Lin Shay turned around and saw that Gu Jingze had entered. She didn't think much of it first, but she saw Gu Jingze's eyes brighten. He smiled at her and walked over step by step. Lin Shay then felt that something was wrong. She looked at him and asked, "Hey, what are you doing? What do you think?" Chapter 877. Lin Shay pushed against his chest. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Gu Jingze pressed against her neck. "I've already started thinking about it in the car. Don't you think it's a hurry?" "How dare he talk about it in the car?" Lin Shay snorted. "Let go of me, you pervert. How dare you move around in the car? The driver saw you." Gu Jingze looked down at her. "I don't know how to do it. Even if I dare to do it, who would dare to see it?" Gu Jingze hugged her. "I'll show you who dares to peek at my privacy." As he spoke, Gu Jingze picked up the phone. "Clear the area around the room," he said. Lin Shay looked at him in surprise. "What do you want to do?" Gu Jingze picked her up. He lowered his head and pursed his lips, revealing a devilish smile. Lin Shay didn't know why, but she saw a hint of playfulness in that smile. He held her in his arms and walked towards the balcony without any hesitation. Gu Jingze's residence in the Gu family mansion was still the two-story bungalow that he had lived in when he was young. It was separated from the other houses. The bedroom was on the second floor. The balcony on the second floor was very spacious. He lifted the white curtains, carried Lin Shay, and put her on the windowsill. Lin Shay was stunned. She quickly looked down through the window. It was a quiet night outside. There wasn't a single person on the street. The servants who used to walk around were now nowhere to be seen. It was all because he had asked them to clear out everyone, so it was unprecedentedly quiet outside. But this was the balcony after all. Lin Shay said hurriedly, "No, not here, Gu Jingze." However, before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was already completely blocked by him. His large palms moved along her body. He pinched the two sensitive spots on her body and pushed her body closer to the window. The room was filled with hot air. She leaned against the window and felt very comfortable against the cold glass. But looking at the night sky outside the window, she thought about how she was in a transparent window. She didn't know if the people outside could see anything, that although what he said should be right and no one would dare to pry into his privacy, it was still too exciting. She sighed and hugged him. The windowsill wasn't big, so when he pulled her legs down, her legs unconsciously wrapped around his waist. "You're so tight. Don't worry, I'll satisfy you right away. Don't worry." The difficulty of such a pose was really high. However, Gu Jingze, who was full of energy, didn't care. He pressed against her, and the window shook. She scratched at his body in a daze. She felt that he was also very excited, and his movements were much more violent than usual. After an unknown period of time, the shaking finally stopped. He hugged her quietly. The windows were filled with hot air, and the two of them were sweating profusely. Gu Jingze carried her to the bed. He didn't want to move. He just lay there quietly with his arms around her. It was calm and peaceful, but he didn't feel bored at all. It was as if he already had all the satisfaction in the world. She looked up tiredly and said, "I wonder how Nian Yin's chat with Grandpa is going." Gu Jingze said, "Don't worry. Nian Yin can handle it." Lin Shay said, "It seems that you trust Nian Yin a lot." "Of course. I trust my genes. There won't be any mistakes." Lin Shay pouted. "You're annoying. I'm half of them too." Gu Jingze said, "Judging from his IQ, it's likely that all your genes are controlling his appearance and not his brain." "Hey, what do you mean?" "But it's useless even if you need a brain. I'm here. You just need to do what you want." He leaned against the back of her head and kissed her earlobe. Her body was still sensitive, and she swayed slightly. Gu Jingze asked, "What do you think of your personal guards?" Very good. These are only a few. If you need them in the future, you can choose more, Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che asked curiously, where are these people trained? Gu Jingzi said, most of them are trained by the Gu family since they were young. They're all people with clean backgrounds. They started training when they were 11 or 12 years old. There are many training camps of the Gu family all over the world. Many of them don't know each other because they were trained in different places to prevent them from forming cliques. Their information is all in the Gu family's database. Finally, the data is compiled for us to choose from. Only the outstanding ones will be selected from the training camp as guards, security guards, or personal guards like you. So complicated. It's actually more complicated. I'm explaining it to you according to what your brain can accept. Lin Che glared at him. She felt that such a complicated system couldn't be explained so easily. Is it okay for you to tell me all this now? This should be confidential, right? Logically speaking, since I've already succeeded as the head of the family, you should already be the mistress of the family. However, you've been away for a while. Plus, we've been married for many years, but we haven't had a chance to hold a new wedding. You haven't been recognized by everyone in the family yet, so you might not be able to do what a mistress of the family should do for the time being. Lin Che remembered that they had long said that Mu Wanqing was the mistress of the family. She was highly respected, and many things were handed over to her to handle. The family also trusted her very much. If Lin Che was asked to do these things now, Lin Che really didn't have any confidence at all. Lin Che said, don't. I really don't know what to do. I don't think I can do it. Gu Jingzi said, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. He kissed her forehead and looked at her. Lin Che looked at his doting face and said with some melancholy, but you're already the head of the family. If I don't do anything, can I? Chapter 878. Gu Jingzi said, two people stay together because they are comfortable together. I marry a woman to make her happy, so I hope that you can do what you want to do and not be restrained by what you don't want to do. Mother is an example. She doesn't dare to go out often because of the trivial matters at home, so she doesn't want to affect the Gu family. However, no one knows whether she is happy living like this. I only know that she has sacrificed a lot for this, so I don't want you to sacrifice yourself like that. Lin Che was even more touched. Looking at him, she felt that if she really turned a blind eye to how good he was to her, then she wouldn't be worthy of him. She said, can't I go out and do other things after I become the mistress of the family? Of course not, Gu Jingzi said, but mother is very cautious. She doesn't want to be surrounded by people when she goes out and complicate her social circle. She thinks that it will affect her affairs in the Gu family. For example, people you know outside might ask you to do something for them. If you don't do it, they'll get angry. If you do it and it brings harm to the Gu family, you can't do anything about it. So, she just doesn't have her own social circle and doesn't go out often. Yes. Mother often says that she hasn't gone out for a long time or something. It's too lonely like this, Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi nodded. Because father left very early, mother had to be strong on her own. But you don't need to. He lowered his head and smiled at Lin Che. You have me. You don't have to think so much. Lin Che smiled and raised his head to look at Gu Jingzi. I know. She thought for a moment and said, although I don't know how to be a mistress now, I will work hard to learn. One day, when I am qualified, I will definitely be a good wife to you. Gu Jingzi looked at her with a smile. Don't be too tired. Yes, I believe that many things can be taken care of as long as you put your heart into it. Gu Jingzi said yes. Then, what is the first thing to do as a mistress? I think the people in the Gu family don't trust me at all. After all, it's very difficult to accept a new person. Mama's been doing it for so many years, they're already used to it. If I were to do it, they would definitely doubt me. Gu Jingzi nodded and narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking. That's right. So, the first thing we need to do is to gain their trust. Fortunately, we're not in a hurry. We can take it slow. Lin Che also nodded vigorously. As long as she had the heart, she believed that if Mu Wanqing could do it, she would definitely be able to do it. Lin Che returned to the original question, then that training camp. Are they training bodyguards like Dongzi? There are many different kinds of talents. Of course, they're divided into different training camps. Slowly, you will come into contact with them. All right, I'll take you to wash first. Although it was blissful to hug him like this, he was sweaty all over, and it wasn't particularly comfortable. He got up and carried her to the bathroom. Right then, Mo Jin returned home. As soon as he entered, he sensed that there was someone in the room. He narrowed his eyes and took out the gun from his pocket. He scanned the quiet room dangerously and said, "That friend came in without knocking. Jin, you're too cautious. This room is so carefully decorated that there's definitely no place to hide. Is there a need for that?" A voice came from inside. Hearing this voice, Mo Jin was stunned. Then he put down the gun in his hand. "Uncle Yin, why are you here?" The person who came was Yin Kuoshan. He chuckled and walked out. "You're my big brother's adopted son. Why are you calling me uncle?" "Just call me uncle," he said. Mo Jin put the gun back into his pocket and found a seat in disdain. He looked at him and said, "Uncle, I've already made a promise with the Yun family that I will never announce my relationship with them to the public. Even if my godfather is in front of me, I will only respectfully call him Mr. Yun, let alone you. Just tell me, why are you here?" Yin Kuoshan said, "Sai, you're really cold-blooded. Back then, my big brother took a risk and ran into the snow to find you when you were frozen stiff. He carried you back for treatment. That was the first time I saw you in your swaddling clothes. You were much cuter than you are now." Mo Jin said, "But I've been independent since I was 6 years old. From then on, I haven't seen you for so many years. It's obvious that you don't understand me." Yin Kuoshan said, "That was to hide your identity and not be discovered. That's why I let you roam the world on your own. Look, the Gu family is still looking for you. Gu Qigong hasn't given up on you yet. If someone found out that you were in the Yun family, would you be able to keep your life? Big brother really put in a lot of effort to help you." Mo Jin raised his head and looked at Yin Kuoshan. Yin Kuoshan's face was full of slyness. Even his smile was very sophisticated. How did Yin Kuoshan know that the Gu family had abandoned a child? At that time, he was still young. He didn't know who the child his big brother had brought back was, and why he had hidden it so well. He only said that keeping the child would be of great use in the future, but he didn't say the specifics. It was only a few years ago, when Black Hawk's power grew, that he told Yin Kuoshan that Black Hawk was the child from back then, and how shocking his background was. Actually, even Yin Kuoshan's big brother didn't expect that after Black Hawk was released, he would develop so quickly on his own. Although he had secretly supported Black Hawk, he couldn't do it too obviously. However, Black Hawk was very talented and had perseverance, so he developed quickly on his own. He once said that it was the power of hatred. The power of hatred was very strong. It could make a person strong, cold, and courageous. Therefore, the Yin family had never hidden his origins from Black Hawk. Yin Kuoshan came to find him today because of the Gu family. He said, "Didn't you work so hard to climb up in the past so that one day the Gu family could compensate you for everything you lost? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, you are so close to Gu Jingze and you are so close to Gu Xinde. Why don't you do anything? We agreed that if you help me get what I want, Gu Xinde's life will be yours, but now." Mo Jin looked at Yin Kuoshan. "You don't have a right to ask me to do anything." Yin Kuoshan looked at this man who was not afraid of anything. How dare he say that he didn't have the right? Why, Black Hawk, don't you want the Gu family? Don't you want everything that Gu Jingze has now? You are also the flesh and blood of the Gu family. You have the chance to have everything that he has now, and your ability is no less than Gu Jingze's. Lin Che and Shun Yuran immediately put away their perverted look. They looked at each other and tried not to laugh. For a moment, they were so serious that they didn't seem like themselves. As expected, Gu Jingming came back. As soon as he came in, he saw the three of them sitting there. He smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to visit Minmin. If there's a chance, I hope you can come to visit Glass Palace more often. Minmin is usually bored alone. I'm very grateful that you can come and accompany her." Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming, who walked to her side, and said, "All right, it's not that exaggerated. I'll take these few days as a rest. Although I'm alone, I don't feel bored. There are many people at home. Naturally, they are different from your friends. Gu Jingming lowered his head and stroked her hair. He looked at her dotingly. His bright eyes were filled with love for her. The other two felt that it was time for them to leave. Lin Che and Xun Yuran looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Lin Che said, "We'll come as soon as we have time. I'm just afraid that you'll find us annoying if we come too often." "That won't happen," Gu Jingming said with a smile. When the two of them went out, Xun Yuran scratched her ears exaggeratedly and said, "Oh my God, Mr. President is so intoxicated when he looks at you, Minmin. He's so affectionate." "Yeah, Minmin looks so happy now." Lin Che sighed. She was actually very unhappy that the two of them got together because Gu Jingming treated Yu Minmin so badly. However, she was really happy for them to have this day. Life is unpredictable. When we first met each other, perhaps we didn't think that this woman would live in his heart in the future. So, we shouldn't have been so full of ourselves back then, right? Xin Yuran said, "Are you talking about you and Gu Jingza? When you first met Xin Yuqing, didn't you never think that you would have a pair of twins one day?" "Okay, I didn't think that he would be so annoying back then." Lin Che said, "Yeah, I thought so too. Back then, I told myself not to fall in love with Gu Jingza, but who knew that it would turn out like this?" The two of them sighed as they walked. Lin Che said, "What have you been doing recently?" "I'm still doing experiments, doing documents, and running around with some information. But because I have to take care of the child, I don't care so much. I don't know what to do now. I always feel that I have a lot of time, but I don't know how I get by every day." Lin Che suddenly remembered that she wanted to do something about the film company. "If you have time, you can come and do it with me. Yu Minmin and I were preparing to start our own film company, but now that she is pregnant, I think Mr. President won't let her be so tired. We are short of manpower." "Film company? Is it a TV series or a movie?" Chapter 880. "Yeah, we need a manager. Hurry up and ask your Chinyuching to come over and invest some money. He draws so much money every year. Where is he hiding it? He doesn't even take it out." When Shinjuran heard this, he had some thoughts in his mind. She said, "I'll go back and discuss it with Chinyuching. I'm just worried that I'll mess it up since I've never done it before." "Do you have to try everything?" "Hee hee. Are you afraid that you'll lose all of Chinyuching's money? He can get tens of millions of yuan a year from Gu Jingza. Our company only has tens of millions of yuan to invest. We won't lose everything," Lin Che said. Shinjuran looked at her. TSK, you're here to ask for your husband's money, aren't you? I just got the money from your family, and I'll return it to you later. You and your wife really have a good plan. You found out The two of them went out fooling around. But Xin Yuran really decided to think about it when she went back. The news of Lin Che attending Nangong Yu's press conference was soon broadcasted. Lin Che's character was called Mina. She was a girl who made a living by lying. She lived in all kinds of lies every day and could change her identity to fool different people at any time. Lin Che liked this character very much. At the press conference, the name of the movie was set as Who's My Name? It sounded very unique to Nangongyu. But just from the name, you wouldn't know what it was about. Lin Che would be joining the crew soon, so she went to attend the opening ceremony and meet with the lead actors. The male lead was an old cured meat called Jun Linhan. He was 35 years old, but he had countless female fans. He was a very charming old actor. Although it was said on TV that one couldn't tell his age from his face, she could still see that there were a lot of wrinkles on his face. It was just that he looked better on camera, so he didn't look old, so he still looked very young. But he was really nice. When he saw Lin Che, he took the initiative to shake hands and said to her, "Nangong told me that you're the female lead this time. I'm looking forward to it. Nice to meet you. It's our first time working together. I hope we can work well together." They were all seniors, so Lin Che was very respectful. "Brother Han, please take care of me in the future." "Not at all, not at all. Everyone should support each other." He couldn't say much in front of Nangong, but behind his back he said to Lin Che as he lazily leaned against the wall, "I think that this movie will have a good reputation. But first of all, it's a comedy, so it's different from those IP adaptations. Second, Nangong's movies are all very fresh, so I think the box office will definitely be good. but it won't be too good either. Sigh. But since Nangong's reputation is so good, having acted in one of his movies can be considered gilded. It'll be very helpful for an artist's image. Lin Che said, anyway, it's fine as long as we don't lose money. I think this script is pretty good, and with Brother Han's participation, the box office sales will definitely not be bad. Was Sweet Talker? Jun Lin sneered. The two of them are the main leads in this movie, so they would definitely have a lot of scenes together in the future, so they often talk together in private. But other than the two of them, there would be many other guest stars in this movie. They might not have as many scenes as the two of them, and some of them would only appear for a while because of their friendship. Shui Yang was also introduced by Lin Che to be a guest star, and Nangong readily agreed. But one good thing about this kind of movie with a small investment was that everyone was quite familiar with it. Making a movie wasn't as stressful as making a big movie. Everyone shot the scene like it was a game, and it was much easier than filming in the past. On the internet, someone posted a few photos of Lin Che and Jun Lin Han. Everyone was very envious, thinking that Lin Che was really a harvester of handsome men. All the actors that she had worked with were handsome men. Now that she had Jun Lin Han in her bag, many fangirls were extremely envious. That day, she returned home from the set. Before she entered the house, she heard Gu Jingzi smash something in the room. The servants didn't dare to breathe loudly, and the room was silent. Lin Che was puzzled. She never thought that Gu Jingzi would be so angry. Standing at the door, she didn't go in. She stood outside and watched. Gu Jingzi stood there, emitting a cold aura that made the whole room cold. It was as if everyone was in an ice house. Lin Che heard Gu Jingzi say, "Get someone to contact Mo Jinyan." The servant said, "Sir, Mr. Mo can't be reached. He's probably not in Country C. What should we do?" "Then contact him abroad." Gu Jingzi turned around silently and said with a stern gaze, "Do you need me to teach you?" Lin Che was puzzled. Why did they have to contact Mo Jinyan? Moreover, it seemed to be an urgent matter. Gu Jingzi looked up and saw that Lin Che was actually watching from outside. He took a deep breath, and the expression on his face disappeared. "What are you looking at? Why did you leave Madame standing at the door?" Seeing this, the servant quickly came out to open the door. Lin Che walked in quickly and said, "It's nothing, I just came back." He walked slowly to Gu Jingzi's side and looked at him. What happened? Gu Jingzi's voice was no longer as violent as before. Seeing this, the servants quickly heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that Madame's return was their savior. Gu Jingzi said, "It's nothing, just some company matters. Why did you suddenly come back?" Lin Che walked in with his arm around her waist. She looked up, but didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked, "No, something must have happened, right?" If nothing had happened, Gu Jingzi wouldn't be like this. She had never seen Gu Jingzi so angry. Gu Jingzi pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Lin Che looked at him deeply. "If you don't say it, I'll be even more worried and let my imagination run wild. I don't even know what I'm thinking about." Hearing this, Gu Jingzi lowered his head to look at her. Lin Che's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She desperately wanted him to answer her. Gu Jingzi took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. All right, he really didn't know what to do with her. Seeing this gaze of hers, he had already compromised. Moreover, he was indeed worried that she would let her imagination run wild. Actually, it's not a big deal. After the Fong family was destroyed, some of the military power that they left behind has been slowly divided. However, a military factory has just been revealed. Someone is spreading the news that this factory is in the hands of the Gu family, which is also in my hands. There are also people who are urging the Senate to question the president. They want to know why the military affairs of the country are related to the Gu family. They want to know if he can't distinguish between public and private affairs and put national affairs above his own family to benefit the Gu family. Chapter 881. What does that mean? Lin Che asked curiously. Gu Jingzi said, it means that some people think that the Gu family is interfering with politics. Lin Che seemed to understand. This seemed to be quite a big problem. If word got out, would it affect Gu Jingming's position as president? Gu Jingze said, "Therefore, this factory must be temporarily shut down. The factory has just received several big orders, including some from M-Nation, England, Europe, and the United States. The losses are more than a few billion. Moreover, it is unknown whether we can be trusted by them in the future and continue to cooperate with them." Hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank. It's that serious. Is this factory very powerful? The factory doesn't produce weapons directly, but spare parts. Many of the spare parts are the most advanced parts that every country needs and use the most advanced technology. That's why the counterfeiting rate is very high and the selling price is also very high. Country C has more manpower, so these detailed jobs can be taken over by the factory in Country C. But now they are forced to shut down. Gu Jingze walked leisurely to the window. "I just handed the factory over to Mo Jinyan, and something happened. Now Mo Jinyan is nowhere to be found." "What? So you're saying that this might have something to do with Mo Jinyan?" Lin Che thought that Black Hawk wasn't a good person to begin with. It wasn't like he hadn't cheated them before. Recently, he had gotten closer to Gu Jingze, which made Lin Che feel that he wasn't that bad after all. Now, it had something to do with him again. She said, "He caused trouble right after he got the factory. You also said that he's always been against the Gu family. Did he get close to you on purpose this time? He pretended to be friendly with you and immediately betrayed you when he got the chance. Actually, he was just using another method to betray you, right?" Gu Jingze turned around and looked at her. "You're much smarter today." Lin Che was speechless. "Is this a very obvious question? Besides, I'm analyzing it with you seriously." Gu Jingze returned to her side and sat down on the bed with her in his arms. He continued, "This matter needs to be dealt with slowly. It's true that I didn't see through Mo Jinyan and blindly trusted him. But every decision in the business world is actually a risk. It's all a bet. It's okay even if I lose this time. Don't worry, I'll probably be a little busy these days because I have to deal with these things. Just do what you need to do. I don't need you to worry about me," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked down at her face. "I don't want you to worry about me. Tell me you're not worried." Yes, I'm not worried," Lin Che promised helplessly. Gu Jingze frowned and glared at her. "You agreed too quickly. You're being perfunctory." Lin Che also furrowed his brows. "But how can I not be worried? I can't lie to you. I will indeed be a little worried, but I believe that you will definitely be able to handle it. So even if I am worried for a few days, it doesn't matter. I trust your ability." Lin Che had always thought that Gu Jingze was omnipotent, and he still was. But as a wife, she was worried. Looking at his face, she smiled faintly. He looked at her deeply, and in his heart, he knew, even if it was for her, he would never let himself be defeated like this. He was not a person who would easily admit defeat. In the past, he had always been moving forward. He was not pushed by anyone, but he was pushed by himself. He forced himself to constantly become stronger, and that was because he never liked to lose. Now, there was Lin Che and Gu Xinyan. For the sake of the people he cared about, he would never allow himself to admit defeat. Thinking of Lin Che, thinking of protecting her and giving her the best life, he had more strength. The anger from before had miraculously disappeared when he looked at her beautiful and clear eyes. Instead, he had regained his rationality. Looking at Lin Che, he smiled and kissed her cheek. Gu Jingze had said that he would be very busy recently, so they really missed each other for a few days. When she arrived at the set, he was at home. When she returned home, he had already left. When Lin Che came back one day, he heard the servants talking about the factory. Although Gu Jingze had already asked people to deal with the factory, the family felt that Gu Jingze had trusted the wrong person and caused them to lose billions of yuan. It was still a question whether the loss could be recovered. So, the family was a little disappointed with Gu Jingze. After all, this was his first year as the head of the family. In the past, when Gu Xinda was the head of the family, such a thing had never happened. He had just taken a position, and something big had happened. Everyone was a little unhappy with Gu Jingze. The servants said in private, "I wonder if Sir will be asked to stop using the power of the head of the family. But if Sir doesn't become the head of the family, who else can?" Although old Master Gu just had an operation, his body is not too weak. I heard that someone wants old Master Gu to help manage the Gu family again. But how will outsiders look at Sir? So Sir must be under a lot of pressure. Lin Che stood there and listened. She couldn't help but lean against the wall, wondering if she had any way to help Gu Jingze. However, she couldn't think of any way to help. Lin Che wondered if she was a little useless. Sitting outside the set, Lin Che watched the people walking back and forth on the set. She didn't have any scenes today, but she still came to the film set. Just as she was in a daze, someone suddenly appeared beside her. It was Situ Cheong. She sat down casually and looked at Lin Che. "What's wrong? You look unhappy." Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong in surprise. "Hey, why are you here?" "Oh, I'm here to make a cameo." "Didn't you know?" You're here to make a cameo?" Lin Che blinked. She really didn't know. There were quite a lot of cameos in this movie, and she hadn't watched it carefully. Situ Cheong said, "Yes, the movie company agreed to help me promote my charity organization, but in exchange, I have to make a cameo." The crew saw that Situ Cheong was talking to Lin Che, so they didn't disturb them. Situ Cheong looked at her and said, "You haven't told me what happened. You look so pale." Lin Che said, "Haven't you heard that something happened to the Gu family recently?" "Oh, you mean the relationship between the Gu family and the military factory?" "Yes. I heard that Gu Jingze is looking for someone to buy the military factory. He wants to change the legal owner of the factory to the name of a legitimate business owner, so that the factory can continue operating." Does that mean there's a solution?" "No, I just heard that he's looking for someone to buy it." But a military factory needs at least 10 billion to buy, and there aren't many people who have that kind of capital. Lin Che thought that if something happened to these rich and powerful families, ordinary tycoons could only look up to them. This amount was not something that ordinary tycoons could afford. Chapter 882. In Gu Jing's office, Qin Hao came in and said, "Sir, Miss Yun is here." Gu Jingze said, "I won't be seeing her." Qin Hao said, "Miss Yun said that it has something to do with the military factory." Gu Jingze looked up slowly. After a while, he finally nodded. Not long after, Yin Luo walked in. Seeing Gu Jingze, she smiled and welcomed him in. "Jingze, how are you?" Gu Jingze looked up. His eyes were emotionless. When he looked at her, he felt a chill. "What's the matter?" Yin Luo felt that Gu Jingze had become colder and colder towards her after Lin Che's return. She felt disappointed. But Yin Luo knew that what she wanted to say today was very important. It was important enough to make Gu Jingze waver. "Jingze, I heard that you're worried about the military factory. Is that so?" "It seems like news travels fast," Gu Jingze said calmly. Yin Luo said, "Why didn't you tell me? Maybe I could have helped." Yin Luo said weakly. Gu Jingze said, "I don't have a deep relationship with Miss Yin, so it's not good to disturb you." Yin Luo felt a heavy blow in her heart. She pinched her fingers weakly. "Jingze, you didn't call me Miss Yin in the past. You always call me Yin Luo. What's going on? Why is it that, after Lin Che came back, you seem to have changed into a different person? Could it be that Lin Che not liking me has something to do with you?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Miss Yin, firstly, I have nothing to do with you. Secondly, you're right. My wife doesn't like me to be too close to women." Yin Luo's gaze was fixed. The great Gu Jingze actually said that he didn't want to be close to women because of his wife. That what right did Lin Che have? Why did he have to be so humble in front of Lin Che? But Yin Luo could only think about it in her heart. She couldn't say it out loud. She looked at Gu Jingze. "What if I say that the Yun family is willing to buy the military factory?" Gu Jingze's eyes wandered and slowly focused on her. Yin Luo said, "I've already discussed it with my father. He's willing to help you, and he's willing to pay. After all, our families have been friends for generations, and you and I are also friends." Gu Jingze chuckled and looked at her. "There's no need for that, Miss Yun. The Gu family will figure out a solution for themselves." "Jingze, don't be so calculative at a time like this, okay? Just think of it as, you help me research hard valves, and I help you. We're just working together. Isn't that enough? In any case, we've always been in a cooperative relationship. Or could it be that in the past, your position in our relationship was too deep? If you get too close to me, you'll feel guilty when you face Lin Che. Yin Luo had never said so much before. However, she was really worried about Gu Jingze, so she didn't care about anything else. Gu Jingze calmly raised his head and looked at her. Is that really what you think? That's right. That's what I think. Really, Jingze, let's work together. After all, if we buy the military factory, we'll definitely make a profit, won't we? It's just that other families probably don't have enough money to sell it, so they can only sigh in their hearts that they won't be able to get a piece of the pie. Naturally, when they heard that the Gu family was going to sell the military factory, many rich people had already thought of ways to buy it. They really wanted to sell their underwear to buy this piece of meat. Unfortunately, not many people could come up with this amount of money. Gu Jingze said, "All right, I'll think about it." Yin Luo heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled at him and said, "I hope I can help you." She looked at him tenderly. For him, she was willing to give up many things. She could even throw away her pride as the eldest daughter of the Yun family and willingly become the mistress in everyone's eyes. Anyway, everyone could see who was more worthy of Gu Jingze. The one who was worthy of Gu Jingze was the original wife. The one who didn't deserve Gu Jingze would be regarded as superfluous by everyone. Yin Luo left the office. Gu Jingze looked ahead quietly. When he saw Qin Hao walk in, he asked, "Has Yin Luo left?" "Yes, sir." Gu Jingze asked, "You still can't contact Mo Jinyan?" "Yes, I can't find him at all." Gu Jingze harumphed. "Something happened to the military factory. Mo Jinyan went missing, and the Yun family came looking for us. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence?" Qin Hao said, "That's right. I think it's strange, too. Even the Liu family can't gather so much spare cash in such a short time. Why does it seem like the Yun family is already prepared?" These rich people definitely had tens of billions of dollars, but the point was that everyone loved to invest money. Money made money, and they wouldn't just leave it in the bank to rot. So even if they were rich, they wouldn't have a lot of spare cash. Gu Jingze said, "Looks like someone really thinks that I've just taken office and my foundation isn't stable yet, so they want to provoke me." Gu Jingze's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The coldness in his eyes made Qin Hao, who was watching from the side, feel a chill run down his spine. He thought that this person who dared to provoke him must be tired of living. Lin Che happened to walk into the Gu family's headquarters at this moment. The moment he entered, he saw Yin Luo walking out. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Yin Luo looked at her with a smile. She recalled what Gu Jingze had said, that because of Lin Che, he didn't want to be too close to her. Lin Che's face was very beautiful, and his figure was also very good. Compared to him, she looked much more delicate. She had always been sick, and her face was also pale. Lin Che looked at her face, which was white and rosy, making people feel that she was healthy. Yin Luo smiled. "Miss Lin." Lin Che chuckled. "Miss Yin? What a coincidence. He actually bumped into her here." Lin Che hadn't come here in 800 years. This time, because he was a little worried about Gu Jingze, he suddenly wanted to see him, but he didn't expect to bump into Yin Luo here. Yin Luo said, "I know that Jingze is in some trouble now and needs help, so I came over to take a look." "Is that so?" "Miss Yin is very considerate." Lin Che looked at her in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. His gaze made Yin Luo feel even more flustered and uncomfortable. Wasn't she just an entertainer? Why did she have such an oppressive aura when she looked at him? No matter what Yin Luo said, she always looked so indifferent. Wasn't it because she was doted on by Gu Jingze? Yin Luo said, "But you don't have to worry. I've already told Gu Jingze that I'm willing to buy the military factory, so he doesn't have to worry." Lin Che paused. He looked at Yin Luo with a hint of surprise in his calm gaze. Yin Luo said, "You don't have to thank me. I'm not doing this for you. But I also want to remind you that I have the ability to help Lin Che because I am the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Chapter 883. Yin Luo said, "Perhaps you think that Gu Jingze is already very powerful, that he can cover the sky with one hand, and that he has the ability to do anything. But this incident will make you understand that it's not so easy to live in a wealthy family. Gu Jingze also has his troubles, and his troubles are even more troublesome than those of an average person, because it's not something that an average person can solve. But I can. So, Lin Che, there's something that I don't know if I should say." She lifted her skirt and took a small step forward. Looking at Lin Che, she said sorrowfully, "Lin Che, I know that you love Gu Jingze very much, so much that you can't extricate yourself from it. After all, he's the only man like him in this world. You've been with him for so many years, and your feelings for him are very strong. But I still want to beg you, please let him go. You really can't bring him any benefits by being with him. You'll only hold him back. If something happens, you won't be able to help him at all. I'm begging you, okay?" Lin Che looked at Yin Luo, not knowing how she could have the face to say such words. Begging her to let Gu Jingze go, Lin Che laughed coldly and looked at Yin Luo. "Move aside, Miss Lin." Yin Luo pulled on her hand with a pitiful look on her face. Her pleading look made the onlookers anxious. "I'm asking you to let go of me, Miss Yin." Lin Che was forcefully pulled on by her. She just wouldn't let go, as if she wouldn't let go if Lin Che didn't agree. Lin Che felt that she had had enough. He didn't like strangers touching him like this, but she just had to be so shameless. Lin Che looked at Yin Luo. "Do you think this is a game? That I can let go just because you say so? If you don't let go of me no matter what, I'll give up on Gu Jingze? Don't think too simply. You're Miss Yin, but not everyone in the world is your mother. No one has the obligation to give in to you." Yin Luo's grip loosened, and she suddenly fell to the ground. Her lips turned purple. She fell to the ground and didn't move. The servants of the Yin family jumped in fright and rushed over. Miss, what's wrong?" Yin Luo was having a heart attack. She raised her head and looked at Lin Che resentfully. You can live for many years, but I can die at any time. You can meet many men, but I only love him. Why can't you give him to me?" The servant next to her snorted. "Miss, this kind of selfish woman won't let go of Mr. Gu, even if her status is low. You don't have to waste your breath on her. Let's hurry to the hospital. Anyway, everyone can see who is worthy of Mr. Gu and who isn't." A few people dragged Yin Luo out. Lin Che stood there and felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of bandit theory was this? She was weak, so Lin Che had to give up his husband to her? She had a high status, so was she the only one who could choose the best man in the world? Lin Che shook his head speechlessly. However, he saw that the surrounding people were all staring at her, as if trying to guess what had just happened here. But when Lin Che raised his head and looked at them, everyone hurriedly pretended that nothing had happened and lowered their heads to do their own things. Everyone wanted to know what the daily lives of these young madams were like, but it was the first time they had seen such an incident. Naturally, the news spread like wildfire. However, there were so many versions of the story that people couldn't help but sigh. The public's ability to make up stories was really amazing. It turned out that the world didn't lack good scriptwriters. Some television dramas were so ugly. It must be because they didn't use the power of the masses. The experts were actually among the people. Lin Che arrived at Gu Jingze's door. Qin Hao saw her and hurriedly went up to her. Now that most people in the company knew that Lin Che could come and go as she pleased, no one dared to stop her. Her sudden appearance was a little scary. Qin Hao hurriedly said, "Madam, you're here. Sir's in his office." "Oh, I didn't disturb him, did I?" Lin Che's expression was still a little ugly after what had just happened. "How could that be? It won't be a disturbance, no matter when you appear. Please come in." Qin Hao followed Lin Che and opened the door for her. As long as Lin Che came, even if she didn't knock on the door or announce her arrival, Sir would definitely not blame anyone when he saw her. He would only welcome her in with a smile. As expected, when Qin Hao saw Gu Jingze raise his head, his eyes, which were originally filled with a storm, immediately softened when he saw Lin Che. "Why are you here?" Gu Jingzi stood up and walked over. He waved his hand and gestured for Qin Hao to leave first. Qin Hao hurriedly retreated, leaving the room for the couple. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. "Is there a change in the situation?" Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "How did you know? Did you see Yin Luo just now? Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that there was a change in the situation." Her gaze was still so confident. Lin Che said, "Wow, you can even guess that." Gu Jingzi tapped the tip of her nose. "Of course, your little thoughts can't escape my eyes." This was because he had always been a meticulous observer of people. As long as he wanted to, it was not difficult for him to pry into someone's thoughts. Moreover, it was Lin Che. He would only look even more carefully, so if there was anything wrong with her, he would immediately sense it. He said, "What did Yin Luo say?" "Nothing much. She just said that she's prepared to help you." Gu Jingzi said, "That's all." "What else?" "What else did she say?" Lin Che had learned to answer his questions with rhetorical questions. Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply. He took her hand and kissed it. "I want to ask for her help." "Why not?" But Lin Che said, "If you want her help, it'll be a waste. Anyway, she's doing it voluntarily, isn't she? It's not like she's selling her husband. If you take her money, you have to be with her. If she gives you money, you won't get her and the money will be wasted. Isn't that better?" "Humph." Gu Jingzi looked at her. "Are you really that open-minded?" Lin Che nodded. "Of course." She looked at Gu Jingzi. "I believe in you. You must have your own way of dealing with things. I don't want you to change your strategy because of me. Gu Jingzi, don't worry about me. Do what you have to do. I really think that no matter what tricks she uses, I'll look at her from the same height as you. She's just a clown. No matter what she does, it'll be useless. Isn't that fun?" After a while, Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply. He tapped her head and said, "You've learned to be bad now." "Of course. This is called being stained by one's company." She tapped his firm stomach. He narrowed his eyes at her. "Close." "Not close enough. I'll stain you even more." He leaned over, and she took a few steps back gloomily. "What are you doing?" "When the distance is negative. It's really close. Let's try it if you don't believe me." Chapter 884. Lin Che blushed. She felt that every time she came, she would make a mess in the office. She wondered who was cleaning up outside. How embarrassing that, however, Gu Jingzi had already put his arms around her. He couldn't help but put her on the desk. He lowered his head and looked at her. "I just like it here. You're so annoying. What kind of weird fetish is this?" Lin Che said with a flushed face. Gu Jingzi's tongue slid across her neck. "This way, when I work here every day, I can think back to the time when you were hovering between life and death. It's as if I can see you at any time." Perverted. She felt that the scene was a little too lewd. She hadn't expected him to be this kind of Gu Jingzi. However, Lin Che's body couldn't help but tense up because of the tip of his tongue. She hugged his body tightly. Gu Jingzi knew that she was nervous. However, the more nervous she was, the more sensitive her body was. Therefore, he really liked to tease her here until her body was flooded with water, and when he entered, he could do it very smoothly. It was a very comfortable feeling. However, Gu Jingzi felt that women were made of water. This saying was really true. She was made of water, and she was so moist that he was fascinated by her. No matter where she was, he felt that he couldn't get enough of kissing her. After the two of them were done, Lin Che still felt a little embarrassed when she thought about it. She was worried that if she screamed too loudly, someone would hear her. The louder her voice was, the more excited he seemed to be, so his strength also increased. The two of them went back and forth like this, and in the end, she really did not dare to see anyone because she was too shy to see anyone. After washing up, he said to her, "Actually, you don't have to worry about Yin Luo. I have my own plans." Lin Che said, "You have a way to solve it, don't you?" "Yes, and I will let those who betray me and those who plot against me know the consequences of plotting against me. I think that the disappearance of the Fong family hasn't given them enough warning. Or maybe they think that they won't become the next Fong family, so they are so arrogant. Those who betrayed him, that was he talking about Black Eagle? Lin Shay looked at him and didn't say anything else. She didn't want to interfere too much with his affairs because she really trusted him. Lin Shay felt that it was very strange. There was no such thing as an omnipotent person in the world. However, he gave people a feeling that he was omnipotent. And outside, everyone started to spread the word that the Yun family was going to join the Gu family in this crisis. Actually, everyone knew that it was because of Gu Jingze. Yun Luo had personally stepped forward to say that he wanted to help. His intentions were clear, and Gu Jingze had obviously agreed to help the Yun family. Everyone began to guess what Gu Jingze meant. However, some people also said that Gu Jingze had no choice but to accept the Yun family's help at this time, because Gu Jingze had just become the head of the family, and his position was not stable yet. Now, some people had begun to question whether this matter was big or small. If it was not solved as soon as possible, it would not only affect Gu Jingming, but also Gu Jingze's position in the Gu family. Therefore, it had to be solved as soon as possible. Gu Jingze must have thought of this, which was why he had no choice but to accept the Yun family's help. At this time, everyone also saw a new possibility for the Yun and Gu families to unite. The Gu family themselves also felt that Yun Luo was indeed more suitable for Gu Jingze. If the two of them were together, it would definitely be good for the Gu family and the Yun family, just like the strong union between the Lu family and the Gu family. Seeing that Gu Jingze was willing to cooperate with the Yun family, the Gu family suddenly thought that Gu Jingze might have the same idea. It seemed that no matter how much Gu Jingze doted on Lin Shay, he still had to face reality. Actually, even if he married Yun Luo, he would not have to leave Lin Shay. He could still dote on Lin Shay if he wanted to. Actually, after thinking it through, wouldn't it be better to have the best of both worlds? However, those who thought that Lin Shay would definitely be the mistress of the Gu family when he returned to country C started to waver again. It seemed that without any status, it would be difficult for Lin Shay to be the mistress of the Gu family. Not to mention anything else, he did not have much confidence. It would not be easy to convince the public. It seemed that Lin Shay could not make it in the end. From the looks of it, his position was definitely in danger. Some people even said that Lin Shay had already fought with Yun Luo at the company that day. The two of them were like fire and water, and Lin Shay had even pushed Yun Luo until she had a heart attack. Some people even said that Lin Shay knew that his position was in danger, so he was so angry that he wanted to kill Yun Luo. Unfortunately, Yun Luo was lucky. Moreover, she was the young mistress of the Yun family. No matter how much money she spent, she managed to save her life at the hospital. There were all kinds of rumors. When Yu Minmin called Lin Shay and told him about it, Lin Shay found it extremely funny. Yu Minmin said, "But now it seems that you really have to think about how to improve your position." Lin Shay said, "I will. You have to take care of the fetus too. Don't worry about me. Gu Jingze will take care of this matter. I will be careful too. You don't have to worry about it." Yu Minmin only felt that this matter had been caused by Gu Jingming. Now, it was like a rolling snowball. It was getting bigger and bigger, and he had even implicated Lin Shay. It was really infuriating, and Yu Minmin was not the only one who was angry. In the office, when Gu Jingze saw these rumors, he narrowed his eyes and threw the computer on the floor. He looked at Qin Hao and said, "Who is the one spreading these rumors?" Qin Hao felt that these people in the company were going to suffer. They dared to speak ill of Madame and even spread rumors. When Gu Jingze heard this, he felt sorry for Lin Shay. He was also angry that these people dared to say such things about her. They could humiliate him, but to humiliate Lin Shay was definitely challenging his bottom line. Gu Jingze looked ahead and said unhurriedly, "I think the servants in the Gu family are becoming more and more unruly. And don't these idle people in the company have too much time on their hands? Do they have nothing to do? The company gave them such a high salary just to let them gossip. Are they taking me for a fool to fool around with?" His eyes moved, and he said straightforwardly, "Qin Hao, find out who spread the rumors. Start reorganizing the Gu family." Those servants who are unwilling to continue working in the Gu family, chase them out of the Gu family. Send them out of country, sea, and never hire them again. Yes, sir. Qin Hao felt a wave of turbulent waves in his heart. He didn't dare to say another word. He hurriedly went to deal with these matters and strive to make these rumors disappear within a day. It could also be considered as a warning to people to wake up and think that Gu Jingze would treat Lin Che unfairly. That was simply a dream. Chapter 885. Qin Hao quickly did as he was told. He made an example out of everyone who had spread these rumors and sent them out of the Gu family. They were all sent out of country, sea, and never allowed to enter the country again. This made the servants of the Gu family shut their mouths. They knew that they were not allowed to talk too much in the Gu family. When they were being trained, the first rule was that they were not allowed to gossip. But recently, the Gu family had been in a mess, so they were all anxious and had forgotten the rules. Now that Gu Jingze had reminded them, they became cautious again. Even if they had any thoughts in their hearts or saw something with their eyes, they would never speak of it to anyone else. And those who had spread these rumors in the Gu family had all been fired. Gu Jingze's domineering attitude made the Gu family much quieter. Everyone knew that these secrets of the wealthy were not to be gossiped about. It was more practical to work honestly. After all, it was not easy to get a job in the Gu family. If you got kicked out, you would really be homeless. These servants and staff had been fired, but there was no way to warn everyone about the rumors among the wealthy. So, many young ladies were still guessing if the Yun family was really going to cooperate with the Gu family, and if Yin Luo could really use this matter to get close to Gu Jingze. They naturally admired Yin Luo. In order to get into Gu Jingze's eyes, she had really spent a lot of money. But they were also envious of Yin Luo. They were envious that she could afford it. After all, if she really married Gu Jingze, the Gu family's assets would be much more than this amount. In short, the wealthy had already started to spread rumors about the relationship between Gu Jingze and Yin Luo. At the same time, Gu Jingze had already started the handover of the military factory. Gu Jingze looked at the handover documents, and his eyes flashed. He raised his head and said to Qin Hao, "Spread the news that the Yun family is about to buy the military factory into the Yun family's pocket. At that time, the revenue will definitely be higher, and the profits will also double. Because the Yun family is a big military power in Country M. Now, all the military equipment in Country M will definitely be produced by this military factory. In addition to the orders from other countries, the Yun family is prepared to buy the military factory, and the profits will be very high." Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingze strangely. "Sir, what's the purpose of spreading this?" Gu Jingze said, "No matter what method the Yun family used to persuade Mo Jinyan to cooperate with them, Mo Jinyan's motive was definitely not to help the Yun family, but to deal with the Gu family. Mo Jinyan had a grudge with the Gu family that we didn't know about. Now, I'm guessing that because of this grudge, he wants to take revenge on the Gu family. So he took this opportunity to cooperate with the Yun family. However, I spread this news to tell Mo Jinyan that the Yun family is cooperating with him on the surface, but in fact, it's for their own profit. That's why they prepared 10 billion in advance. I've worked with him for so long, and I know that he's not someone who likes to be used." Qin Hao said, "Sir, I understand now. We want to sow discord between him and the Yun clan." Gu Jingze slowly tidied up the things in front of him. "We're not trying to sow discord. We're just informing Mo Jinyan, who might not have received timely information after leaving Country C, that he's being used." Qin Hao nodded his head in understanding. He wondered how Mo Jinyan was going to deal with the Yun family when the time came with a bad temper and vengeance. Actually, this didn't seem to be any different from what the Yun family had planned. Yin Quishan looked at Yin Luo. "You have to do well this time. Dad has done everything for you. He even used the last trump card of the Yun family." Sigh. Yin Luo's expression was still a little weak as he looked at Yin Quishan. But will Gu Jingze really abandon Lin Che because of this? Can't he see it himself? Since he's already accepted this help, it means that he's already let go. Yin Quishan wasn't worried about Gu Jingze. He was worried about Imogen Yin. As expected, at this moment, someone suddenly said outside the Yun family, "Sir, it's bad. Someone is looking for you. From the looks of it, they don't come with good intentions." Yun Quishan frowned. Seeing his housekeeper so frightened, it seemed like the person who came was not an ordinary person. Outside, Imogen Yin barged in with his men. The living room was dark. The moment Yun Quishan came out, he froze. "Black Eagle, what are you doing?" Outside, the Yin family servants were chased out by Imogen Yin's men. One by one, they were tied up and thrown at the Yin family's main entrance. The Yin family lived in a high-class villa garden. Many of Country C's famous tycoons lived nearby. Coming and going, they saw the Yin family servants tied up and kneeling outside. Wouldn't that make the Yin family completely lose face here? Imogen Yin looked at Yun Quishan. His expression seemed indifferent, but it was dark and gloomy. "Nothing, but they wouldn't let me in. In order to see you, I had to ask them to leave first." "You, Black Eagle, are you trying to fall out with me?" Yun Quishan's face darkened. Imogen Yin snorted. "Yun Quishan, do you think I don't dare to touch you? Back then, you said that you wanted to use the military factory to get Gu Jingze out of the Gu family and leave his position as the patriarch. Now, you're using me while working with Gu Jingze to help him buy the military factory. Do you think I, Imogen Yin, am easy to bully? Or do you think I, Imogen Yin, am a fool that can be toyed with?" Yun Quishan had asked him to go to Country to rest first. He had thought that by the time Black Eagle found out and came looking for trouble, the handover of the military factory would have been over and he wouldn't be able to do anything. He hadn't expected him to find out so quickly. Yun Quishan looked at Black Eagle, who arrogantly brought people into the Yun family. He hadn't expected Black Eagle to be so daring. Wasn't he afraid of falling out with the Yun family? Yun Quishan said, "Black Eagle, you better be clear. I am indeed on the same side as you, but now is not the time to bring Gu Jingze down completely. We have to do it step by step." Black Hawk snorted. "Uncle Yin, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? That's not what you said a few days ago. You said that this is the best chance to take him down. Maybe it's the only chance. Isn't it a little too late to change your mind now?" Yun Quishan's face hurt from embarrassment. Looking at Black Eagle's imposing manner and the people who followed him in, he said angrily, "Black Eagle, take your people and leave the Yun family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "All right, I'd like to see how rude you're going to be." Black Eagle's face darkened. He took a step forward with his big leather shoes. His invincible stance made Yun Quishan lose half of his imposing manner. Chapter 886. However, Yun Quishan had always been sinister. He looked at Imogen Yin and said, "Black Eagle, my big brother didn't tell you everything about your background. Don't you want to know all the details?" Imogen Yin froze. He looked at Yun Quishan in disbelief. "What are you trying to say?" "Listen to me, Black Eagle." Yun Quishan walked forward and said to Imogen Yin, "Big brother said that your father didn't know you were abandoned. He looked for you for many years and has never given up on you. In order to find you, he even formed his own dark shadow." Imogen Yin's eyes were still indifferent, but there was a hint of melancholy in his expression. Yun Quishan said, "And now that he's back, don't you want to see him?" Imogen Yin said, "He's been looking for me." Yun Quishan said, "Of course. After all, you're his son." "Then why didn't you tell me before?" he asked. That was because he was a trump card that the Yun family wanted to keep. Since he was a trump card, why would they tell him about it? We only found out about it after he returned to Country C. We didn't have time to tell you." Yun Quishan had unknowingly gotten closer to Imogen Yin. Imogen Yin squinted and looked ahead. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar aura. He looked up and saw Yun Quishan right in front of him. Yun Quishan suddenly picked up a gun. As a member of the Yun family, how could he not have a gun? He aimed the gun at Imogen Yin's head and fired without hesitation. However, Imogen Yin wasn't someone to be trifled with. He moved away instantly and fell to the side at lightning speed. The silencer gun made a dull sound, and Mo Jinyan's blood flowed out. He felt pain in his shoulder. He looked down and saw that Yun Kuishan had made a hole in his shoulder. Fortunately, he was fast. Otherwise, the hole would have been on his head. Yun Kuishan's eyes flashed with viciousness. He hadn't hit his target. However, just as he walked past, he pressed the alarm in his hand. The moment he fired the gun, the servants in the Yun family's backyard rushed out. They rushed forward together and surrounded the injured Mo Jinyan. The people behind them started fighting with the people from Black Eagle. The entire living room of the Yun family became a battlefield. However, Yun Kuishan had his men point a gun at Mo Jinyan's head. Seeing this, Mo Jinyan's men could only surrender in grief and indignation. Mo Jinyan glared angrily at first, then a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Yun Kuishan, it said that the Yun family is full of despicable people, but I didn't notice it before. Yun Kuishan snorted. All is fair in war. Yun Kuishan looked outside and ordered, "Release those that don't raise chi." The people at the door were still tied up, and passers-by had already seen it clearly. Although they knew that this was the Yun family, and they had no right to ask what was going on in such a rich and powerful family, they could still pass by and watch the show. Therefore, the scene from before had probably already been seen by many people. Yun Kuishan was infuriated. He looked at Mo Jinyan, thinking that he would definitely make him suffer. But unexpectedly, at this moment, that muffled applause came from outside. I didn't think I would be too late. I could still join in the fun. Mo Jinyan and Yun Kuishan raised their heads at the same time and looked out in disbelief. Gu Jingze had already appeared at the door leisurely with the Gu family security, as if he was really just passing by. But how could the Gu family pass by here? Gu Jingze walked in, and Yun Kuishan's eyes flashed. "Oh, Jingze, you're here at the right time. I don't know if you're looking for Black Eagle. I've been very angry when I found out that he betrayed you." Now, Gu Jingze looked coldly at this fence-sitter who knew how to judge the situation. "Uncle Yun, I'm indeed looking for him. It seems that you've already done it for me." But the Gu family naturally has its own way of dealing with people who betray the Gu family. "So, I want to take Black Eagle with me. Is that okay?" Yun Kuishan naturally wanted to refuse. If Black Eagle stayed here, he still had time for his big brother to come and talk to Black Eagle personally, so that Black Eagle could bury the hatchet with the Yun family. But if he went to the Gu family, but Yun Kuishan did notice the people from the Gu family surrounding them. Gu Jingze came prepared. Even if the people from the Yun family and Black Eagle came together, they wouldn't be a match for the Gu family. Yun Kuishan could only grit his teeth. He thought to himself, "How dare you say that the Yun family is full of vile people? Gu Jingze is an out-and-out vile person." He obviously knew the relationship between the Yun family and Black Eagle. That was why he pretended to cooperate with the Yun family. In fact, he was waiting for Black Eagle and the Yun family to kill each other so that he could reap the benefits. Damn it, when did he find out about the relationship between the Yun family and Black Eagle? Their relationship should have been the most secretive. Of course, Yun Kuishan didn't know that Gu Jingze, through his analysis, felt that the Yun family had already prepared the funds to buy the military factory. That was why he guessed that Gu Jingze had already planned with Black Eagle. He knew that the military factory would be in trouble, so he had already prepared the money in advance. Yun Kuishan knew that he couldn't win against Gu Jingze, so he could only admit defeat. He smiled and said, "All right, you can take him away. You can deal with the matters between you two." Gu Jingze smiled slightly. "Then, thank you for your help." Gu Jingze looked down at Black Eagle. Their eyes met. Black Eagle moved slightly and looked away. Gu Jingze took a step forward. "I really don't want to go this far with you, but, Black Eagle, you should know what happens to those who offend me. Since we've known each other for a long time, I won't let your family suffer more than the Fong family." Black Eagle suddenly laughed loudly. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Do whatever you want, but before I die, I want to see someone. A prisoner doesn't seem to have the right to negotiate with me." Gu Jingze looked ahead calmly. Black Eagle narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to see Gu Qigong." "Gu Jingze, you think you know everything, You think you have everything planned out, but you don't know that you've been kept in the dark from the beginning. If I die, you'll never know about this again. Gu Jingze looked at Black Eagle with a deep gaze. Black Eagle's gaze was sharp, and he stared into Gu Jingze's eyes. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Gu Jingze waved his hand and said, "Take him away first." Just like that, Gu Jingze captured Mo Jinyan without wasting a single soldier. The crowd dispersed at the entrance, leaving only a few people to take Mo Jinyan, who was tied up, out of the Yun family's house. When the people outside saw this, they felt that the Yun family's people were really spectacular today. Although they didn't know what was going on, they knew that it was a big matter involving a few powerful families. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered together. Chapter 887. In the multi-purpose warehouse of the military factory, Mo Jinyan chuckled coldly. "So, you're not going to sell the military factory to the Yun family at all? Is that right?" Gu Jingze said, "This is a profitable business. It's just that no one can afford it. Why should I sell it to the Yun family? The Liu family has already bought this factory, and it will soon be transferred to their name. Now, a few orders that have been stopped, including the American and British orders, have been resumed. Don't worry, without you, the military factory is still running well." Mo Jinyan laughed even louder. "So from the start, you've already planned to lure me out and find out who's behind this, right? Good, good. I lost to you and didn't think of all this." Gu Jingze said, "Yes, you miscalculated. The winner takes it all. You can think about how you want to die." "No." Mo Jinyan looked up at Gu Jingze. "You can't kill me." Gu Jingze snorted. "Don't you think this sentence is familiar? When we killed Fong Jimin together, he said the same thing." Mo Jinyan shook his head. "I'm not like the Fong family. After the Fong family disbanded, you spent a lot of effort reorganizing them. It's even harder to reorganize my people. It's easy for you to kill me, but it's hard to prevent my people from retaliating. So you can't just kill me. Yeah, I like challenging things the most." Gu Jingze looked at Mo Jinyan. "You've been with me for a while. You should know that what I hate most is being lied to." Mo Jinyan's face darkened. He smiled faintly, and his eyes were filled with sadness. Mo Jinyan knew that he trusted him. That was why he wanted to kill him even more now. Mo Jinyan said, "All right, if I'm going to die, I want to see Union." Gu Jingze said, "You want to see my father on one hand and Union on the other. Don't you think you're asking for too much? It's fine if you don't allow me to see your father, but Union is my daughter. You were the one who told me about this. If one day Lin Che finds out about this and finds out that you killed Yunyun's biological father, do you think she will feel regret and pity? She treats Yunyun like her own daughter, but you won't let Yunyun see her father one last time." At the mention of Lin Che's name, Gu Jingze paused slightly. Lin Che was his weakness, but it was also his warmest weakness. Mo Jinyan had grasped the weakness in Lin Che's heart. He really didn't want Lin Che to be even the slightest bit unhappy. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Jinyan for a while, not saying a word. Finally, he said to the person beside him, "Have someone watch him." After that, Gu Jingze left. Mo Jinyan took a deep breath and leaned against the wall. The gunshot wound on his body, was still bleeding. His face was pale, but he seemed to have forgotten the pain. This bit of pain was actually nothing to him. He had 7 or 8 similar wounds on his body, and that didn't include the ones that were cut by knives or daggers. However, he never thought that he would die like this one day. Lin Che was in his room. Yu Minmin quickly called him and told him the gossip she heard out of boredom. "I just heard from the servants that Gu Jingze has already captured He Ying and brought him away. I heard that he brought over 100 people and blocked the Yun family's entrance, scaring the Yun family. From the outside, it looked like they were going to fight, but in the end, they came out unscathed. However, He Ying was carried away. It seems like he's dead or alive. I don't know what the outcome is." Hearing this, Lin Che became even more nervous. "Why do you have so much information? Have your people listen to the gossip more often?" "All right, Gu Jingze's servants don't dare to speak carelessly. Gu Jingze doesn't like it, so I'll have my people ask first. All right, you have your own bodyguard now, so you can ask anything you want. But don't worry, your Gu Jingze is very domineering. No one can hurt him. Hearing this, Lin Che was slightly relieved. At this moment, he saw that Gu Jingze had actually returned. He had taken off his jacket and seemed to be walking in quickly. Lin Che put down the phone and hurried out. How is it? Are you okay? After hearing what Yu Minmin said, Lin Che felt that it must be very complicated, so he was still worried. Gu Jingze looked at her and froze for a moment. This made Lin Che more or less nervous. What's wrong? She felt that the way he looked at her was a little different. Gu Jingze said, Lin Che, there's something I haven't told you. What is it? Gu Jingze pulled her in and asked the others to leave. Actually, I already know who Yunyun's biological father is, but I haven't had the chance to tell you. What? Lin Che was indeed shocked. You have to keep this a secret for now. You can't tell anyone. Okay, go ahead. Lin Che's relationship with Mu Firen was very good, and he loved and cared for Yunyun. After all, he had watched her grow up. He had watched her since she was born, so their relationship was really different. It's Blackhawk. Lin Che was stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly, but of course she wouldn't. She could only say that she felt that the world had suddenly become a fantasy. Why was it him? At that time, he was planning to take revenge on me with Li Mingyu in Sea Country. Didn't he kidnap you afterwards? It was also at that time that he stayed in the hotel where Mu Firen held the wedding banquet. And then, Lin Che still remembered what happened that night. She just felt that everything was really too coincidental, but this kind of coincidence seemed to have many connections. It seemed unexpected, but when she thought about it, it actually made sense. Then now, Mo Jinyan is at my place. He wants to see Yunyun, so I'm here to ask you, what do you mean? In the end, that meant that Gu Jingze wanted to do something to Blackhawk. Lin Che's eyes flickered. She didn't like Blackhawk at first, but after knowing that he was Yunyun's father, she felt different. No matter what, he was Yunyun's biological father. If he died, Yunyun would really have no father. As a person who also had a child, she felt even more heartache when she brought this matter to her child. She said, let's see him. Gu Jingze said, okay, I'll make the arrangements. Can't you tell Firen about this? Lin Che asked. Gu Jingze said, let's not talk about this for now. They don't have any feelings for each other, so it's meaningless to talk about it. Lin Che was stunned. What Mu Firen meant was that Mu Firen could pretend that Black Eagle had never existed if there was really something wrong with it, while they didn't have any feelings for each other. Chapter 888. That was true. Lin Che said, then I'll listen to you. Gu Jingze nodded. Lin Che said, if I let Yunyun go alone, I'm worried that she'll be scared. Can I bring Yunyun over? Gu Jingze looked at her. You want to go? His gaze was fixed. Of course, he had his concerns. Lin Che said, that's right. I have to watch over Yunyun. Otherwise, I'm worried that she'll be in danger and scared. Gu Jingze looked at Dongzi. This was a chance for them to gain experience. He nodded in agreement. Okay, be careful when you go. Hey, Ying isn't a simple person. Lin Che took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. She picked Yunyun up, but didn't tell her what they were going to do. He only said that he was taking her out to play. Yunyun trusted him very much. She was sensible and didn't ask any questions. In the heavily guarded military factory, it was different for what she had imagined. It looked very modern. It wasn't a dirty factory with machines everywhere. Gu Jingze seemed to see through her curiosity and said, this military factory is the most advanced one. There are many researchers here. Don't think that it's really just a factory. It's like this. Gu Jingze said, this way. The metal door opened. Inside, Mo Jinyan, who was on the verge of death, leaned against the door with a pool of blood beside him. When Yunyun saw Ying, she immediately said, Uncle Mo. Ying smiled and sat up from the ground. Yunyun looked up. Andy, what's wrong with Uncle? Lin Che paused. His heart ached. Yunyun, Uncle is just tired. Then I'll go and massage Uncle's legs. Will Uncle not be tired anymore? Yes. Lin Che looked up and gave Dongzi a look. Dongzi understood and brought Yin over. Haing looked at Lin Che gratefully. He signaled with his eyes and met Yun's gaze with a smile. Yun, be good. Come here. This was the first time Lin Che saw Yun with her father, enjoying fatherly love. But could it be the last time? Lin Che's heart softened a little. He wanted to tell Gu Jingze that he could let the Black Eagle go for Yun's sake. However, Haing had always been against the Gu family for some reason. Now that he had been tricked by Gu Jingze, he must hate Gu Jingze more than before. Now he was a sick cat. When he recovered and became a tiger, they would be in danger. Lin Che thought that she had to get used to the law of the jungle in order to survive in this wealthy family. She squinted at the eagle. After an unknown period of time, Haing could no longer lift his hand. He said, Yun, be a good girl. You can go now. Uncle wants to sleep. Yun said obediently. Okay, Uncle. Sleep well. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll come and play with you again. Next time? Would there be a next time? Lin Che's heart tightened. He hurriedly picked up Yun and was about to leave. On the other side, Black Hawk had completely fallen to the ground. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and said, Go, and take him away. A few of them walked over and were about to drag Black Eagle away. However, unexpectedly, Black Eagle, who had just fallen to the ground and looked half dead, suddenly jumped up. He grabbed a person in front of him with one hand and accurately grasped the gun at his waist. Then he knocked the person to the ground with one hand and fired a shot at the person's chest with the other. Lin Che was shocked. Hearing the sound, she turned around and saw that Haing's gun was pointed at her. Her eyes moved. On the other side, Gu Jingze's gun? The gun was already pointed. Haing said, You can compete with me. Let's see if my gun is faster or yours. However, the stakes are higher. Gu Jingze paused. Lin Che turned around and looked at him. Why do you have to do this, Haing? Haing narrowed his eyes. After you've worked hard to survive for so many years, you'll know how afraid you are of death. I'm afraid of death because it's not worth it. Haing wanted to say more, but unexpectedly, a person had already flown over. Haing wasn't sure who it was, but Lin Che knew that it was Dongzi. He threw himself in front of Haing without a care for his life. Haing was stunned. The next moment, he was already on the ground. Gu Jingze reacted quickly and fired a shot at him. With a bang, Haing's thigh was instantly shot. Haing fell to the ground. He squinted his eyes in pain, and his face was contorted. Gu Jingze's eyes became colder. Holding the gun with both hands, he walked over step by step and pressed the gun against Haing's head. Goodbye, but I'm afraid we'll meet again in our next life. Gu Jingze placed his finger on the gun. Gu Jingze, did you know that your father once had an illegitimate child? Then, Haing suddenly raised his head. Gu Jingze was stunned. However, the coldness in his eyes did not subside when he looked at Haing's face. Haing stared at his face. Gu Jingze looked back at him. What tricks are you playing now? Haing laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely miserable. It's me. Didn't he ask you to help him find a baby? A weak and helpless baby in swaddling clothes. That's me. Gu Jingze was shocked. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked at Haing hatefully. You know that playing tricks on me will only make your death worse. Haing shook his head. His eyes were sorrowful. You don't know. None of you know. You don't know how I was abandoned in the snow by that crazy grandfather of yours to die. Someone saved me, raised me, told me everything, and also told me that the Gu family does not allow me to exist. Because my existence is a disgrace to the Gu family. Because I'm an illegitimate child, I have to die. Gu Jingze did not believe it. He did not believe it. He pointed the gun at Haing's head. That's impossible. My father never had any woman, nor did he have any illegitimate children. Haing laughed. Go and ask him. Do you dare to? Ask him why he was so cowardly as to let someone abandon his child. Ask him how he let his child freeze to death in the snow. But it's a pity that I'm very lucky. I survived and I'm here. I'm in Country C, right under the nose of the Gu family. Gu Jingze's eyes flickered. His gun slowly moved away, and Black Eagle, under the pressure, had already lost too much blood. His eyes were unfocused, and in an instant, he completely fell to the ground. Lin Shay looked at the scene in shock. She quickly walked over and grabbed Gu Jingze's hand. How could this be? Is what he said true? Gu Jingze shook his head. His eyes were still filled with shock. Lin Shay looked at the unconscious He Ying. She quickly turned around and ordered, "Go get a car and take him to the hospital." Chapter 889. Black Hawk underwent a blood transfusion, surgery, removal of the bullet, and repair of his arm. An hour felt as long as a century. Gu Jingze sat outside the operating room with a cold aura around him. No one dared to approach him. Only Lin Shay was still standing by his side, one hand holding his arm, quietly looking at him, waiting for him to recover. After a long time, Gu Jingze took a deep breath and patted Lin Shay's hand. "I'm fine." Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingze. If it were me, I would be surprised too. He was just about to kill Black Hawk, but he didn't expect Black Hawk to be his father's illegitimate son, that he found it unbelievable. He had never heard his parents mention it, and neither had Gu Xinda. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Shay. "I'm just a little surprised, but I'll find out whether it's true or not." Lin Shay said, "If what Black Hawk said is true, then there's a reason for this. Why did he target the Gu family? Why did he keep going against the Gu family? It's because he was abandoned, and he was resentful." Gu Jingze also thought about it. "That's right. He didn't do anything to me. He knew that I was going to confront my grandfather, so he stood on my side and wanted to help me take down my grandfather. Maybe he really hates my grandfather." Lin Shay said, "I don't know if I'm being too soft-hearted, but I feel that if everything is pardonable, he doesn't seem so hateful." Gu Jingze looked inside. Chen Yuqing was coming out. He looked at the two of them and took off his blood-stained gloves. "He stabilized just now. He's awake now." Gu Jingze nodded. "I have something to ask him." "Yes, he's very conscious now." Gu Jingze walked into the ward. Black Hawk was lying there. His face had regained some color after the blood transfusion. He looked like he had recovered a lot. These men had strong recovery abilities. Lin Shay thought of Gu Jingze. He felt that he recovered very quickly after being injured. Seeing the two of them enter, Black Hawk leaned against the wall. "Gu Qigong didn't come? I'm surprised that you didn't confirm it with him immediately." Gu Jingze looked at him. "Who else knows about this?" The Black Eagle said the Yun family. Gu Jingze looked at him. "Do you want to take revenge on my grandfather or me?" He Ying took a deep breath and looked at Gu Jingze seriously. "Originally, I wanted to seek justice from the Gu family. But later, I realized that to take revenge, you have to find the right person. I just want Gu Xinda to get the punishment he deserves. He was so cruel to me when I was still a baby. Now, you shouldn't live like this." Gu Jingze said, "Imo Jinyan, I'll get to the bottom of this. Before that, you can rest here." Imo Jinyan looked at Gu Jingze. "You're not going to kill me?" Gu Jingze snorted. "I'll decide how to deal with you after I know the truth." Lin Shay watched from the side and said to Imo Jinyan, "And Mu Firen, you know what you've done. I hope you can think about what to do with Firen and Yinyan. Since you didn't know before, it's understandable. But now that you know, I think you should think about how to deal with this matter." Imo Jinyan looked at Lin Shay. "I've thought about it, but I don't want to tell her about it now. At that time, I was impulsive and caused the irreversible consequences. I don't know who she is, and I don't know that she's carrying my child. Now that I'm going to treat it seriously, I don't want her to know too early. It'll scare her and push her away." Hearing his words, Lin Shay suddenly felt that he wasn't as bad as he thought. She nodded. "Then I'll look forward to your performance." Lin Shay and Gu Jingze left the place and left Chen Yuqing to look after the place. The guards outside were very strict. When they left, Chen Yuqing was still complaining. "You left him here. What if he runs away?" "He won't run. If those people chase after him and make a big deal out of it, what if they burn down my place?" Sigh. Gu Jingze said, "This is your place, but I paid for it. If it burns down, I'll pay for it." Chen Yuqing was only complaining. Of course, he wouldn't really ignore it. It was just that leaving such a troublesome person here made him feel even more pressured. But Gu Jingze had left him here because of He Ying's special status. He was prepared to give him special treatment, so he let Chen Yuqing take care of it. Although it had only been a few days, the news had already spread among the wealthy families. The Gu family had been in troubled times recently. No one knew what was going on this time. The Yin family, the Gu family, and Mo Jinyin, who was fighting who. Anyway, it was always fun to watch the show. Everyone wanted to see how they would solve the problem. But it was a pity that there was no movement from the Gu family after that. The Yin family also shut their doors because of this, so no one had a source of gossip. At the Gu family's house, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, pulled him and asked, "Aren't you going to ask Dad about this?" Gu Jingze said, "How can I ask him? I'm going to ask him." Pei Ying said that he's your son. Is that true? Lin Che leaned against him and looked at him. I know it's hard for you to accept it, but I'll be on your side no matter what decision you make. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. When he turned around, he saw that everyone was far away. It seemed that no one had gotten close to them today. Lin Che saw that he was looking around and said to him, "You don't have to look." The servants saw your face and ran far away. They don't want to talk to you anymore. It was only then that Gu Jingze realized that they were gone. He looked at Lin Che. Luckily, she wasn't afraid of him. He pinched her face. "Then why didn't you run far away?" Lin Che said, "I wanted to run too, but you look so pitiful standing here with a long face." Gu Jingze's face darkened even more. "I'll teach you a lesson later." "No, I know the big secret of a wealthy family now. If you dare to treat me badly, I'll tell everyone about it." Gu Jingze chased after her and said, "Sure. How can I gag you? Pay up. How much do you think such a big secret is worth? I mean, your mouth down there." Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che. He needed comfort now, but no one could comfort his shaken heart. Only she could. He felt that only by burying himself in her body could he feel at ease. Thus, he carried Lin Che in his arms and headed straight for the bedroom. Lin Che pushed him playfully, but he didn't waver at all. Lin Che reluctantly followed him into the bedroom. Outside, the servants heard Gu Jingze and Lin Che's playful laughter and heaved a sigh of relief. When Gu Jingze came back just now, they were really frightened. Now that he finally had a smile, they felt a lot more comforted. It seemed that no one else could make Gu Jingze smile except for his wife. They respected Lin Che even more and felt that it was definitely the right thing to do to stand on her side. Chapter 890. The next morning, Gu Jingze and Lin Che ate together. Gu Jingze had a good appetite and ate a lot of food. He looked at Lin Che and said, "I'll go back to the mansion later. You can come with me. I can send you to the company on the way." Lin Che said, "Okay." She saw that Gu Jingze's expression was much better today than yesterday. His face was as ugly as green iron yesterday, but it looked much better today. "What are you going back to do? Are you going to ask about Blackhawk?" Lin Che asked. "I'll go and find out how much my family knows about this," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "Okay then." She thought for a moment and said, "But if you are really related to Blackhawk, doesn't that mean you have an older brother?" Gu Jingze looked up and said, "It's not up to me whether I admit it or not." "Well, I know, but that's how it is in terms of blood. It's another matter in your heart. Even if you have a brother by blood, it doesn't mean that you also have a brother in your heart. The brother in your heart is Gu Jingming, but there's another brother by blood. It's not difficult to understand. It's like I have several sisters in my family, but they're only my sisters by blood. None of them are my real sisters. I think my sisters now should be Min Min, Yuran, and Abai." Gu Jingze smiled. He quite liked listening to her talk nonsense. He didn't get tired of it at all. Lin Che suddenly thought of something and immediately said with surprise in his eyes, "Aya, that's not good. Yin Yun is Black Eagle's biological daughter, and Black Eagle is related to you by blood. Doesn't that mean that Yin Yin and Yin Yun are siblings?" Gu Jingze ate his bread and said, "What does it matter?" "Of course it matters," Lin Che said sadly. Lin Che said with melancholy, "What a pity. I originally thought that Yin Yun could be my daughter-in-law. She's so cute and pretty. If they were siblings, it would be impossible. Sigh, how am I going to tell Yin Yin about this?" Gu Jingze said, "What's there to tell him? Every year, you always said that you would consider marrying Yin Yun, but now." Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che was really worried. He leaned over and poked her head. You're thinking too much. How old is he? You can think about these things when he grows up. If they're related by blood, then they're related by blood. There's no reason why they can't be together. Just consider someone else. Lin Shay snorted. Seriously, is that your son? Since you want to be a loving mother, I can only be a strict father. He smiled. But if one day you give birth to a daughter, scram. Lin Shay snorted and said with a red face, who wants to bear your child? Gu Jingze smiled. After the two of them finished eating, Gu Jingze saw Lin Shay off. Lin Shay had been thinking about how to break the news to Nian Yin. After some thought, she decided to go to the kindergarten to look for Nian Yin after she finished her work at the company. Nian Yin was having a smooth journey at the kindergarten. The teachers and principal did not dare to provoke him, and he could do whatever he wanted. The children all felt that he was a little hero. Seeing how the teachers were so polite to him, they naturally admired him even more. There were many little girls who would give him snacks or lollipops to express their goodwill. At such a young age, he already had the feeling of being a lover of the masses. When the teacher saw that it was Lin Shay, she treated Lin Shay very specially, even though it wasn't time yet to pick up the children. She invited her to the VIP room to wait and said that Nian Yin would be there soon. When Nian Yin came, he saw Lin Shay and said, "Mommy, what are you doing here?" Seeing Nian Yin's look of disdain, Lin Shay was really hurt. She felt that Nian Yin was too independent. Although all children were like this when they grew up, he was too early. Lin Shay said, "What's wrong? Can't I come and pick you up?" "It's not time yet." He pulled up his sleeves and looked at the watch on his arm, which still had baby fat. Lin Shay said, "Mommy misses you. Can't I come and pick you up?" "Mommy, did something happen at home?" Gu Shinian said with a strange look on his face. Lin Shay exclaimed, "How can that be?" Gu Shinian said, "Then why are you suddenly so mushy?" In television dramas, this should be the prelude to something big happening. Don't watch so many television dramas in the future. Lin Shay pulled Gu Shinian back. In the car, Lin Shay asked him, "How do you feel at kindergarten?" "It's pretty good." Lin Shay probed, "Are there any good-looking girls that you like?" Gu Shinian looked up. "Mommy, they say that rich people get married early, but I don't think I'm that early." "Duh!" Lin Shay exclaimed again. "What are you talking about?" But thinking about it, it seemed a little odd for her to ask this now. She waved her hand and changed the way she phrased it. "You're the one who keeps saying that you might marry Yun Yun in the future. That's why I want to ask you. Do you really want to marry Yun Yun when you're older?" Gu Shinian said, "I'm just saying that it's a possibility. After all, she's known me for so many years, and we're already familiar with each other. It's a waste of time to find another girl." Lin Shay felt that this little brain of his didn't think the same way as hers did. She said, "So you're saying that Yun Yun is just a reference? I thought you really like Yun Yun, so you really want to marry her." "I like Yun Yun a lot," Gu Shinian said. "Although she's stupid sometimes, she's still very obedient." Gu Shinian sat there, fiddling with his legs. Lin Shay said, "Then, what if you can't marry Yun Yun? Why can't I marry her?" Gu Shinian looked up. Lin Shay said, "What if Yun Yun turns into your sister?" "Sister?" Gu Shinian looked at her. "Why would she be my sister? She and my dad." "No, Andy Fearon isn't married yet. There are so many handsome guys in the Gu family. If she marries, Yun Yun will become your sister. Then you can't get married." Gu Shinian thought for a moment. "Then, I can still hang out with her, right?" "Of course, if it's a sister, you can still hang out with her at any time." "Then, can I choose who to marry her?" "That's a little difficult. After all, you might not be able to control what kind of guy she meets and likes in the future, but you can still give her your opinion." Gu Shinian said, "Okay, I'm just worried that she'll be fooled by someone." "Fool," Lin Shay said. "We'll all help her. If someone dares to lie to her, we'll definitely not let them off. If Blackhawk was her father and they could really reunite one day." Lin Shay was definitely Blackhawk's type who would pick up a submachine gun and shoot someone at any time. No one would dare to lie to Yun Yun. Chapter 891. Lin Shay thought that she was thinking too much. Maybe Nian Yin was still reasonable. He loved Shi Yun Yun very much, but she really didn't know what love was at such a young age. Lin Che rubbed Nian Yan's head. Okay, do you want to eat anything? Can I buy you chocolate with hazelnuts? Okay. In the evening, Lin Che helped Nian Yan with her homework and said good night to her before leaving. Gu Shinian watched Lin Che leave before looking up from behind the desk. What did he mean by Yun Yun becoming a sister? Gu Shinian snapped his fingers twice, and someone jumped in from the window. Looking at Gu Shinian, he said, "What can I do for you, young master? There's one thing. Help me check if Yun Yun's biological father had been found, and what my parents have been doing recently. Why is it related to Yun Yun?" "Yes, young master." Nian Yan watched the guard leave and thought to herself that the man sent by Grandpa was quite useful. Blackhawk was still recuperating at Chen Yuqing's place. His matters were a little complicated, so Lin Che didn't get involved. It was better to let Gu Jingze think about it slowly, while she continued to shoot the movie. On the set, everyone was happy and harmonious, which made Lin Che feel very relaxed. Once she relaxed, her efficiency was very high and she was in a good state. She was often very engrossed and finished in one take, which made the staff present admire her from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Che knew that she had found the feeling of filming again, which was why it was so smooth. She was also very happy and full of fighting spirit. At this time, the reality show that Yu Minmin had been in contact with also asked her to audition. Lin Che and Bai went to the audition for the reality show first. Yu Minmin wasn't there, so Bai acted as her agent for the time being. Bai was also very busy. She had a lot of things to do, but Lin Che's matters were naturally the top priority. When they arrived at the audition, Lin Che met the director of the reality show. The director's surname was Fong. He looked at Lin Che and sized her up, because they had never worked together before. He wasn't familiar with Lin Che. However, because she was Yu Minmin's person, he felt that he had to give her some face and give her a try. Lin Che was very famous, but he was afraid that she wouldn't like to cooperate. Seeing that she only brought her agent today, the director was quite satisfied. He was not like some artist who went out in a hubbub, which was annoying to look at. It was fine if this kind of person acted in a movie, but if he really came to participate in a reality show, there would be a lot of things to do. This couldn't be done. That couldn't be done. A whole production team wouldn't even be enough to take care of him. How could that do? In this reality show, a few celebrities would be sent to live outside for 2 days and 2 nights. They had to earn their own living expenses. Each of them would get a car and a living allowance of $30 each. Once they arrived at the designated location, the mission would be considered completed. This was a very tough reality show journey. Nowadays, netizens were very strict. Although some parts would be fake, if they were too fake, they would be condemned. Therefore, it was definitely tough. The director said, "You young girls care about your body and your image. Can you stand it?" Lin Che said with a smile, "This, as long as it's a reasonable request, I'll definitely do it to the best of my ability. If it's unreasonable, for example, if you want me to go fishing naked in the water, I definitely won't be able to do it. Haha, that won't happen. However, you'll be living with a few young lads. There will definitely be some inconveniences. With so many crew members filming and so many female directors, the most inconveniences would be changing clothes and going to the toilet. I can still solve them. It'll be just like when we went to military training. That's good. What I want to tell you is that our reality show will attract a lot of attention. Although the lineup isn't very strong, the female character will definitely attract a lot of attention. Because there's only one female character, everyone's focus will definitely be on you. So, there are a lot of people who want this character. Lin Che could tell that he wanted to raise the standard of the show, so that Lin Che wouldn't act like a big shot. Moreover, as a director, he had a lot of big plans. There were also people who looked down on popular actors because the position of a director was different from that of an actor. Actors and artists not only had to perform, but they also had to create hype and promote themselves. However, a director was a commander behind the scenes. They had different perspectives and views, so of course, their thinking would be different. Lin Che said, "Don't worry. I can also promise you that among the actresses now, you won't be able to find anyone who is more effective than me and who is more compatible with you. I'm very confident about this. We didn't choose the show randomly. There were many offers for reality shows, but I chose this show because it attracted me. There are many fake shows, and it's interesting. Also, I feel that everyone really wants to make a reality show that's up to standard, so I came to participate. Lin Che looked at the director and said, "You can look at the results of the shows I've done in the past. You can also look at the good reviews and the number of loyal fans I have on the internet. Then, you can compare with other people. This is your show. I believe that you're the one who wants this show to be popular the most, so you'll definitely make the best judgment." Lin Che was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at the director. Although she was here for the audition, she couldn't let others lead her by the nose. If she was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be good if she had any unreasonable requests in the future. The director was stunned. He was momentarily stunned by the strong aura she exuded. However, this aura of hers wasn't the kind of arrogant and despotic that made people feel disgusted. Instead, it made people subtly feel that she was trustworthy. He looked at the statistics and looked at her. He had to admit that out of all the actresses who had auditioned, she was the one who gave off the best vibe. Moreover, she had only put on some light makeup before coming here today. Her skin was also very good. Even with light makeup, she would probably look very good on camera. This was also good for the show. The director's expression relaxed a lot. He said to her, "All right, Miss Lin, I'm looking forward to working with you. Then, thank you for taking the time to come today. This is what I should do. You can take your time to think about it. You can let me know if you have any results." Lin Che left with Abai. Abai said, "What does this mean?" He saw that it wasn't Min Min who came. Is he going to go back on his word? He will not choose us, right? Lin Che said, "All right, he'll think about the show and make his own choice. We've done what we should do. We'll see how he chooses later. It's just like two people in a relationship. One-sided, wishful thinking won't do. Making a show also depends on whether they're compatible or not. If he really doesn't choose us, then there's no point in us joining him." Chapter 892. Abai felt that what she said made sense. That's right. We don't lack money, and we don't have to go on their show. It's just for the icing on the cake. It's not like we can't do it if we can't get it. We should be more stubborn. The two of them talked as they walked out. He saw a woman walking towards him in high heels. She had heavy makeup and was wearing branded clothes. For a moment, Lin Che thought it was a stranger. It wasn't until she looked at him that Lin Che realized. That wasn't Yangling Xin. No, she should be called Yangling now. She had also seen Lin Che and walked over without any hesitation. "Hey, I heard that you're going to do a reality show too." Lin Che smiled. "Your news came pretty fast." Yang Ling said, "That's true. Ever since Sister Che came back, there's been a storm of blood. I'm not the only one paying attention to Sister Che. But it's a pity that your first TV series was squeezed out of the lead role. Until now, you haven't produced any works. It's really disappointing." Lin Che said, "You've been paying attention to me. That's really disappointing, but good works don't fear waiting." Abai said, "That's right. We don't lack money to spend. If there's a show, we'll take it. If there's no good show, then so be it. Some people are different. After all, if they want to support a brand, they have to take it no matter what kind of lousy show it is." Yang Ling looked at her with a sharp gaze. Abai stood there and just rolled her eyes. Yang Ling said, "Why isn't you Min Min around anymore? With such a sharp-tongued little girl by your side, did she think that you wouldn't be popular, so she gave up on you and went to groom someone else? You don't have to worry. Min Min doesn't need to groom anyone. If she wants to do it, she can do it. If she doesn't want to, then she doesn't. Anyway, we can make a living in the entertainment industry. It just depends on whether we want to or not," Lin Che said. She was Gu Jing's wife, and Yu Minmin was the president's wife. This was unshakable. They indeed had the money to support any kind of life, and they didn't need to work hard. This was an established fact, and no one could refute it. What else could they refute? Yang Ling could only snort. Then he smiled and said, "I wonder if this reality show will become popular. I'm looking forward to you becoming popular. Otherwise, it would be meaningless even if I beat you to death." All right, what a coincidence. We're doing a reality show in the same company, but I was invited by them. I'm here today to sign the contract. Take your time with the audition. After saying that, she swaggered past the two people. Albai said, "Look at how ostentatious she looks like a turkey. She's not a good thing after all. She doesn't have any taste at all. She thinks that it's a famous brand, so she wears it on her body. It's already impressive. She's wearing a bunch of famous brands. It's really messy. It makes people feel like she's a nouveau riche." Lin Shay said, "She's also here to sign a reality show?" Albai said, "This company has done 3 reality shows, and one of them is a veteran reality show. It has high ratings every year, and the setting is similar to yours. It's just that a few men and a few women go on a self-help trip together, but it's a trip abroad. It's not as embarrassing as yours. I heard that 2 female artists won't be participating this year, so it's probably going to be replaced by her. So that's how it is." Lin Shay said, "Looks like she's been doing well for the past 2 years. Her resources have always been very good. I don't know why, but it might have something to do with the sugar daddy behind her." When the two of them returned to the company, Lin Shay received a call from Shun Yuran, saying that she would be coming over soon. Not long after, Shun Yuran arrived. Looking at Lin Shay, she said, "When can you take that Black Hawk away?" Lin Shay said, "What's wrong? Is he in trouble?" She knew that Black Hawk was still recuperating in Chun Yuqing's medical studio. Shun Yuran said, "He's a big trouble himself, okay? Recently, the studio has been tightly sealed like a prison. It's so annoying. Moreover, some people who know the news go over to inquire when they have nothing to do. Because of Black Hawk, our studio is now in the teeth of the storm." Lin Shay shrugged. "Well, Gu Jingze only trusts Chun Yuqing, and Black Hawk is very important to him. So it seems that he can only live in your studio for the time being." Shun Yuran collapsed on the sofa. Lin Shay said, "By the way, what do you think about the film and television company we talked about last time?" "Oh, I've thought about it, and told Chun Yuqing about it. He also thinks that I don't need to worry too much about the 2 kids now, and there aren't that many things in the studio. I can definitely do my own things if I want to." "That's great. That means that he has agreed. We can start preparing for the company now, right?" "Yes, but I don't quite know the process. How much money do I have to invest, and how to invest?" Lin Shay said, "It's not a big investment. Most of the time, people come to bid for things, and the initial investment is not a lot. My company's dividends are invested there, and it can be completely supported. If your family invests a little more, it will be the icing on the cake." "How can I do that? You invest so much here, and we only invest a little. If you invest all the company's dividends there, I will feel bad if I invest very little," she said. Lin Shay said, "It's not a big deal. I don't spend much anyway. My family's money is taken care of by others, and I save all the money I have." Shun Yuran said, "Oh, that's true. Your big CEO won't care about your dividends. Okay then, I'll invest less money and more manpower." Lin Shay said, "Really, I'm just being polite. You really don't want to invest more money. It's useless for your family to save all the money." The two of them laughed and discussed for a while, and then decided to go through the procedures to set up a film and television company. After that, Lin Shay returned to the set to continue filming. Today's scene was still with Situ Cheong. After he came over to make a guest appearance, Nangon Yu saw that his performance was not bad, so he added an extra scene for him. It was directly a scene with Lin Shay. Everyone looked at the two of them and remembered that Situ Cheong had confessed to Lin Shay in the past. Could it be that Situ Cheong forced Nangon Yu to add this scene? In short, everyone was watching the show. Only Lin Shay looked at Situ Cheong gloomily. "This isn't in the script. Why are you joining in?" Situ Cheong said, "It's because I want to look good." Since when did third young master Situ become an artist? Situ Cheong looked at Gu Jingze. "Oh, it's just my hobby." Gu Jingze said, "Third young master Situ's hobby is really special. If I didn't know better, I would think that you still want to rely on Lin Shay." Situ Cheong said, "Are you going to interfere with Lin Shay's work? You're indeed more prestigious than before now that you're the master of the family." "Of course I don't care about Lin Shay's work, but if there's a cat or a dog around him, I'll have to interfere. Gu Jing's fingers brushed across the car. His movements were lazy, but his eyes were sharp. Situ Qiong's expression changed. Who are you calling, a cat or a dog? Gu Jingze tilted his head and asked, What do you think? You. Situ Qiong was so angry that she almost rushed forward. And Gu Jingze wouldn't back down. Lin Che quickly pulled Gu Jingze back. He looked back at Situ Qiong and said, Go in. What are you doing? Situ Qiong said, He said I'm a cat or a dog. What do you think I'm doing? Lin Che was having a headache. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Go in. Gu Jingze looked at Situ Qiong. You're the one who took the role. It seems that you know your place. You. Gu Jingze. Lin Che quickly turned back. All right, Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's eyes were sharp, but he pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Lin Che quickly pushed Situ Qiong into the car. Go in. Go in now. Situ Qiong snorted and finally went in. Lin Che turned around and held his forehead. Gu Jingze, we're just filming. We're just cameos, and we're just friends. You. Yes, he's a friend. I'm the extra one. Gu Jingze said as he opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly followed him in. But Gu Jingze was so cruel that he closed the door. Lin Che's hand hurriedly reached out to support himself on the door. When the door was closed, Lin Che's hand closed too. Ouch! Lin Che screamed. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. He quickly opened the car door and looked at Lin Che, who was blowing at his hand nervously. What happened? Gu Jingze got out of the car and looked at Lin Che's hand. Lin Che was actually in a bit of pain, but it was more exaggerated. Gu Jingze took her hand and saw that it was not a big deal. There was no trace at all. He couldn't tell why she was screaming so loudly. Gu Jingze let go of her hand and snorted. He wanted to go in again. This time, Lin Che hugged Gu Jingze's waist from behind. Don't go, Lin Che said. Let go of me. No, I won't. Don't go yet. Listen to me. I'm not interested in what you want to say. I have something to do. He forcefully pried her hand away. She got into the car, and this time, Lin Che followed her. Chapter 894. Gu Jingze had wanted to close the door, but when he remembered that she had almost touched his hand, he didn't close it. Lin Che took the opportunity to get in and didn't leave. Gu Jingze, don't be like this. Come, smile. She tugged at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze flung her hand away. Are you getting out or not? I'll get someone to drive if you don't. Okay, I'll get out if you say you're not angry anymore. Gu Jingze glared at her. Too lazy to say anything else, he said to the driver, Drive? Hey you. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Gu Jingze said, This is your last chance. Aren't you getting out? Lin Che said angrily, I'm not getting out. Gu Jingze gave the driver a look, and the driver started the car. Seeing this, Lin Che hugged Gu Jingze again. Gu Jingze's entire body was surrounded by her. She hugged him and rested her chin on his shoulder. There was a driver in front, and the Gu family security guard were in the cars behind them. Gu Jingze pressed down on her hand. Let go. No. Lin Che, can you be more shameless? I told you to let go. When have I ever been shameless? Lin Che said, Tell me. Just tell me that I'm not angry anymore. I'll let go immediately. Humph. He was angry. How could he not be angry? Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything, Lin Che could only hug him even more and shake his body. Don't be angry anymore. Don't be angry anymore. We were just filming and making friends. We didn't even talk about anything in depth. We were just talking about rich families and the Yin family. We definitely didn't talk about life or talk about ideals or anything. They were still talking. Gu Jingze frowned and tugged at her hand. Let go of me. If you don't let go. Lin Che looked up. What if I don't let go? Are you going to push me off? Humph. I've never cared about those cats and dogs around you, especially those women who always come up to you like dogs smelling meat and can't wait to eat you up. Gu Jingze said, There are no women. Miss Yun. Gu Jingze said, I didn't even touch her. But she's so evil, and her intentions are so obvious. She wants to snatch you away, but you still want to research the vow for her. That's because. But Siddha will help me. He's a good person, and he's just a friend of mine now. You won't even allow this. Only the governor can set fires, but the common people can't light lamps. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "Don't distort the truth." "I'll distort it. I'll distort it. In any case, you're not allowed to be angry anymore. You're not allowed to be angry anymore. If you get angry again." Lin Che still wrapped his arms around him. At least he had given up resisting and sat there without moving. Lin Che said, "If you dare get angry again, I'll bite you to death." Gu Jingze said, "How can you threaten people like that?" He was angry, but she still dared to threaten him that she would bite him to death. Lin Che wrinkled his nose. "Anyway, you're not allowed to get angry." Gu Jingze moved again, as if he wanted to break free. Lin Che hugged him even tighter. Gu Jingze frowned as he looked at the little woman. Lin Che said, "Besides, are you not confident enough in yourself? Do you think that you're not as good as him?" "Gu Jingze, you can't think that way. Although Situ is good, in my heart, he's not as good as you at all. Really, it's because you're good-looking, you're so nice, you're so rich, you're so charming, you have such a great figure, and you have such a good temper." Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at her. "You're exaggerating." He pushed her. "It's all fake. How can it be? I'm telling the truth. Don't you think so? I've always thought so, but I just didn't say it." She looked up and blinked at him. "Look at my pure eyes." Gu Jingze harumphed. But looking at her, he shook his head speechlessly. Lin Che took the opportunity to hug him again, tightly. Gu Jingze pushed her away in disdain. But this time, he only pushed her away symbolically and let it go. When they arrived at the Gu residence, they got out of the car. Lin Che was still sticking to him shamelessly. She looked at him with a fawning expression. Gu Jingze knew that what she said just now was definitely a half-truth and not trustworthy at all. But hearing it coming from her mouth, he still felt pretty good. Gu Jingze said, "Next time, stay away from him." I know. We're just friends, and the distance between us is definitely the normal distance between friends. Also, you have to have some confidence. You can't think that I'll run away with a guy just because he's better than you." Gu Jingze harumphed and walked in again. Lin Che hurriedly followed behind him. Behind them, the driver and the security guard looked at the two of them and couldn't help but want to laugh. So it was really easy to coax in front of Madame. Just a few fake compliments were enough to get him to leave. Gu Jingze really couldn't do anything to her, but he also knew that what Lin Che said was right. How could she really have anything going on with Situ Qiong? She was not someone who would flirt with others. However, he was not happy. He was not happy to see her with any other man. Thinking about it rationally, it wasn't a big deal. One look, and he would definitely feel jealous. In short, whenever a male appeared by her side, he would definitely feel a sense of danger. Lin Che said, "Look, I came straight from the film set for you. I'll probably be scolded by the director when I get back." Gu Jingze reached out and poked her forehead. "You still have the cheek to say that." Lin Che chuckled and stuck out her tongue at him. "What were you doing at the film set just now? Looking for me?" "Yeah, just in time. Since you're out, let's go out for dinner." "Oh, okay. I'll call the crew and tell them." Lin Che made the call and asked Gu Jingze, "Did you ask around about the Black Eagle after you got home?" Gu Jingze nodded. "Grandfather does know about it. Father also said that he really wants to investigate about the child, but he won't say who the baby is. What the Black Eagle said is true. I can feel that everything matches. There's only one thing. My mother never knew that Father used to have a woman. She still thinks that Father is a loyal and upright man, but he had a child with someone else." Lin Che felt that Mu Wanqing was a little pitiful. "Then, should we tell Mother about this? Even if we want to tell her, we have to wait until the truth comes out. Right now, we still have a lot of things to ask, so let's not talk about it for now." Lin Che said, "If possible, I hope that Mother never finds out. Then maybe she'll still live in this dream and feel that Father is at least loyal to her." Gu Jingze said, "But once the Black Eagle's identity is exposed, Mother will definitely know." Chapter 895. Lin Che said, "What should I do then? It's the truth. You'll find out sooner or later. Mother has the right to know about these things." Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Even if it was a white lie, she would feel sad if she was kept in the dark. It was better to deal with it after knowing the truth. After Lin Che and Gu Jingze had dinner, Gu Jingze personally sent Lin Che back to the set. When Lin Che got out of the car, Gu Jingze stopped her again. Lin Che turned around and looked at him, puzzled. Gu Jingze said, "I'll walk you in." No matter how stupid she was, she knew what Gu Jingze was trying to do. Before she could object, Gu Jingze put his arm around her waist. Lin Che said hurriedly, No, you can walk me in, but can you not be so intimate? What if I take a picture and post it on the internet?" Gu Jingze looked at her and finally let go of her waist. Just like that, Lin Che followed him into the set. Everyone in the set looked over in surprise. Gu Jingze was in front with an extraordinary aura, but Lin Che felt like a follower behind him. There was nothing that could be done about it. Wherever Gu Jingze was, he would definitely be the one in charge. That was because his inextinguishable king's aura immediately suppressed everyone else. Lin Che didn't dare to look at the people around her. She felt that they forgot to close their mouths. They were not surprised, but frightened. Inside, Situ Cheong also saw the appearance of the two people walking over. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Jingze bring Lin Che into the room. Although they didn't do anything intimate, he turned around and told Lin Che some trivial things. His gaze was like he was declaring ownership of Lin Che. Gu Jingze looked at Su Qianxi lovingly. His overbearing love made the people around them look at Su Qianxi. He said, "Go in. Don't tire yourself out. I'm leaving." "Okay." Gu Jingze looked at Situ Cheong from afar and walked out. After Gu Jingze left, everyone exclaimed in surprise and looked at Lin Che. They didn't dare to ask who it was, so they could only guess in private. However, although they didn't know who it was, they could see the luxury cars he drove away in a queue. Every car was priced so high that everyone was shocked. Lin Che walked in and looked at Situ Cheong. "You really have nothing better to do. You only know how to cause trouble for me." Situ Cheong shrugged, put her hands in her pockets, and said, "But he's been coaxed by you so quickly. He's really becoming more and more unprincipled towards you." Lin Che roared at him. "Do you want us to fight?" Situ Cheong said, Haven't you heard? Don't you think it's a big deal? But if he dares to hit you, remember to tell Master. Master won't just stand by and watch you get bullied." Scram! Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Che and discuss who that person was. Is this Lin Che's boyfriend? Boyfriend and financial backer. Don't think that way. I think the two of them are quite normal. Maybe they're just friends. They don't have much physical contact. But the man's eyes say it all. Let me tell you, you can tell from a man's eyes. He definitely has feelings for this woman. That's why he's looking at her like that. Maybe he's also Lin Che's pursuers. Lin Che doesn't have many pursuers. Then Lin Che is really lucky. Look at the cars that the man is driving. None of them cost more than 10 million. And he's followed by so many people. That aura alone doesn't look like a normal nouveau riche. Everyone felt that Lin Che was really mysterious. However, Nan Gongyu wasn't happy. He looked inside and shook his head. He shouted to the people inside, "All right, since everyone is here, let's continue working. What are you all doing?" Lin Che came back and continued to take NGs. Nan Gongyu raised his head and looked at her. "Lin Che, everyone has been delayed the entire afternoon because of your emotions. If you can control yourself, let's continue filming. If not, let's wait for someone else to film first. Don't you feel embarrassed that everyone is following you over and over again like this?" Nan Gongyu really didn't like the atmosphere in the entertainment industry. He was a cultured person. The movies he made were also cultured, and the way he did things were also cultured. That was why his movies always had a good reputation. Even though he also made comedies, he never followed the crowd. Instead, he made his own style of dark comedies, which made people feel that it was very special. However, when he first became a director instead of an actor, it was because he hated these things. Now that he had chosen her, he felt that she wasn't bad. But now that he saw that she had power behind her, he couldn't help but feel that he had misjudged her. How could there be anyone in this industry who was clean? Everyone was like this. Hence, he was a little irritable. Lin Che also knew that it was her fault. She looked at the director and bowed. "I'm sorry, director. I'll adjust my emotions. Sidu Cheong saw that she was depressed. She walked over and said, Lin Che, do you think I'm that bad at acting? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Lin Che said, You still have the cheek to say that? You're always looking at me like that. Your emotions aren't right. How can I continue acting? When did I look at you like that? Your gaze isn't right. Lin Che said, You have to look at me with disdain because I'm a liar. But you look at me with affectionate eyes. Do you not know what disdain is because you don't know how to act? Duh. Sidu Cheong wanted to, but how could she look at him with disdain? He said, All right, I'll give it a good try. Sidu Cheong didn't wait for Lin Che to speak. She raised her head and said to Nan Gongyu, It's all my fault. Director, let's do it again. This time, I'll definitely act well. You're not a professional actor. No matter what you do, I'll treat you more leniently. However, there are specializations in this industry. If you can't act well, don't be an actor. Lin Che pursed his lips and said to him, Director, I understand. Seeing that Lin Che was extremely humble and sincere, and that his apology seemed to be very sincere, Nan Gongyu allowed them to continue. This time, Lin Che really got rid of all distracting thoughts. In her heart, she told herself that she was indeed a professional actor. She had to overcome this hurdle. Who cared who Sidu Cheong was? Who cared what expression he had? She would just treat him as a block of wood. This time, Sidu Cheong paid more attention. The two of them finally finished filming without any more NGs. Although it still felt, as Nan Gongyu had said, that he wasn't a professional actor and there was something wrong with what he did, at least it looked much better. Chapter 896. After spending most of the day, it was finally over. When she left, Nan Gong did not pay much attention to her. Lin Che thought that he was angry because the filming today was not good, so she felt a little uncomfortable. When she returned to her room, Abai called and said that the reality show had been confirmed to be her. The name of the reality show was called Embarrassing Tour, and the characters had basically been confirmed. After she signed the contract, she could go to the press conference. Lin Che was busy with the press conference for the next 2 days, so she was not as harmonious with the director as before. But because she was busy, everyone went to do what they needed to do after filming, so everything was peaceful. On the day of the press conference, because Lin Che was the only girl, she was defined as a goddess by several people. The production team specially made a goddess costume for her, and it was very eye-catching when she dressed up. Among the people participating in this reality show, one was a fitness coach, who was also very popular recently. One was a newcomer, who was a little popular. One was an ace brother, an old man in the hosting world. One was a 30-year-old artist who was defined as a war man. The last one was a comedy actor who was in charge of being funny. Including Lin Che, there were 5 people. Everyone had different images and responsibilities, so the combination was quite strange. While Lin Che was preparing backstage, she heard that another program today, which was the ace program of this company, was called Everyone Travel Together, and it was also holding a press conference. That program was Yang Ling's program. It was released on the same day. It was also a bit of a competition, which made the outside world a little more talked about. However, this suggestion was actually made by Yang Ling. After she knew that Lin Che was going to participate in the reality show, she immediately secretly told the director of travel that she felt that it would be good to have the two of them compete against each other. Moreover, she also tried to sow discord. Their program is obviously targeting us. We propose to go with them. On the surface, it's to say that we can use our topic to hype them up, but in fact, it's to give them a show of strength. Our program has been around for so many years, and the ratings have always been high. If they want to join in, let's show them our strength. The director listened and felt that it was indeed reasonable. Yang Ling thought with a cold smile. She had joined this popular show to crush Lin Che. She wanted to show Lin Che that her current resources were not something Lin Che could compare to. She knew that even though Lin Che had a powerful background, she had never accepted Gu Jing's help. She thought that she wanted to appear noble and virtuous and wanted to give Gu Jing's a good impression. But this made her path in the entertainment industry a lot more difficult. When Yang Ling passed by, he saw Lin Che's appearance. He snorted and said, "Your production team is too stingy. Your goddess makeup looks as cheap as if it's from Taobao." Albai was with Lin Che, looking at Yang Ling, snorted and ignored her. Yang Ling directly walked over. "But it makes sense. The sponsors you recruited for your show didn't offer much money. They probably knew your show wouldn't be popular. So, it's been hard on you, Sister Che." Albai looked at Yang Ling and said to Lin Che, "It's really disgusting. But I don't know why that show chose her. Sai, we're at a disadvantage by choosing the same day for the press conference. That show has so many fans, and they've been waiting for the new season to be released for a year. Now that we have a new show, the attention will be much lower." Lin Che said, "Where there's a will, there's a will. After so many seasons, many people should be a little tired of aesthetics. Anyway, I don't feel comfortable seeing her so arrogant." The press conference soon began. There were a lot of people on Yang Ling's side, but seeing that the reporters didn't seem to think too much, she asked the people on the side what was going on. The director said a little gloomily, "I heard that Lin Che is participating in the show, so some reporters went over there." Yang Ling was furious. What? Was there something wrong with these reporters? They didn't watch such a popular show and ran over to watch Lin Che. Yang Ling snorted and whispered a few words to the assistant behind her. She wanted to make a fool of the production team over there and let people see which show was a serious show and which was just trying to fool around. On the other side, Lin Che fell from the top like a goddess amidst the cheers. She landed on the ground lightly, and everyone was stunned by her outfit for a while, especially when she stood next to a few men. She was even more attractive. Seeing that there were so many reporters, Abai also felt proud at the back. It seemed that Lin Che was right. The reporters still wanted something fresh. Moreover, Yang Ling had underestimated Lin Che's appeal. However, at this moment, Abai saw that there was a person who looked familiar. She came out sneakily from inside, which made people feel a little strange for a while. After thinking for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Yang Ling's assistant? It's a press conference. Why did she come here instead of watching her own artist?" Abai paused for a moment and immediately felt that something was wrong. She got up and walked out. However, it was already too late when she found out. There was a problem on the stage. Lin Che's gown was stuck by something on the ground. One of the ground instruments suddenly had a problem and directly bit Lin Che's gown. With Lin Che's movement, the gown that was originally like paper paste was torn apart with a single tear. Everyone looked at the flying dress and couldn't help but exclaim. This dress looked too cheap that they could see that it looked like it was sold at a stall. It was fine when it was intact, but why did it look like it was put together with garbage when it was broken? Everyone was embarrassed. The director below was about to go crazy. No way. How could they be so unlucky? How did they work? How could a good ground instrument be broken? And it had to be their goddess that on the stage. Lin Che was also speechless for a moment. He looked down and quickly covered his body. Then he looked down. It was too late to do anything. The reporters' cameras had already recorded everything. Lin Che laughed dryly and could only say, "Oh my director, is there a goddess like me? How poor is our production team? This dress is too cheap." Her words immediately made the people who were still in a daze come back to their senses. The host, Big Brother, reacted the fastest. He looked at her and said, "Director, you've turned our goddess into a crazy woman. Can we still happily provide for her in the future?" The director also quickly reacted and laughed dryly. At this moment, Lin Che was just about to take a step forward when he was suddenly dragged down by the dress and fell directly off the stage. At this critical moment, Dongzi flew up from below and directly hugged Lin Che. He flew up to the stage and then looked at her and said, "Miss, are you okay?" Lin Che was still in a daze. He thought that he was going to fall, but he didn't expect that he would still be able to stand on the ground. For a moment, he really thanked the heavens and thanked the earth. He exhaled and said, I'm fine. At this moment, the reporters suddenly felt that this scene was really too dramatic. The flashes continued to snap over, and Dongzi was also included in the camera. Chapter 897. Dong Zi was stunned. He wasn't used to being in front of the camera. Seeing that Lin Che was fine, Dong Zi hurriedly bowed in front of the camera. Then he supported himself with one hand and quickly jumped down. Wow, so handsome. Everyone thought that his actions were really handsome and quickly followed suit. Lin Che didn't expect that. He stood there and said, Hey, stop filming. Film me. I'm trying so hard to create a topic. If you don't film me, what are you going to film? Everyone laughed along with him. It was very lively here. Compared to the other side, there were more topics to talk about. Many reporters also hurriedly followed to see what was going on. On the other side, the director saw that things weren't going well and quickly ended the press conference early. Once the interview segment was over, the press conference was announced to be over. On the other side, after the press conference ended, there were reporters and fans who quickly posted the footage online. In an instant, the topic of the production team being too poor and Lin Che's bodyguard became a trending topic. Lin Che said that the production team was too poor and the results were good. No one felt embarrassed at all. Instead, they felt that it was very interesting to talk about it. On the other hand, the scene of Lin Che falling was very beautiful. It was as if it was a real action movie. Dong Zi immediately flew over and caught him. His nimble movements were fast and steady. Moreover, his movements weren't ugly at all. In an instant, the effect of the scene was very good. Everyone felt that this bodyguard was amazing. His movements were so handsome, and he looked so handsome too. The fangirls had always liked uniforms. Now that they looked at him, they associated him with those powerful and mysterious bodyguards and felt that he must be very awesome. At that time, they casually scanned through the topics about him, and there were comments about Dong Zi. Is this Lin Che's bodyguard? He's so handsome. He looks like a young and fresh meat. Although he's young, he's really skilled. It's like watching a blockbuster. This is an action movie. May I ask if these bodyguards are high-level bodyguards? How much do they pay a month? I really want to have such a handsome bodyguard. Lin Che looked at everyone's infatuated looks and couldn't help but want to laugh. Just then, she saw Dong Zi come in. She looked up at him and said, Not bad. You're famous this time. You haven't seen it, right? The internet is full of your photos and comments. When Dong Zi heard this, he was stunned at first, and then his face turned red. The way he blushed made him look like a girl, which made people feel even more amused. She said, Looks like there's hope for you to find a wife in the future. Look, so many people want to ask for your contact information, want to contact you, and want to find a husband like you. Duh. Hearing this, Dong Zi's face became even redder. He looked at Lin Che and hurriedly said, I swear to protect Miss with my life. These personal matters. I won't think about it for now. Lin Che laughed out loud when he saw that he was speaking seriously with a red face. Dong Zi, you're really too cute. However, if I take a closer look, you're really not bad. Although he always gave people a very simple and honest look, when he wore a suit, his face had a little mature charm, and there was such a serious atmosphere. It really made people feel that he was really different. She remembered the first time she met him in Country A. At that time, he was still a simple and unsophisticated young man from the countryside. But now he had changed a lot. When Dong Zi dressed up, he was also a clean and good young man. Lin Che said, Otherwise, I'll find you a little wife here. No, miss, please don't tease me. I really, wholeheartedly want to protect Mississippi. I don't have any other thoughts. He looked at her with a face full of determination, as if he couldn't wait to dig out his heart for her to see. He was determined to not have second thoughts. Lin Che felt that he was a little too serious, and hurriedly said, All right. Finding a wife is also a major event in life. But you're still young. We can slowly find a wife. What are you so anxious about? I'm not chasing you away, am I? Dong Zi looked at Lin Che. Miss, I'm already very satisfied that I was able to come out from that remote and desolate place and achieve the results I have today. My gratitude towards Miss is something that I can't describe with words. I'm not good with words, and I don't know how to say it. In short, in my heart, I have always regarded Miss as my and my sister's benefactor. Lin Che's heart also ached. He felt that the word benefactor was too heavy. Dongzi, don't say that. Gu Jingze and I didn't die in country, thanks to your help. Because of us, we attracted the bad guys and caused your father to be shot and killed. I've always blamed myself. I thought that if we hadn't gone, perhaps your father wouldn't have died. Miss, please don't say that. Although I came from a remote and desolate place, my mother taught me right and wrong when I was young. I know that it wasn't your fault. Moreover, after my father died, you treated me and my sister so well. You and Mr. Gu were originally such noble people, so you could pretend that you didn't know us and just compensate us with some money. In our village, there were many people who went out to work, and when they died in the construction site, it was just a compensation of a few $100,000. But you treated us and my grandmother so well. You brought us to Country C, brought us here, provided for us to study, enrolled us in the best school, let my grandmother live in a big house that she had never lived in before, and even found someone to serve her. Miss Linda also brought me to the military school, allowing me to realize a dream that I had never dreamed of since I was young. These are all lives that I didn't even dare to think about in the past, but because of Miss and Mr. Gu, we have all realized it. Lin Che looked at him and felt that Dongzi was really a very good young man. He was so upright and pure. She smiled and said, "It seems that I really have to make the decision to find a wife for you in the future. You're so silly. When you find a wife in the future, you'll definitely be cheated." Dongzi didn't know why Lin Che returned to this topic. Lin Che smiled and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's not talk about who is whose benefactor. Anyway, we were fated to meet each other. Since you're my bodyguard, you're also my family. In the future, we'll work together and live a better life, right?" "Yes, Mississippi. I'll definitely work hard and become your best bodyguard," Dongzi said and stood at attention, which made people feel like laughing. Lin Che looked through the messages on his phone. "Aya, you're popular now. I didn't expect that everyone would be so interested in you." Chapter 898. Dongzi was still a little scared. He quickly asked, "Miss, what should we do?" Lin Che said, "Silly, it's not a big deal. You can just wear a mask when you go out in the future." Dongzi was about to cry when he heard that. Just then, Gu Jingze walked in. Seeing Dongzi looking at him with a sad face, Lin Che laughed and said, "Look, Dongzi, I'm dying of laughter." Gu Jingze walked in and came to Lin Che's side. "What happened?" Lin Che leaned on his side and briefly explained what had happened. Dongzi listened and was still feeling melancholy. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at Dongzi. "All right, it's not a big deal. Anyway, your miss is a public figure. It's not easy for you to not be famous with her by your side, unless you want your miss not to be famous. In that case, it's okay to be famous early." Dongzi could only say yes with a troubled expression. Lin Che let Dongzi go out first. Then, he leaned there and laughed uncontrollably. "Oh my God, Dongzi is so cute," she said. Look, everyone says that Dongzi's movements are so cool. It seems like he's an expert." Gu Jingze shook his head. "That's too much of an exaggeration. Although Dongzi is good, he is still too young, so he still needs to be tempered. He still needs time to become a qualified bodyguard." Lin Che looked at him. "Aren't your expectations a little too high?" Gu Jingze said, "People like him who have undergone special training are very good in the eyes of ordinary people. However, he can only grow after a few battles. Dongzi, it's still early." Lin Che said, "Okay, but I also think that Dongzi is already very good after watching that video. He was able to pick me up so quickly." Gu Jingze pressed his forehead against hers and said, "Every bodyguard and bodyguard can do this. If they can't even do such a simple thing, what's the point of spending so much money to train them?" "TSK, really? I think he's very good anyway." Lin Che said, "Of course I don't think so when all the people around you are like this. But it's the first time I've seen it. You will be surrounded by people like this in the future. Get used to it." He pressed his finger against her forehead and said, "All right, Gu Jingze, do you remember that girl called Yangling Xin? She was with me for a while, but something happened to her." Lin Che said. Gu Jingze nodded. "I remember. Why?" "She's back." Lin Che said, She changed her name to Yang Ling and is now active in the television industry. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. I remember that I've thrown her into prison. She'll never be released. I don't know why, but she's out now. Gu Jingze said, I'll handle it. Hey, don't be like that. I'm not telling you so that you can deal with this matter in a hurry. Anyway, she has nothing in the TV industry. I'm not afraid of her. I'm telling you because I think it's strange. You say, there must be a reason why she was able to be released from prison. The person who released her is probably not ordinary, but why did he choose her? There are so many women in prison. Why did he choose her? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. You mean that someone released her on purpose? Yes. Although there are many coincidences in the world, I feel that the Gu family is different from ordinary people. Many of the coincidences in the Gu family are caused by someone. Gu Jingze was silent for a moment before he nodded. He looked at Lin Che. I didn't expect you to be able to think. You're so annoying. I know how to think. Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, I didn't notice it at all before. That's because I'm too lazy to think. If I did, you wouldn't be involved. I'm just thinking for your sake. I'm worried that you'll feel inferior if I think. When Lin Che thought of this matter, he felt that he had been praised, so he became even more proud of himself. Gu Jingze looked at her and smiled dotingly. He felt that she was helpless and happy at the same time. Seeing her proud look, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Gu, for thinking for me. You're welcome. Just don't call me stupid in the future. Gu Jingze shook his head, but he kept Yang Lingxin's words in his mind. Lin Che said, I think you can slowly investigate this matter. If it's a big conspiracy, it's not good to alert the enemy now. That's right. Yang Lingxin may be a small character, but we still need to investigate the person behind her. Lin Che's real-life, embarrassing tour became a hot topic because of these topics. Then, the production team realized that everyone's expectations for the embarrassing tour were still very high. Especially after Lin Che said that the production team was too poor, the production team suddenly felt that this was quite a good thing. So, they decided to make the production team even poorer. They advertised that the production team was very poor and hoped that people could help them if they saw a few participating artists living off the job. Everyone found it even more funny and kept giving suggestions to the production team on the official Weibo. In an instant, the production team had already whetted many people's appetites before they even started filming. On the other hand, the production team that went on a trip together was a little depressed. They didn't expect that the show that was going to challenge them would have so much attention. Luckily, their show didn't lose too much attention because of this. After all, it was a well-known show, so people were still looking forward to it. So, the two shows started planning for the start of filming. While Lin Che was busy, Gu Jingze started to look through Yang Lingxin's information. Yang Lingxin had indeed been released from prison. She was taken out of prison because she was a foreign resident. After that, she changed her name and identity abroad. Until now, she was still a foreign citizen. Qin Hao said to Gu Jingze, Sir, we've looked into it. The company that did this is called Bailui Group. It's a company registered in Country M. Does this company have any grudges with us? I haven't found any grudges. The two companies don't interact much and have never cooperated with each other. But I don't know if there are any grudges between the subsidiary companies. Gu Jingze shook his head. It can't be a small grudge. They spent so much effort to get her out of prison and specially train her. It can't be a small matter. There must be some secret plan, and the motive must be very deep. It's just that we don't know about it yet. Give me the information about the current leader of Bailui Group. Qin Hao put down the information and said, Sir, the boss of Bailui Group is an Asian. He grew up in Country M, but his wife seems to be from Country C. It's said that he and his wife are very close. He loves his wife very much and takes her with him everywhere he goes. He listens to everything she says and is very obedient. Who's his wife? Here's the photo. Qin Hao pointed at it to Gu Jingze. Chapter 899. Gu Jingze picked up the photo. It was a photo taken from afar. The person shown on the screen was a slender woman with a beautiful face. Although one couldn't see her face clearly, One could feel that she was a very elegant beauty. One couldn't tell her age from her face, but made people feel that she should be very old, but she was very well taken care of. However, he didn't know if he was mistaken, but he felt that this woman looked familiar. He didn't know where he had seen her before. Gu Jingze looked up. "Are you sure I've never seen her before?" Qin Hao replied, "Of course I'm sure, sir. She left the country when she was very young and has never returned to country C." Gu Jingze frowned and put down the photo. He must have a motive for doing this. There must be a purpose behind this. Find someone else to follow and investigate. "Yes, sir." "Oh yes, Mr. Mo." Speaking of this troublesome person, that Gu Jingze sat there and frowned. "How is his recovery in the hospital?" "He's recovering very quickly." "All right, you can leave now." Chen Yuqing's hospital. Mo Jinyan stood there, looking outside. "Your leg just recovered. Are you all right standing there?" Gu Jingze's voice came from behind. Mo Jinyan turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. "Don't worry, I would have died long ago if I didn't even have the ability to recover," Mo Jinyan said. Gu Jingze's hand swept across the things in the room. The facilities here were not bad. Other than the fact that he couldn't go out, his life here should be pretty good. Mo Jinyan turned around and looked at him. "Did you find out what I said? Am I right?" Gu Jingze said, "That's still pending. Since you haven't killed me yet, it means that you trust me." "That's right, I want to trust you, but you have a bad record. So, I'm not sure if trusting you is the right choice." Mo Jinyan looked at him and said, "Gu Jingze, if I really wanted to kill you, it's not that I couldn't find the opportunity to do so in the past when I was alone with you. Yes, I hate the Gu family, I hate Gu Xinda even more, and I even hate your father, but I really don't have any grudges with you. I can tell right from wrong, and I know that you're not an insider." Gu Jingze leaned on the side and looked at him. "Tell me, who is your mother?" Mo Jinyan shook his head. "I don't know." "Then, who saved you, adopted you, and told you all this?" "It's Yin Kuashan's brother, Yin Kuahai," he said. Gu Jingze smiled coldly. "The Yin family." Mo Jinyan said, "I always called him Godfather until I was 10 years old and went out on my own. Since then, I haven't seen him much, and we've only talked over the phone. Everything I have now has nothing to do with the Yin family. He helped me in the beginning, but after that, it was all my hard work. So, you don't have to confuse me with the Yin family." Gu Jingze said, "I have my own judgment." Gu Jingze was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw someone trying to barge in. The Gu family security guards immediately stopped them. The people outside stood there, refusing to leave no matter what. Gu Jingze looked outside. Inside, Mo Jinyan immediately took 2 steps forward and said, "Those are my people. They must have something important to discuss with me. I hope to meet them. Otherwise, if something really happens and we get into trouble, it might not be a good thing for you." Gu Jingze raised his brows and looked at him, nodding in agreement. He signaled the people outside with his eyes, and the people outside let them in. The people who came in had all their weapons handed over and walked in with nothing on them. When they saw Mo Jinyan, they quickly bowed and said, "Boss, you told us to pay attention to Miss Mu. Today, her house was broken into. The intruder claimed to be her husband. We tried to stop him, but were stopped by the police he brought." Mo Jinyan paused. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes as he listened. Mo Jinyan looked at Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingze, you promised me to protect her back then. You won't go back on your words now, will you?" Gu Jingze looked at him. "I won't go back on my words. I want to go over and take a look. I'll send someone over to handle it. That's not your woman. I won't be at ease if you handle it. She's Lin Che's friend. I won't sit back and do nothing. Not doing anything and doing well are 2 different things. I won't be at ease," Mo Jinyan said. "If you stop me, aren't you afraid that my men will tell Lin Che? They'll say that you disregarded Mu Firen's life because you were angry at me. Let's see if she will have any complaints about you." Gu Jingze's expression changed. But when it came to Lin Che, he did take it seriously. He glared at Mo Jinyan and waved his hand, silently agreeing to it. "But my men have to follow." "Your men stay back," Mo Jinyan said. "Since I've already told you everything, I have no intention of running away. The food and drinks here are good, and the medical care is the best in the country. I'm all taken care of here. Why should I leave? With that, Mo Jinyin waved his hand and got someone to bring his coat over. Then he strode out. Gu Jingze gave his men a look and told them to follow him. Although Black Hawk's people were already there, Mo Ding was indeed Mu Firen's legal husband, so it was reasonable for him to take the police there. Black Hawk's people didn't want to confront the police directly, in case someone took the chance to attack them when they couldn't come out to deal with the problem. Mo Ding looked at Mu Firen in the room. He smiled proudly. Looking at Mu Firen's house, he snorted and said, "This place is decorated well. If it's good enough, I'll move here." Mu Firen said angrily, "This is my home. You'd better get out. I'm your husband. This is your home, so it's also my home." "No way. This place has nothing to do with you." "Why not? We're legally married. Half of your things are mine. Now my company is in danger and needs 30 million yuan. Give me 30 million yuan and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll wait for our daughter here." "You, how can you be so shameless?" "I'm shameless? Give me back the photo of me and Jingjing first. Then I can discuss with you whether I'm shameless or not. Otherwise, how can you say that I'm shameless if you can do such a thing? You and Wei Jingjing can do such a thing and take such a photo. Why wouldn't I dare to release it? Moreover, I was kind enough to censor it for you." "You." After Mu Firen released Wei Jingjing's photo, people guessed that she must be from the entertainment industry, although they didn't know who she was. Those who were familiar with Wei Jingjing naturally knew that it was her and Mo Ding. Wei Jingjing's reputation was ruined, and she was hiding at home, not daring to go out. Chapter 900. Mo Ding said, "All right, Jingjing knows she's wrong. She shouldn't have offended you. Let's not talk about this now. Today about the money. Mo Ding, I earned all of this money. I worked my ass off to catch up on work to earn it. Mu Firen, you're nothing without my support. How many times have you supported me? Are you rich or powerful to be able to support me? I rely more on my own hard work. I rely on my nonstop filming, endorsing, and rushing for work." Mo Ding stood up and stared at Mu Firen. His company had been slandered and lost 30 million yuan. If he couldn't make up for the loss, the company would be in danger. That was why he had to ask Mu Firen for money. After Mu Firen, the company also introduced a lot of newcomers, but most of them were not successful. Mu Firen was the only one who became a superstar, while the rest of the newcomers were just popular. They had to rush to work, accept commercial performances, and accompany some rich people to dinner. Their income was only enough for everyone to share, and they were not rich at all. Mo Ding had no choice. His family was still urging him to buy a house and emigrate. He had no choice but to shamelessly ask Mu Firen for money. She must be rich. She had saved a lot of money over the years. It was up to him whether she would give it to him. Mu Firen snorted and said, "Give up. I won't give you a single cent. Get out of here." Mo Ding looked at her. "If you don't give it to me, I won't leave. If the company is gone, I can only rely on you." "You." Mu Firen had never seen such a shameless person. However, the more shameless a person was, the harder it was to deal with him. At this moment, outside, the police looked at the people from Black Hawk and didn't dare to go forward. Although they didn't say who they were, they didn't look like good people. However, the police felt that they were policemen after all, and they weren't afraid of ordinary hooligans. Not to mention ordinary hooligans. Even if it was some rich businessman, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, they had to rely on the government to survive. If they didn't follow the police, they would just be waiting to be picked on. After interacting with them for a long time, those rich people would also give face to the police. Otherwise, if something really happened, the county magistrate would not be able to handle it on the spot. Looking at the group of people, the police said, "The couple is discussing inside. What's the point of you being here?" The people from Black Hawk looked at the policemen who were guarding the place. They are husband and wife, but it's only in the eyes of the law. That man isn't a good person, and you let him in just like that. Isn't that a little too irresponsible? I remember that we have done a good job protecting women. After Gu Jingming took office, the first thing he did was to protect women and children. In recent years, many laws have been put into effect. However, Because Country C was a traditional country after all, many people had not changed their traditions. They still felt that the matters between husband and wife were just a quarrel at the head of the bed and a reconciliation at the end of the bed. Outsiders should not interfere. Sometimes people didn't know that in many cases it was the quarrel between husband and wife that led to murder. Some people definitely didn't just quarrel, but had their dignity completely violated. But these policemen didn't dare to do anything. It's not like nothing happened. Listen, there's no movement at all, the policeman said casually. At this moment, outside, a car finally drove over. When they saw that it was the Gu family's car, they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Why didn't their boss come? However, they soon saw that their people had caught up with them. The car that was being guarded in the middle drove in first. The first person to get out of the car was Gu Jingze, followed by Black Hawk. He was dressed in black, which made people feel that he was filled with hostility. When he got out of the car, his aura was even more intense. His eyes were filled with a gloomy aura, which made people feel as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by a few degrees. Two men of similar height walked in one after another. The policeman, who had thought that nothing was going to happen, couldn't help but become alert. When he saw Black Hawk, his men almost burst into tears. They hurried over and greeted him, "Boss. Boss, you're finally here." Black Hawk looked inside and asked, "Where's Mu Firen?" "Boss, she's inside," Black Hawk's men said as they pointed inside. Black Hawk's eyes darkened when he heard that. "What? She's inside?" With that man, called Mo Ding, Black Hawk's expression immediately turned cold. He gritted his teeth, pursed his lips, and pushed the man aside angrily. "How can you let her stay in the same room with that bastard?" Black Hawk was about to walk inside as he spoke. When the policemen saw this, they wanted to stop him. However, Black Hawk glared at them angrily, and the policemen quickly withdrew their hands. Black Hawk kicked the door open and walked in. In the living room, Mo Ding was about to approach Mu Firen when he raised his head and saw Black Hawk walking in. His black clothes were still fluttering, which made Mo Ding's heart skip a beat. What do you want?" Mo Ding was very afraid of him. He looked outside and shouted, "Is anyone here? Where's the police? Police, this man is violent." Mu Firen was a little surprised to see Black Hawk come in suddenly. However, she was so touched that she ran over and looked at Black Hawk. "You're here." Black Hawk looked at Mu Firen and pulled her behind him. Mo Ding couldn't help feeling disgusted when he saw Mu Firen's eyes sparkling when she saw him. Mu Firen's eyes sparkled when she saw a man. Black Hawk snorted. "Go ahead and shout. I'll see which police officer dares to stop me." Mo Ding's throat froze, and he felt it tighten. Who was this man? Not only was he so arrogant, he wasn't even afraid of the police. Mo Ding admitted defeat. He looked at him and said, "This is my family's business. I'm not going to do anything. I just want some money. Our company lost 30 million yuan as she gave it to me. Everything will be fine. Now that she has a relationship with a big shot like you, 30 million yuan is nothing to her. We're husband and wife." Mu Firen was even more surprised when she heard this. She said to Mo Ding, "Get lost. 30 million yuan? I won't give you a single cent. That's my hard-earned money. Why should I give it to you?" "Hey, woman," Mo Ding said angrily. "We're husband and wife after all. Don't you care about our relationship for so many years?" "Relationship? Stop dreaming." "You." Mo Ding looked at Mu Firen. "Be careful that I don't expose this to the public. You'll see how everyone treats your daughter. Just wait for your good daughter to be talked about behind her back." Mu Firen's nose turned sour. Are you even human?" Black Hawk's eyes sharpened when he heard that he was going to do something to Yunyan. He went up and kicked Mo Ding in the chest. "What did you say? What are you going to do to Yunyan?" "Ouch." Chapter 901. Mo Ding knew that he couldn't beat him, so he got up and ran out. Mo Jinyan was about to chase after him when Mu Firen pulled him back. "All right, he won't dare to do anything to Yunyan. He just likes to scare her." Mu Firen knew him very well. Perhaps in the beginning, she did not understand him, so she was deceived by him. But later, when she really saw him for who he was, she realized that her brain was really deceived, which was why she felt that this man was charming. In fact, he was an incompetent and timid man. Perhaps he was good-looking and had a good family background, but he was not as good as she had imagined. He was just an ordinary man. Because of love, she had dressed him in a golden outfit. But he wasn't worthy at all. Imogen didn't chase after him after Muffirin pulled him back. He turned back to look at Muffirin. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Muffirin shook her head. No. Imogen stopped, looked around, and found a place to sit down. Muffirin hadn't realized that there was something wrong with his leg. Imogen looked up. Since you have no feelings for him, why don't you divorce him? Muffirin said, I wanted to divorce him, but he didn't agree. Didn't agree? How can he not agree to this? Imogen said. Muffirin sighed and looked out of the window. The worry on her beautiful face was very real. I know that if we go to court, we might get a divorce. But although their family isn't rich, they have some connections in the court. If they interfere, it won't be easy for me to get a divorce. Plus, I'm a public figure. Although I've retired and haven't released any works for a long time, there's still many people who know about me. I don't care about M.O. Ding, but I'm worried that M.O. Ding will make a big deal out of this and bring trouble to Union. Union doesn't have a father, and she's not M.O. Ding's biological daughter, so M.O. Ding won't care about Union. But now everyone thinks that Union is his child. If it's announced that Union isn't his flesh and blood, I don't want Union to get hurt. Union didn't have a father. No. Union did have a father. Imogen wanted to get up to speak, but the moment he moved, he felt a pain in his leg. He clutched his leg, and his knees buckled. Muffirin noticed that something was wrong and asked hurriedly, What's wrong? At this time, Gujing's voice slowly sounded at the door. There's a hole in your leg. Don't try to be brave. Gujing's expression was calm as he calmly walked in and looked at Imogen. Imogen raised his head and glanced at Gujing's. He held his leg and didn't move. Muffirin hurried over to help. What's going on? Poking a hole. What does that mean? Before Imogen could reply, Gujing's said he was shot in the leg and shoulder. He hasn't recovered yet. Muffirin looked at him in shock. Imogen raised his head and glared at Gujing's. Gujing's said, Miss Mu, since the matter has been resolved, I'll take my leave first. If there are any problems, please let me know. As for him, Gujing's looked at Imogen. I'll have someone stay here to keep an eye on him. When you return to the hospital, remember to go back with my people. Gujing's said nothing more and turned to leave. Imogen looked in the direction in which he left and smiled secretly. He was still willing to believe in him after all. However, the shock on Muffirin's face didn't end there. She looked at Imogen in shock and asked, How did you get shot? Imogen rested his hand on his leg and smiled casually. It's fine. It's already healed. Muffirin knew that they weren't from the same world. It was impossible for her to guess what kind of experiences he had. For example, she had seen things like being shot in television dramas. However, she had always felt that such things were so far away from her. But when it came to him, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Muffirin hurriedly said, Then what do we do now? Can I take a look at the wound? Imogen looked at her and nodded his head silently. Muffirin asked him to sit properly and squatted down. She pulled open his pants and looked at the wound. It was indeed a big wound, and it was already healing. The gauze wrapped around it had some yellowish medicine. Muffirin said, It looks like it's time to change the dressing. I'll help you. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Imogen said. Muffirin said, It's no trouble at all. I'm really sorry that you're still helping me when you're injured. I'll help you apply the medicine. Wait a moment, I'll ask them for the first aid kit. Muffirin was really grateful, so she wanted to do something for him. Muffirin went out to ask for the first aid kit. She returned to his side and helped him remove the gauze. Looking at the wound was really shocking. It was the first time she had seen a wound caused by a gun. Of course, because of the surgery, it didn't look as it used to, but it was still a ghastly sight. She didn't know how Imogen was shot, nor did she know what he had experienced. She just felt that it was really weird to look at him like this. If it hurts, Let me know, she said hurriedly as she looked at the scary wound. However, Imogen only looked at her as she applied the medicine. He didn't say a word, not even a grunt. It was as if the wound didn't grow on his leg. Mufirin couldn't help but feel that he was so strange. He was so tough and didn't make sound. She raised her head, only to see his eyes staring back at her. She couldn't help blushing and quickly lowered her head. She felt that his gaze was so domineering that she couldn't look him in the eye. What was he doing? She hurriedly applied the medicine and regretted being so close to him. It's done, she said. Yeah, I saw it, Imogen said. Mufirin said, You're amazing. Don't you feel any pain? There's no reaction, even after applying the medicine. Imogen stood up calmly and stepped on his foot. This injury is nothing. A man shouldn't make a sound. He seemed to be referring to something. Mufirin couldn't help but think of Imogen. After being kicked, he wailed on the ground. Compared to Imogen was more and more like a man, and a grown man. Mufirin looked at him and felt strange for a moment. How could there be such a man in the world? It was like a dream, like a scene in a movie, but he was right in front of her. He was a real man. Mufirin didn't dare to think that he would have any other relationship with her. She was a married woman with a child. She was no longer a willful little girl who thought of unrealistic things. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was so cruel. Chapter 902. When Imogen left, he looked at her and said, Think of a way to get a divorce. Mufirin smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll think of a way soon. Long-term pain is better than short-term pain. If he doesn't agree, I'll think of a way for you, he said. Mufirin didn't want to trouble Imogen too much, so she looked at him gratefully. For a moment, she felt that although Imogen was a fierce person, he looked like a good person in front of her. Meanwhile, Lin Che was still filming. Nangonyu didn't seem to be in a good mood today. When he looked at her, he was expressionless. Lin Che didn't know if she had offended him, but she felt that his attitude toward her was different from when they were filming. Of course, she was thinking too much. Maybe the director was just in a bad mood because of something else. After work, Lin Che went back to the hotel room. She saw Nangonyu walking over. Lin Che greeted him. Director, are you going back to the hotel? When Nangonyu saw her, his expression was still normal. He just looked at her lightly and remembered that there were still some problems with the script. He said to her, The part that was changed yesterday, go back and practice it well. You can shoot it tomorrow. Oh, okay. I'll practice when I get back. Lin Che agreed. Nangonyu looked at Lin Che. He couldn't be angry. She wasn't like other artists who lost their temper. She had a good temper and was very professional. He could see that. He thought that he couldn't be wrong about Lin Che. He didn't think that Lin Che was a worldly woman. He looked at Lin Che and paused. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a group of people standing outside Lin Che's hotel room. They were led by Gu Jingze, followed by a few tall and professional bodyguards. Nangonyu immediately stopped talking and looked at them with narrowed eyes. Lin Che, there's one more thing to warn you. Don't stay too long. Poor sleep will affect tomorrow's filming. Lin Che was stunned. Then, she looked up and saw Gu Jingze standing there. She immediately understood that Nangonyu was talking about Gu Jingze. She said, Director, all right, you can go do what you need to do. Nangonyu put one hand in his pocket and walked away without sparing Lin Che another glance. Lin Che could only exhale. He felt that the words he wanted to say couldn't come out of his mouth, and his chest felt a little heavy. But Gu Jingze actually came. She looked up at Gu Jingze with a smile and hurriedly ran over. The entire floor of the hotel was basically booked by the production crew. Lin Che stayed in an ordinary suite, but it wasn't as luxurious as the one in In Shangshu's TV series. Because Nangonyu didn't really like this kind of thing, the production crew had always been quite simple. Lin Che didn't really mind. It was just filming. As long as he could stay and rest well, it was fine. The people in the hotel noticed Gu Jingze, so they all turned to look at him. The man who came to the set with Lin Che previously came to the hotel to look for Lin Che again. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che as if he didn't see the people around him making guesses. Are you done? Lin Che said. Why are you here and waiting for me at the door? Shouldn't you have told me first? Nothing, Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che quickly looked around at the people around him, took out the room card, and entered the room. If it was someone else standing here, it would have been fine. But Gu Jingzi was such an eye-catching person wherever he went, and he even brought someone else with him. Wasn't he like an animal in the zoo for people to admire? Passers-by would definitely come and take a look. Lin Che quickly pushed Gu Jingzi in. His subordinates left first. Lin Che said, You must tell me next time. I don't want everyone to start talking about you standing at the door waiting for me tomorrow. Gu Jingzi said, Why? Is there something shameful about me waiting for you? Seeing that Gu Jingzi's eyes were already glaring at him threateningly, Lin Che quickly said, No, you misunderstood me. Lin Che hugged his arm in a fawning manner. She knew that this man liked to be petty. She said, You're too good-looking and too outstanding. Don't I want others to look at you? I want you to be the only one looking at me. Can't I? Gu Jingzi glared at her. He thought to himself, This is the woman. Her flattery is so fake, but I like it. Lin Che chuckled and looked at him. Why did you suddenly come to the set? Nothing. I'm out for some business, so I dropped by. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Something happened to Mu Firen just now. Do you know about it? I don't know. He had been so busy recently that he didn't have much contact with Mu Firen. Their relationship wasn't the kind that he had to contact every day to prevent their feelings from fading. Even if they hadn't contacted each other for a long time, Lin Che still felt that Mu Firen was her good friend, and that would never change. This kind of free interaction was much more relaxing than having to consciously maintain the relationship. There were only a few such friends in a person's life. Many people didn't even have a friend like this. She was lucky to have so many friends like this. What happened to Firen? Lin Che asked hurriedly. Gu Jingzi said, It's fine. It's been solved. Hey, Ing only went to solve Mu Firen's problem. Lin Che said, Oh, did Mo Ding cause trouble for her again? Although it's just a small problem, you should persuade your friend to solve it as soon as possible. Lin Che knew that she and Mu Firen had thought of some ways to solve it, but they were both worried that it would affect the child if it got out of hand. In the end, he just let it go and muddled along. Just then, Lin Che noticed another problem. She looked at Gu Jingzi. Do you mean that you let Haing go? Gu Jingzi leaned against the chair and rubbed between his eyebrows tiredly. My man went with him. Oh, you're already very lenient by agreeing to let him go. Gu Jingzi, actually, you don't want to have such a bad relationship with Haing, do you? Lin Che leaned over, sat next to Gu Jingzi, and looked at him. Gu Jingzi looked in front of him with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. If what he said is true, then he's also the flesh and blood of my Gu family. I can't keep him locked up forever, and I can't keep him locked up forever. If he wanted to escape, he would have a chance to do so sooner or later. However, it seems that he doesn't want to escape now, so it proves that what he said is true. Lin Che knew that he wanted to solve this problem, but it didn't seem like it was someone else's business, and it didn't seem like it could be solved easily and neatly. It was a complicated matter that involved blood, family, and friendship. She leaned on Gu Jingzi's shoulder. Don't think about it anymore. Just solve it in a simple way. Anyway, no matter what you choose, it will be solved eventually. Am I right? Chapter 903. Gu Jingzi felt that he wasn't as awkward as he used to be when he was next to her. There had always been rumors that he was very harsh to people. However, he was harsh to people because he was easily driven to a dead end. He had to do whatever he wanted and couldn't delay it. However, Lin Che was a calm and easygoing person. No matter what happened, she would let nature take its course. If it were anyone else, he would have gone crazy. However, it was Lin Che. He felt that he had become more patient and calm because of her. He liked to plan everything, but now he felt that even if he couldn't plan everything, it didn't matter. If he couldn't control it, he would let nature take its course. Just like Lin Che said, it would be solved eventually. There would always be a way to solve it. Gu Jingze felt that he had been led astray by her. However, the strange thing was that he was willing to do it. Gu Jingze leaned against the wall and looked at Lin Che. He scanned the room. Lin Che said, "It's pretty bad here, but it's filming. It's okay if it's a little tough." Gu Jingze's hand reached into her clothes. "It's okay." Lin Che said quickly, "Stop fooling around. What are you doing here? It's not good. You should go back." "How is it not good? This place is so old and run down." "Of course it's not good. It's okay. With you here, everything is good." He pressed down on her. He had been feeling a little stressed these few days, so he wanted to release it on her body. It was as if he could find comfort in her body. Lin Che felt that she was bewitched by his gentle movements. It was as if he was seducing her on purpose. Every movement was as gentle as the caress of a feather, or as if the sun was shining on her. It made her feel warm and comfortable, and she couldn't help but open her heart. However, she should have known that no matter how gentle the beginning was, it couldn't stop the intensity later on. Towards the end, he couldn't control himself anymore. He kept doing it until she wanted him alive. Only then did he stop. At night, Gu Jingze snuck out from the side door. Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze was too much. He had to come here and sneak out in the end, that she couldn't help but find it hilarious that the great CEO Gu was sneaking away like this. She almost burst out laughing. However, when she got up in the morning to shoot scenes, she saw Nan Gongyu as soon as she walked out. His expression was still as cold as ever. He greeted her and left without saying much. Lin Che found it strange and chased after Nan Gongyu. "Director, wait for me," she said as she walked over. Nan Gongyu stopped. "What's the matter?" Lin Che took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and looked at him seriously. "Director, do you have a problem with me? Did I do something wrong? If there's anything wrong, you can tell me. You don't have to hold it in. Since I've signed a contract with you, I'll change whatever I did wrong during the filming period as long as it's reasonable." Nan Gongyu looked at her and scanned her from head to toe. Then, he said calmly, "No, you misunderstood." However, his words and his expression were two completely different things. Lin Che said, "Director, I don't like to beat around the bush and make wild guesses. If there's anything you want to say, just say it." Nan Gongyu looked at her and stared at her face. He couldn't help but say, "All right, since you said that you don't like to beat around the bush, then I'll be straightforward. I don't have anything against you. Although you brought a man to stay overnight and violated the crew's rules, I still don't dare to have anything against you because the man you stayed overnight with seems to be very powerful and I can't afford to offend him." Lin Che choked. But when she saw that Nan Gongyu had finished speaking, he walked past her coldly. His arrogant aura seemed to carry a hint of disdain, which made Lin Che's heart feel stifled. He wasn't like those directors who felt that there was some powerful person behind her, so he tried his best to curry favor with her and was very respectful to her. He was looking down on this common phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Lin Che knew that she had been misunderstood by him. He felt that she was being supported by a sugar daddy. She was also a little angry in her heart, feeling that he was making wild guesses. When Abai came, she saw Lin Che's angry face and quickly came over. "What's the matter? You look so bad." Lin Che said, "This Nan Gongyu's temper isn't small." Abai was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "He didn't provoke you, did he? He's a famous nationalist youth in the circle. Why else would he quit being an actor and become a director? Just think of him as a moron, thinking about making pure movies. Sigh, how can there be so many pure things in the world?" When Lin Che heard Abai say this, she wasn't so angry anymore. She said, "It's fine to have ideals, but he vented his anger on me for no reason and made wild guesses about me. It's really, all right, no matter how you guess, he still has to use you, because no one else can really act like this in his movie. You acted very well, so use your strength to slap him in the face. Don't worry about him." When Lin Che heard this, her heart was suddenly excited again. She snorted and said, "You're right, I should think like this. I want to use my strength to tell him that I'm not an embroidered pillow. I'm a real talent. If you look down on me, you're blind." From this day onwards, Lin Che didn't give him any face. If he acted, he would shoot his own scenes. If there was anything wrong, he would tell him and argue with him. For a moment, the two of them also had sparks flying on the set, which surprised the surrounding staff. There really was an artist who dared to argue with the director, especially since this director was none other than Nan Gongyu, who had a lot of fans. He was the representative of the nationalistic youth, and his fans were also very hardcore. He was famous for his poisonous tongue on the internet. Not many people who argued with him won. So many people didn't dare to provoke him. In addition, his movies had always been very well received, and he had always been the only one on the set. This time, Lin Shaye had become the first actor who dared to question him for no reason. And the key was that even if Nan Gongyu wanted to argue with him, he didn't realize that sometimes what Lin Shaye said was really right. Some feelings, some emotions, the expression of the script, and the lighting, Lin Shaye's words were all very insightful. She didn't film many movies, but she had quite a lot of television dramas. Every time a television drama was filmed for a few months, she was very familiar with the process and the various filming techniques. Although Nan Gongyu had been an actor before, he had only been an actor for a few years, and neither had he been a director for a few years. The director was not even a graduate and was self-taught, so he didn't have much to say. Although Nan Gongyu was very unconvinced, he had to admit that he had learned a lot of techniques from Lin Shaye that he didn't know before. So even if they quarreled, Nan Gongyu wouldn't continue filming with her the next day. The two of them were so nitpicking that the movie turned out to be surprisingly good. Everyone couldn't help but secretly say that if the two of them continued to quarrel like this, they might really end up with a good product. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.